of an issue because by the time I get around to setting up emulation, they're probably going to add more features that allow me to go into retail mode again.
Isn't it? Isn't
Like
it?
even if they only allowed me to emulate 360 games or Xbox games that weren't initially on there, I'd be completely in support of that. Or even PlayStation ones. Like if they were just like you can't emulate any Nintendo games, Nintendo wouldn't give a fuck if they were emulating games that weren't theirs. It's not about the fact that they're performing legal or illegal emulation. It's just about the fact that they're using their games.
Yeah, no, of course. Like if Microsoft went out of the way to be like, we're gonna ban all fucking all Nintendo emulators. They wouldn't give a fuck. Also, we're streaming now. What?
Am I what?
We're streaming.
Yes. Wow, this
Oh, I'm
battery
not talking to
charge
you.
is
I'm
taking
talking to him.
forever. Battery charge is taking forever to go from 80% to 90%.
Yes, because
Insanity.
I don't know how I don't know if you know how batteries work, but they the closer you get to 100%, the slower they are.
Yeah. Uh, though some days, for some reason, it will go up to like 80% and then it will go to 100% in like 10 minutes. And then some days it will go there and it's like, I'm going to take 30 minutes to go 10% battery.
Perfect. Yeah, I fucking had to wake up early to give Mario, my friend, fucking $50. So that was kind of, and that was lame.
Yes. Did you enjoy that?
No, but I had to because like I didn't have money when I went to the card game tournament for One Piece last week, and I needed those admirals.
Wait a minute.
I am also. I'm so annoyed. I've been saving up all my fucking gems on like DOA Extreme to get a specific girl, and she came on a banner, and I didn't get her, so I'm like kind of miffed. So I gotta just save up again. Thankfully, I don't spend money on the game, so it's all free, but still just a little annoying.
Why am I here? Didn't I
Mangler is
kill the
wholesome.
Griever?
The answer is yes.
No, I definitely killed the Griever. Yeah, the Chronomancer. Uh,
The answer to your question is wholesome is always yes. So, um, that research and development Discord server we're a part of, I'm a that's where we're a little slow from last time I saw.
well, yeah, they got a lot of projects in the works. Those things are going to take a lot of time.
I keep getting fucking random like at everyone, so I feel like kind of just viewing the server at this point, just showing up later.
That's what I do. And then if I do get added, I'll check it every now and then. But
And
what the hell am I doing?
because I see they're working on other stuff, and that's not my concern.
Um,
Did you forget what you were
well, at least
doing?
I don't have to grab the abyssal armor because I'm already wearing it.
Hello, Rockin' House. Alright, I should probably turn on the volume a little bit. Yeah, Clyde's planning for Jujutsu Kaisen stuff for his channel. Yeah, I saw.
Wait, hold up. This is not where I wanted to go.
I'm so annoyed. I bought butter yesterday, but because fucking stuff happened, I forgot to put it in the fridge, so now it's all fucking worthless.
Oh no.
It was only like $1.50, but it's still like the principle of the matter. I bought fucking butter for my bread this morning, and now I don't have fucking butter.
Unfortunate.
The pain. So, did you guys get any good responses for the G1 video? Of course not.
It's got people who are like,
I
oh,
think the
look, a
most.
video. Or people who are just confused about life.
Did your
You know,
butter
the
melt?
usual.
Yeah, it was all, so it was still in the packaging because I never opened it, but it was all runny, like it was all soft. So I just threw it in the trash and moved on with my day. I haven't had breakfast yet though, so it's corny. You just knew if I asked you guys to check anything on the game. It's supposed to be in the fridge, man? Yeah, it's supposed to be in the fucking fridge, and normally I would have put it in the fucking fridge. But yesterday when we came back, my mom was doing some weird ass shit in my car, so I had to fucking, so I was paying more attention on that, and I forgot about the fucking, the butter. I'll probably just stop by later today and fucking, grab another set. I don't know. Like, it wasn't a lot of money lost, so it's not a big a deal. It's just that, it's just a little annoying. It's a minor inconvenience. The problem is that we're not going to get good responses because at the end of the day, no one really has any arguments to stack up against this.
For anyone who's wondering if it's maybe the video length that does that, we've had similarly length videos that we've put detailed timestamps on with titles and labels, and even though the views increased, the comments did not. So even if we put timestamps on it to tell you exactly where to go and to look for, and put like even like a paragraph worth of details or even stuff in the description, we still wouldn't get responses other than like, man, this is trash or this is bad. Like, just we would get no substance because we never do.
Like,
there are no arguments.
Devil already
There's
told
just
me
bitching.
they were ignoring it. So the thing is that when we release the next God of War video covering it, like, I already know they're just gonna ignore it flat out.
That's fine. I like the copium. Concession accepted.
Don't even have peanut butter either. Holy shit. So they can see this? I mean...
No. It's a... Like, I'm saying it's a concession if you're refusing to cover it in any capacity. Because you're just ignoring it flat out, knowing you could cover it, because you don't have, you don't have an argument.
The next one that drops, they won't be able to ignore so easily, unless they're just completely disingenuous about it. Because they're willing, they accept author statements on VSB for Corey Balrog and shit.
Oh, VSB won't ignore it, but yeah, many of the God of War power scalers on YouTube will. They'll be like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to look at this.
The fact that Zora has equal, if not greater speed, but also the fact that Kratos has no counter, also the planner sniping him from space or outside the solar system. Yeah, I think I talked about this last time when someone asked about this. Might have been you, but it's like, yeah, no, I guess they just decided to make the fight with them right next to each other, and all was just like no strategy whatsoever.
Yeah, they also didn't talk about any of his advantages or win cons. They didn't go over like a lot of like his abilities, tactics. Like they just listed the name of his powers and then just talked about his forms and was like, here's a generic paragraph of like fluff words. They didn't really like give any like meaningful pieces of information about it. And I'm like, I know he only has one game, but he's got more in one game than Kratos has in most of his put together.
They have there's an official guidebook for hello Cross. There's an official guidebook for Alzur's Wrath. It's only $40, so I'm thinking I might snag it to see what it says. Because Cyber confirmed to me that they did use that for the G1 blog. That's where they got the argument for Gaia being just the planet.
I saw that.
So So the art book has official, I think, keyframe animation drawings, and that's where they got that position from, more or less.
That crossblade just hit the wall there. That was not right.
I did see a video of Chris Pratt, yes.
Over here. Currently, I am on my laptop, for anyone who's wondering. So if the phone, or not the phone, if the call disconnects or I disconnect from the call, you will know why. Again, on the laptop, this does not happen on the phone. Just need to repeat that again for the millionth time for anyone who thinks I just have bad connection. It's just the laptop.
You know it's both. You know it can be both, right?
No, because this doesn't happen with my phone.
The Brahmasta is supposed to be bigger than that fat bastard because of the game's limits. They had to make it smaller in game. So they were really weird about it because they fucking. I've already sunk too many hours into OGP3 to drop it. I'm literally 20 hours into the game. It's too late. I've already, like, the sunk cost fallacy won't allow me to just drop it. No, so
Emulate them. Hello.
the fact that they'll legitimately just fucking argue that Ozra's pillars are not endless because the other pillars aren't, and because they're different pillars. No, it was a completely disingenuous fucking blog across the board. Well,
It was
it
also
was disingenuous
wrong.
in favor for Ozra's wrath more so than anything else.
It was also wrong. They were using the wrong pillar.
No, yeah.
There was a pillar in the background that... Wait, hang on, let me...
You could have played that at P5. No.
What in the hell?
You guys want me to play P3, so I played P3. Why are you so bad at puzzles?
This is a weird puzzle.
The guy shows how big of a monster it's supposed to actually be, then the fact they added the DLC which gave the abilities of beating shit out of Kratos. Wait, Rock and Alice, do you have the official works or no? Hello, Jeremy.
Okay, so what is the point of giving me these things if I can't use them?
Yukari's a good fucking... Are we talking about Oz vs Kratos? More or less, yeah. Rock and Alice talking about a little bit.
So the door's locked. Alright, well...
No, but I've seen them online. No, yeah, okay, I was gonna say, because, yeah, I need to see the official works to see what it says, specifically. Oh. Wait, do you have a PDF of the official works, or no? Bro, Mitsuru's a slut. Bro, people who say Mitsuru's best girl just have daddy issues. They just empathize.
I don't remember this stupid ass puzzle being a thing. What in the goddamn fuck is this?
I'm asking about the official works. Elizabeth's the best P3 girl and you are all wrong. Elizabeth's not bad. Hey, good job, Mangler, you did it.
There we go. Alright, let's get out of here.
There you go.
I know all of the wormhole puzzles, so that I won't have to worry about that being a problem.
Elizabeth's not bad for sure, but like, it's like, bro, she ain't loyal.
Oh no.
Elizabeth stands be like, please help me, please catch me, please kill me.
Ooh.
Elizabeth stands when she commits a fucking war crime. Aw, that's adorable.
Oh yes, the fallen angels. I think these are just flat out confirmed to be angels that have sided with hell. And then the green ones, the green and black ones are just ones that are like fucking, what's it called? Oh wow, they're doing a lot of damage even without that stone skin on.
Rock and Alice. Here, let me check real quickly. Let me look this up. Okay, does it have the cover of it or no? Because this is the one I'm looking for. Hang on, I'll join Discord. Altamar is Minato? Don't trust Elizabeth then? Marie is better. Marie's not bad. I can't trust Persona fans when they talk about fucking Best Girl because they're fucking weird about it. Also, Minato, he's supposed to be smart. I just don't know by how much, though. I don't read Naruto. I read good shonen.
He's supposed to be a prodigy.
He's a prodigy, apparently. I read One Piece.
There you go.
Who is the best girl in P4? Honestly? So, I did Chie's route because someone asked for me to do Chie's route. But, best girl in P4... Let me take a look. Yeah, I'll take a look at that one too, Rockin' Alice. Best girl in P4... I'm gonna say it's between the... I think that one is between the Velvet Room attendants. I think it's gonna be between Marie... Well, no. P4 has a lot of good choices, honestly, when it comes to girls. That was really gonna depend. I just think that if you unironically pick Chie, I think you have some weird abuse complex. Wouldn't Kratos survive from the planet being exploded by Azura? Also, isn't Kratos universal? Kratos has never been demonstrated to survive in space. This wouldn't be... So in this particular argument, this would not be a case of AP, this would be a case of can he survive in space.
You need to prove he has like self-sustenance of that type.
So basically, Azura blows up the planet and Kratos himself to keep sides of space. Also, regarding Margaret being best girl in P4, that is a decent opinion. That is a very decent opinion. Margaret's pretty solid.
I don't remember if the blog mentioned this, but I believe people try to bring up the argument that Ares creates a dimension with a galaxy to argue that Kratos can survive in the vacuum. But I think I've pointed this out before, but that's actually like that actual dimension is covered in the novel, and there's no such like it's not shown to be in outer space. Plus, the actual dimension is never shown to be in the vacuum of space or anything.
Also, even then, Kratos can't fly. So if you throw him into space without any ground to stand on, he can't move. So even if you let's say Kratos is stronger than Azura, I disagree with that a little bit, but well, I do disagree with that. But it wouldn't matter because he can't fly in space, so Ozro still has like pure advantage to get stronger over time.
Void Walker.
Do you
There we
know that
go.
if you romance Marie, she on live TV says she loves you? Can Yosuke scale to you? She says that regardless. Actually, I think regardless of who you pick, she'll still say that. Cause in my ending, I chose Chie, but in Golden, she still says that. Bro, Rise's just happy being a side piece. Honestly, like Rise seems like the kind of girl who'd be fine being like number two regardless. It's Naoto or Marie. If you're not into like the older woman type, it's definitely gonna be either between Naoto or Marie. But I mean, Rise is good, but like you get Rise in general. Actually, she doesn't. I could have sworn she did. I could have sworn I got that in my ending.
Oh, there we go.
Rise is horny. She is. That girl is down way too bad.
Oops. Let me just. Oh yeah, hang on.
Yeah, because it carries
Try this
momentum.
again.
Did
Oh yeah, let
Yosuke
me.
damage? Okay, so technically all Persona characters scale to each other within some reason. Honestly, I think they're all comparable across the board. I'm pretty sure if you were to ask the creators, they'd say like, yeah, they're probably comparable.
Oh
Rise is
wait,
actually
not.
pretty heartbroken when she expects her other girls in the harem route. Yosuke beats you on P4 being a manga. Manga's not canon though, at least according to you guys. Nello, she'll get over it. She's too thirsty for her own good. You guys have told me the mangas aren't canon, bro. So get that manga shit out of my sight.
Oh wait, I see what I'm doing here.
Bruh, you and Neo were saying the mangas weren't canon. Who you lying to? Why you lying to me? I'm pretty sure both Neo and Sparta, I guess Sparta told me they're not canon. Brilliant. Hasai's about to fucking sit down and bust out like an entire fucking obscure author statement confirming their canon. Does the manga have the same lore or continuity as the games? So the manga has the same lore. Continuity is a little debatable.
What the heck? What just happened there? Oh. Oh.
Can Yosuke persona count to use persona? So you has multiple personas canonically. Bro can operate on multi timelines for real, man. Wait. So are you claiming they're canon under the context of a multiverse? What is this? What is this SMT shenanigans? Well, doesn't P3's like female route kind of basically confirm that like alternate universe versions will be different from the original versions? Because doesn't like remasters have like Mangler looking at the pattern trying to figure it out?
Hmm.
Yeah, because I saw Persona mangas were on sale. I just haven't got them yet. Because, well, I mean, I'll need something to review after fucking I'm done with High School DxD. Yeah, that
Alrighty
yeah, it's the case. You could just argue the manga is different. Oh yeah, by the way, Lent's over for me. Woohoo! I'm free.
Free to not be wholesome. I mean, free to be yourself or something. I
Are
didn't
you,
say anything.
are you implying I'm not wholesome?
What are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
Persona 3 main character real name is Makoto. What the fuck? Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. I am wholesome. You guys have no proof, no evidence to suggest otherwise. He's the only guy who can tag along with you. Wait, are you telling me Yosuke canonically is the second strongest member of the fucking investigations team? Mangler says otherwise. Lies. He has no evidence. He has no sources. He has no claims. Yes, he is. That's so fun. That's kind of silly, but okay. Why does he show shit in the game? What do you mean by wholesome? Well, I'm just a wholesome individual. We have clips.
Wants to define a term, uses the term that he's defining in the definition. Sorry, did you say you were an English major?
That be how it do.
What does it mean to fly? What does it mean to be flying? Well, it's when you try to fly. I guess I figured.
Listen. Why would I try and change something when there's a perfectly good definition by using the word with it?
Oh, whoops. Let me just.
Does Persona 1 and 2 have a manga? Because I could just read those and. Well, see, this is what I don't like about the fucking manga shit is that, like, fucking. It's like, oh, it's a multiverse. Like, well, is it? Because, like, the whole point of, like, a manga or an anime is to be the story retold in a different medium.
Somebody's asking me to play Gears 4 right now, and I'm like, I can't take a 2-hour investment in Horde, even though I want to.
Yes, they do. Persona 1 manga is actually really good.
Let's get
You
this
guys wouldn't want to watch
one.
me play Persona 1 or 2. Maybe I'll just
Isn't that
read the
even
book.
available on
It
console?
no. Well, I'm playing on PC mainly.
Oh yeah, it might be available on PC.
Gears 3 is better anyway. It is. Gears 3 had the best horde mode.
No, it did not.
Yes, it
Objectively
did.
wrong. You can
No,
literally play
no,
all the same Horde mode in Gears 4, but with more
no,
customization and
no,
characters.
motherfucker! I literally tried playing with you, and you like
Yeah,
quit
yeah, and
Ford.
you
You
sucked.
quit.
You sucked.
You
You
quit
complained about the fucking
Forging.
pouncer, which you
You
could kill with a
quit.
single grenade.
You died to him the same bouncer.
I literally showed you footage in the campaign on Insane of me killing it with a single
Then
grenade.
why didn't you do that during the horde match?
Probably because we had really bad connection.
So me and Mangler
Wait,
tried.
so your proof for it being bad is, man, I sucked and died to a pouncer, and the
You
guy with me,
sucked
dude.
too, but that wasn't my
You
actual
do, you
complaint.
literally don't know how to play the game. Shut up.
Bro, I'm literally a great Gears player. You're fucking trash.
No, no, get out of here.
Also, this man this man right fucking here, quit like 4 fucking horde games because they
Yeah, because
wouldn't put the
my
box in the
teammates
place
were
he
ass.
wanted.
No, because my teammates were ass. Also, I don't want to hear this from the guy that plays League of Legends. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, but I quit
Your
game.
entire life is just my teammates are ass.
No. Yeah, but I play it out. The fucking problem is that at the very start of the game, when we're looking for a base, Mangler will fight the teammates to put the
Well,
box
that's
in the
actually
specific
not what happens most times now, because none of those fucking noobs are playing anymore. Mostly just people that actually know how to play.
Alright,
LP
guys.
easy mode. Well, it's not about it being easy mode. It's that it's a more accessible and more optional version. Also, you can play harder modes for the Gears of War Horde in Gears 4. You can put it on Inconceivable and Iron Man. If you think it's not easy, or if you think it's too easy, up the difficulty and then claim that.
Bruh, Gears of War 3 is still better. Imagine, dude, Gears 4 is not better. It literally suffers from the same problem Halo Wars 2 does, where it kind of fucking by adding more stuff, it made it less fun overall. Gears 3 was
No,
peak.
no one fucking argues that.
Bro, no one argues Gears 4 Horde's better than 3. You're the only guy I know who does, but you have like the worst takes known to mankind.
Again, no.
Gears 3 has
Like
better.
we're
Okay,
still talking. We're
hang
still
on.
talking about a person who hasn't played enough of it. Has played like what 5 minutes of it, and doesn't understand anything about it.
Mangler, I played Horde mode for like 3 hours with you. I think I understand what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. But thank you for trying.
Why you gotta be
I appreciate the
so...
effort.
Bruh. Everyone agree Halo peaked with Halo Reach? Everyone but fucking Mangler. And also, no, it peaked
No,
earlier. Halo 3 is peak, yes. Watch Mangler come in and
I mean,
argue for
I've
Halo
kind of
5.
already accepted that most communities just think that games peak at a certain point and are refusing to accept that game mechanics could be better at a later point. So, like,
Sure.
I'm not gonna
When they
indulge
get
intelligent, competent conversation with fucking copers. Like,
when the games
you
get better,
literally
sure.
refuse to believe something can evolve or be better because you're just comfortable with it staying stagnant. Yes,
No.
objectively the fucking case. I'm sick and
Bro,
tired of this bullshit
no.
of
Fuck
like,
out of
this game
here.
is peak because it was good when I played it.
This
Fuck out of
game
here.
was
Fuck
peak
out of
because it
here.
was peak.
No, what makes it peak? Tell me now. You
Better
literally can do all
story,
the same
better
things in Gears
maps,
4.
more fun
It
community,
has the same.
better
What do you
force.
mean it has the same maps in Gears 3? It has better. Wait, better maps?
Oh,
Walk that
hang on,
fucking back.
hang on. Are we
No,
talking
no, no,
about
no, 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 no,
are we
no, no,
talking
no.
about Gears
Hang
or
on.
Halo?
We're gonna
Are we
talk
talking
about
Gears or
maps. Let's
Halo?
talk about the Gears 2 maps
Which
in
one?
Gears.
Hang
What?
on.
No.
Are we talking
Let's
Gears
talk
or
about the
Halo?
Gears 2 maps in
Okay, we're talking Gears.
Gears
Okay,
3.
okay. Let me
No,
fix
no,
that
no.
real quickly
So
because I was talking about Halo.
Jacinto fucking was butchered in Gears 3. They took out all the camping spots.
Whoa.
They took out all the things. They added money for ammo. They literally changed all the pickup drops. They fucked over the entire mode
I
from
was talking
Horde
about Halo.
1.0 and made it fucking inaccessible as hell. And then Gears 4 was like, all right, we'll bring back the ammo dumps, bring back the optional fucking weapon pickups,
Yeah,
and then
it's called picking up other weapons. It's called adapting your playstyle. You fucking
no,
slut.
no. I don't have a problem with picking up ammo weapons. I'm saying, why the fuck do I have to pay for stuff that should be free?
Why should ammo be free?
Because it already was free. That's literally the point. You're trying to survive. Why am I paying money for that? The only thing I should be paying money for are the
Then
fortifications.
don't pay money for it. Pick up other weapons on the battlefield.
What the fuck is this argument?
What do you mean what's this argument? You have the option.
It's literally. Wait. What is the merits of having to pay for something that I should already own?
Well, you shouldn't already own it. They give it to you to help you out. But they add an economy system. The reason in Gears 2 that you didn't have to pay for it is because they literally Joker wins against you. Don't
Yeah,
trust
and then they
advice,
went back
Captain.
to the same system, objectively fucking better, and they relegated all the paying to the fortification system because that's
Objectively
the only
better.
thing that involves payments.
Well, okay, I don't want to hear this from the guy who, if his loadout's not perfectly there, he immediately quits a fucking game.
What do you mean the loadout's not perfectly there? I've played multiple games without engineer. I literally streamed this shit for Samaj the other fucking day. Played without engineers. We literally just did like scouts, heavies, and fucking. I've even done teams with just snipers.
Yeah, but if you're fucking bro, I know how you are. If your options are limited, no, you'll play something else as long as you can play it exactly the way you want.
I can literally choose to play it any way that I like.
Yes.
I won't even use fortification. You can literally play Gears 3.0 like it's Gears 1.0 or 2.0. You don't need to play with any of the fortifications. You can choose to play with the fortifications, but you don't have to maximize
power. You don't need fortifications for any Horde mode. You don't even need it for Gears 3. It just makes it significantly easier. You don't need fortifications for that.
Well, I would say it makes it significantly more in depth.
I saw one engineer put like 1,000 decoys. Yeah, it does it in depth. But like, spoiler warning: if you don't play with fortifications in any Horde mode, it's not gonna be very in depth. I doubt Gears 4 is massively more in depth than Gears 2 if I get rid of fucking all the fortifications. It probably has like one or two changes, maybe.
Um, Generally the weapon pool is a lot better. The map design is
Okay, I'm
better.
I'm
The
not gonna.
spawn points are
Whoa,
controlled.
whoa, map design better in Gears 4. Whoa
Yeah,
there,
it is.
Buckaroo.
So I already gave you examples, Jacinto. If I went through the Gears 2
I
maps
have
that are
not
included in
played
Gears 4,
Jacinto in Gears 4, so I cannot.
you have not played the Gears 2 maps in Gears 3. They are butchered from their original versions. Their original versions and their Gears 4 versions are infinitely better than the ones included in Gears 3. And those are like
No.
half the maps in Gears 3.
I would have to disagree with that one. The Gears 3 maps weren't
Yeah.
butchered. Oh, they were only butchered if you were this fucking cunt who decided to
No,
fucking
no, no,
abuse
no,
all the
no. The
maps.
Gears 2 maps
Yeah,
in Gears 3
yeah,
were butchered from their original
yeah.
versions.
I'm telling you, no. The only reason you would come to that conclusion is if you were the kind of cunt who would exploit every possible exploitation on the map, which is what
Again,
you do, to be
you're
fair.
saying exploit. There's an area where I can hold a position or get resources. Why does that get changed?
Because
Why
they
does that
didn't
make it
want it there.
what how is that exploiting and me just not you're just assuming their intentions like
Assuming their intentions. Mangler is a camper. He's 100% a fucking camper. Listen to our
dude, I've
conversation. This
literally
motherfucker
spent the
camps.
entire game running around. I don't have to camp. I've told you this before. Why do you just assume
I'm
that they
pretty.
remove
Hang
something
on, hang
and
on.
then defend it because it's in a game you
Because
like?
if
You've
they
never provided a
no, if
justification.
they removed it, they didn't want you abusing that camping spot. Do you think they?
Under
When a developer adds a new fucking shit
on
to a
what
map,
on what level do we just assume that something was removed from a game means that they didn't want it?
because they
Holy shit, like
removed it. Do you understand how much work it is to add new shit to a map rather than just port over the original? Because the Gears 3 and I think 2 are on the same
if that were
engine.
true, then we wouldn't have a paying system for the economy among like 100 other fucking things.
No, they added it for a reason. Then when people didn't like it, which I've never heard anyone complain about the ammo system in Gears 3. You're the first person I've heard complain about that across like the entire Horde community I've seen.
Clearly people didn't play Gears 2 Horde then.
What do
Because
you
like
mean?
not having to pay for ammo prompts having to pay for ammo.
God, you just like not like picking. So you just don't like picking up weapons in general and like
I
fucking actually fucking
literally
around with it.
scavenge weapon.
Then what
What the
is your
fuck do you
problem
mean?
with
I
buying
scavenge
ammo?
weapons from people all the
Then
time
what is your problem? Just don't buy the fucking ammo.
because I don't need to pay for something that already belongs to me.
You don't need to pay for it. Just pick up a hammer burst and use it.
Oh my god, are people not allowed to use the same weapons or
No,
other weapons?
fuck you. Pick up a new one.
Okay, well, okay, what literally more variety, more accessibility,
It's
more
not
versatility versus
variety.
less.
No, Mangler's entire argument is that I don't want to pay 500 fucking like money for anything.
Or pay 500 for a mortar that was free, or pay 500 for this. Like it's one thing if you're talking about paying for command
Okay,
posts or
okay.
fortifications, that's fine.
On a personal level, I think it's a way. I think using the actual fucking like heavy weapons is trolling because every time someone picks it up, they just keep missing anyways.
That just means they're ass of the game. But
Fucking,
you need to get some better teammates then.
the fucking okay. Use the mortar on the fucking I think it was the Brumak, the big guy. It's like okay, use the mortar on him. How did you miss? He's standing right there.
I was less inclined to use the mortars in Gears 3 because boss waves kind of fucking like
Boss waves are the perfect
neutered their
time to use
effectiveness.
mortar. It's just that they're still kind of useless against a boss, but they're at least the best time
Well,
to
it
use
it depends on the map too, because if you're on like what's that one map? Was it Rundown?
I'm gonna tell you something.
Up?
He might disagree with first form nemesis is only Birkin third form level, but not high enough that he would win.
Oh no.
First form nemesis, if we're talking with the fucking jacket, would probably lose to here. Let me look at Birkin's forms real quickly.
Also kind of hard to be peak horde mode when you're running at like less than 40 FPS.
God, you're such an FPS
Glitchy.
whore.
FPS? What is it like when I talk about like a problem in the game and give it like a specific like I don't know, like I give it a specific specification. You then attach a derogatory term to it to make it sound like I'm just I just have high standards. It's like what the fuck?
Bro, listen, I respect
we can't just acknowledge that some of the older games have shitty qualities, and we were just dealing with what we dealt at the time.
The problem is that, like, what the fuck is an FPS increase gonna do in a Gears game? Like, I can.
Oh, what the fuck? I don't know. Make me move a little bit fucking faster.
You don't move faster.
Make hit detection work better.
The hit detection.
What the fuck?
Holy
Yes.
shit! The hit detection was never a problem in Gears unless you're running the fucking sniper, and the hit detection was in your favor
That is
would
objectively
headshot.
wrong.
Oh
Hit
my!
detection was a problem
Your
all the fucking time in the
targets!
multiplayer. Get the hell out of here.
How about you hit
Get the
a
hell out of
fucking
here.
target then? It's not that bad.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit the fucking target when my teammates are fucking teleporting around the fucking map.
Bro, that's your fucking dial-up internet. That has nothing to do with your FPS.
Jesus Christ! Like, what is this defense?
Bro! Holy look, I respect the FPS argument in like DMC, fucking like hack and slashes, maybe even like fighting games.
When is FPS dropping in DMC though? When does it just tank in DMC?
No. The point I'm making is that like I will respect like your FPS conditions in like games that require shit like that. The problem is that when you say it in fucking Gears or like no, Gears is a super fucking slow game outside close range, and it will fucking hit every time.
This is really like
Holy
speaks
shit.
volumes about how much you know about multiplayer and Horde. If you're arguing this,
bro, I played Gears 3 multiplayer all the fucking time.
Clearly, fucking not. If you're arguing this shit,
suck at shooting.
Oh my god,
bro.
Guys, you want to play some? You want to see me play some Gears 3 with Zim and just carry his ass?
I will download it on PC tonight. Now, Gretchen,
sick and tired of this fucking shit.
Hang on, man. My Horde mode shit's not going to be there, so you're going to have to buy everything because my levels don't carry over for some reason.
Wait, what do you mean, my Horde mode?
Well, okay.
What do you mean?
So in Horde mode, you know how you have to level up by buying fortifications? For some reason, my Gears 3 profile didn't carry over to the other games, like when they on new consoles. So I'd have to I don't have like my level 8 fortifications or anything.
I think I have like level 6 barriers, like level 3 or 4 decoys, and then like 2 or 3 silverbacks.
You don't have level 8 decoys? Oh my god! Did you never use the Onyx Guard?
I never needed to be. Well, I've seen the Onyx Guard before. It was pretty good, but I never needed to use decoys. Barriers were just so solid.
Any Resident Evil tier list stream, lol.
Right, time to talk to angels.
Third form Birkin is the form where Birkin head is completely gone to have 4 arms and 2 small and 2 big ones. I think that's the only form. I think that's the form of Birkin where you could argue he might be able to beat Nemesis, but he only beats Form 1 Nemesis if he beats any of them. Are the P3 cast stronger than the P4 cast in P4 Arena, right? Or P4 Arena manga? Just look at the guides of Resident Evil. I'm going to say for the record, so I think overall, you can argue Birkin would beat Nemesis because Birkin Form 5 is too big for Nemesis to handle technically. But if we're not including Form 5 and we're just arguing Forms 1 through 4, then like Nemesis takes that fight.
Although kind of Straga to build a tower that fucking devolves into a more accessible puzzle after I free people in it.
Yes.
Anyway, good. Continue. Sorry.
Okay. Where was I? Wait. Holy shit. Hang on. Let me ask you a question. What do you not have any max fortifications in Gears 3?
I literally just said I had like level 6 barriers, or I think it's like max in there.
They go to 8.
Oh, I probably have max then. Because I used barriers like crazy.
Okay, I was gonna say, bro, like, could you please let me have something maxed?
Well, because I didn't really.
I don't need it.
There was a lot of times where I genuinely didn't need fortifications in Gears 3.
Because you don't need fortifications in Gears fucking 3, but it's nice to have them.
Yes, that's kind
of
the point that I make
like
with Gears 4.
Who would
No. See, that's the point that I make in all the Horde modes, including 4. You don't need fortifications in 4.
No. I'm saying, but you're a whore, so I expect you to be spending fortification money.
I mean,
like
I generally don't like the fact that like every person has like their own portion of like money being given rather than it just being pooled together where you can collectively spend it, because it doesn't. It disincentivizes like team play. Because it results in like useless spending on a shitload of stuff.
Halo Reach is where the series peaked, right? Mangler disagrees with you.
No.
Now, aside from this, I put above that form, but not that high. Well, okay, keep in mind that none of these characters scale vastly higher than each other unless they have like a massive body. And even
What's a
then, like that's
Birkin?
debatable. Birkin is the BOW from Halo or from
I
Resident
guess
Evil 2.
wrong then. Funny enough, you
Fellow
said
Ivory.
ODST really weirdly there.
Yeah, because it peaked with Halo 3. Because ODST counts as Halo
No,
3.
ODST was better.
Yeah,
Again.
hey, Mangler, correct me if I'm wrong, but what's the title for Halo ODST? It's there's a number. There's a number in between
Yeah,
Halo and
Halo
ODST.
3, and
Yeah, so it peaked with
overall, it
Halo
has
3.
better. It just
So
literally
it
has a
peaked
better
with
base of
Halo
Halo
3.
3 then.
Very
It has a better base. It has better movement speed.
ODST is literally just a DLC for Halo 3, so it counts as Halo 3. Halo 3 encompasses
No,
both
you're literally faster. You move more fluidly. You have better gravity. You have better
it's
everything.
just a DLC pack. Would you if you got a DLC where it played differently, would you consider that a completely different game? No, of course not. Neither does ODST.
You literally have different physics and different movements.
It's just a DLC.
You have a different weapon sets.
Mangler. It's just a DLC, bro. It's just
Yeah, the
okay.
firefight
So
just a DLC. Am I right?
so the reason you don't consider a DLC is if you want me to upload all the images for that art book. Rock and Alice, if you want to upload images from the art book, well, how are you gonna upload them? You're gonna upload the core image, or are you gonna like take screenshots of the images and then upload the screenshots?
Also, Halo Infinite has better base gameplay than 3. So
What?
does 5. Yep. Yep. I said it.
You're funny.
I'm not making a joke. I'm completely serious.
Yeah,
And
most
most
that's
of
the joke.
dude, most of the fucking Halo community thinks Halo Infinite has better
Then
base
why
gameplay.
is
They're
Halo
probably
Infinite dying every other fucking week?
Why do you think? Because it doesn't have enough content in the fucking game. It has
Bro!
nothing to do with the base gameplay.
Bro!
The base gameplay is considered superior to the rest of the series. The only people who are arguing 3 is superior are the people who fucking played in 2007.
Bro, Cap.
Stop your fucking copium.
Bro,
Stop living like fucking decade ago. The entire reason shooters were that popular to begin with was because fucking America was in the middle of a Middle Eastern war and it was appealing to people to be in that situation and play a game that was similar to their circumstances. That's the entire reason. It was popular to begin with.
Halo Infinite is literally dead, and this motherfucker's
Why the fuck do you think Call of Duty 4 was one of the most popular played games at the time?
I'm pretty sure it does not. I'm pretty sure it does not cap over the Halo, or does not cover the Halo. Halo's fighting aliens, not Call of Duty. If you want to argue that's why Call of Duty blew up, I will.
Mangler, the game is dead, bro. How is it dead when there are still millions of people playing? There are still. Have you checked Steam's numbers? They literally have all-time highs of fucking like 100,000 people peaks.
Let me take
That's a fucking million people playing in a day.
Let me take a look at this right now. Halo Infinite player stats. Also, I'm sorry, Pimp Demon, but when we argue about games, we get a little heated.
I get a little heated with fucking bullshit. Also, I'm about to die.
He gets a little heated with lies.
No, get out of here.
So that's why, you know, he's very upset because he knows he's lying. Okay, so in the last 30 days on Steam, it only has 3,000 players.
That is objectively wrong. I literally checked the Steam. I literally checked the Steam numbers after season 3. Their peaks were 100,000. I read it straight from the stream page.
No. So here's the Steam charts page, which keeps track of every player playing. Only under 4,000 people are playing right now, and its 24-hour peak is 5,000. Its all-time peak is 256,000. Now, I don't think Halo Infinite is on Steam. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it on Steam?
No, it should be.
Is it on Steam? Hang on, let me look this up.
I thought well, it's on PC.
Well, okay. See, there's a difference between. Okay, so Steam numbers. Okay, yeah. So that's Steam numbers.
Steam numbers are not technically a peak number. They're technically like a lower estimate because they don't count for the people on Xbox or PC who are the vast majority of the community. So whatever that number is technically a fraction of what it is currently.
Unfortunately,
again, you would have to go and look up videos on what's listed on YouTube because they have peak numbers for what's listed after season 3. And every season it peaks. Every season it peaks again.
No. So that wouldn't matter for Steam. Steam's all-time peak is still 256,000.
No. It would matter because even if the peak doesn't reach higher than the all-time peak, what I'm referring to the fact is that the peak that you're currently looking at would still be lower than what's listed. So let's say season 4 comes around. Whoa,
Alex, I can
what
update
the
real quick.
hell?
Well, as long as you make sure, Rocket now, so there's no viruses, I can set up an Ozra's Wrath little Discord
Whoa,
page for
Zimber, are
you.
you seeing this?
Let me see.
Whoa. Okay, that was weird. I literally spawned into my death.
Here, Rocket House, before you start posting shit, let me make a quick little game, video game scaling challenge.
Okay, never mind. It's gone. I was doing an air dash and my animation started losing particle effects on it for a second, then they came back. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go over there. All right, here we go.
All right, Rocket House, just make sure you don't got any viruses on that shit, and we be golden. There you go.
All right, well, I made it through there, but I'm barely alive, so,
Okay, so
this is not going to be fun.
Let me take a look at some questions since apparently we were we were we were discussing things between a liar and someone who is honest. I'll let you decide who.
Yeah, I'm totally known for my lies.
You know you're the one who said it.
Grappling hook is cool, but devs killed it because they didn't like speedrunners having fun. Grappling hook in Infinite?
Grappling hook in Infinite is fine. I don't know what the fuck you're bitching about in Infinite.
What the fuck? Like, what do you mean they killed it? It's literally available in every game mode.
Also, so Armstrong versus DMC. Hang on, so I'll talk about this. Regarding let me see here. Should RA5 remake Whisker third form? No.
I'm confuzzled. Wait, no, I didn't mean to close that. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, why don't we... Okay, I think that the portal's over there now.
Dude, it takes people like 10 minutes to find a match in Halo Infinite. It is a bit of a longer matchmaking time, but that depends on like
I could start it up right now and debunk that in 5 seconds. I literally did the same thing in ranked mode and whatnot.
Okay,
so you understand that you probably haven't been interacting with a lot with the Halo community, but the vast majority of people who are actively going out and supporting the game and playing it right now are finding like hundreds to thousands of people in the fucking comment section just spamming shit against the game.
Debunked failed. Guys, don't make it
No. Like you could literally find people in the comment section of every fucking video arguing, pissing, shitting, and moaning all over the game 5 seconds like after they get like an update. Every time there's any update or any meaningful change made to the game, they don't praise it. They don't consider any sort of like positive influence.
That's all of it?
Their outlook on it is inherently negative. So I don't. What art book?
If you go on our server, Rock and Alice has uploaded the entire Ozra's Wrath art book.
Also, I was just playing Halo Infinite yesterday.
Also, I don't like Halo Infinite. I'm a Halo fan, so am I. But Halo's kind of
congratulations. Congratulations, you don't speak for the rest of the Halo community, and neither do the people who just played 1, 2, or 3.
The rest of the Halo community speaks for itself, and that's why they all fucking...
Yeah, and you know what the rest of the community is mainly made of?
People who are depressed because Halo keeps getting worse every year?
No, people who played Halo Reach as their first game.
I'm sorry, do you have a fucking issue with Reach in particular? Like,
No. I don't have an issue with... Well, I have some issues with Reach, but what I'm saying is that the people who are playing Halo Infinite are mainly Reach kids right now. And they don't actually have a problem with Halo Infinite's gameplay. The problem that they've had, the main criticisms that they had, if you check most of the channels actually covering the fucking game, is the lack of content, specifically cross-core customization and certain game modes. They do not have an issue with the mobility. They do not have an issue with the equipment, the shooting, the sprint, or anything.
This is before Chakra Vartan was added to the game, right?
Yeah, because that stuff should have been in the game. Then you just conceded your arguments! My point is that the game should have had more content, not that the game is missing gameplay. I just argued that the gameplay is peak.
Mangler Halo, which is my favorite Halo game. Yeah, I don't like Infinite.
Yeah, I don't like Infinite. Congratulations. You're objectively like you're literally like the outlier. The vast majority of Halo Reach fans like Halo Infinite's gameplay and they want more of it. The reason they're either not playing it as much now, they've stopped playing it, or they don't like what's being presented in the game that they're still playing is because of, again, a lack of content. If you kept up with anything involving Halo Infinite at all, you would already know this. This is literally common sense. It's talked about on every fucking channel that colors Halo Infinite. Of course, if you check most of the comments section, you'll probably get like usually 100 stands that are just like, "Hey, Halo is dead," blah 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 blah
You
blah.
mean 100 stands? You mean like the overwhelming majority of the player base who's dissatisfied with how
You
Halo's
keep
making
saying the
out?
overwhelming majority of the player base. You're fucking wrong,
Then why is no one playing it, Mangler? Mangler, why are you appealing to
bro.
majority?
Bro, the amount of people that literally played Halo Infinite tripled after season 3 happens. I don't want to hear your
And
fucking
then
argument.
it died off the face of the planet
It didn't die
again.
off the face of the planet. People are still playing Forge. Holy shit.
Source?
I can still find matches every day. Do you want me to start this? Do you want to be debunked right
Then will you
fucking
answer
now?
my
I will
question?
literally start a Halo Infinite at the moment,
Okay,
right now.
hang on. First, get a
I'm sick,
checkpoint.
I'm sick of this
First,
uneducated bullshit
get
of a
first.
person talking to me about a subject that they have no knowledge
I
of.
literally played Halo Infinite. It took forever to find a match. Reach a downgraded
Okay,
version
okay,
3.
yeah, no, we're doing this right now. All right, I'll be right. I'm gonna save my game
Mangler.
right now. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm done with this bullshit. If you make a claim, if you're gonna make a claim to me that is empirically inaccurate, I am gonna debunk it.
He's
If you
mad.
keep doing it over and over and over.
Because the games he likes are the games most of the Halo player
No,
base
it
doesn't
is
like.
not the games I like. It's the fact that you're stating something that is incorrect, and I have the ability to refute it right now.
Okay, so how long do we have to wait for him to find a match before he says he's wrong?
No, I'll start right now.
No, I know you'll start. I'm asking what's the time limit. Like, if it takes you like 3 minutes to find a game, would you admit you're wrong? What's the time frame here?
It usually
He
takes
said five
like
seconds in. All right, he said 5 seconds.
it
All
usually
right.
it usually takes like I want to say like 30 seconds to load up a game because you have
Hasai
to load textures.
said 5 seconds to find a match. Is that true? Mangler, can you
You
confirm?
that's not how it takes longer to load an actual game,
Okay,
not to find a game.
okay. So then you'll find a game within 5 seconds, and then you will load in less than five. Wait, is that a Star Wars thing? Hang on, wait, Mango, stop. Mango, don't click start yet. Don't click, I was gonna time it.
I said it was no, I said it was 30 seconds. They literally give you an estimated wait right there.
Okay, 1, 2.
30 seconds right there.
4.
Wait. So let me get this straight. You got a formula here, right? So what does 30 seconds indicate? Does that actually indicate how many people are playing?
No. You said five
Because
seconds earlier.
no, hang on. Do you want me to start up Reach? Do you want me to start up Reach and see how long it takes? Because even Reach, even at its peak, took more than 30 seconds to load up a game or even get into a lobby.
No. Loading up a game is fine. Also, you've been waiting for over 30 seconds now. Loading up a game is not going to be counted in the time frame. Searching is, because searching is what is looking for a match. Also, so you're currently at 40 seconds. You're going to hit a minute soon.
Mm-hmm.
So did they add the Reach Battle Pass back?
It's been there. Hang on. Let me find it.
Okay, so a minute has
It was the first one.
Yeah, but how do you fucking switch? Remember I had this fucking problem last time? It wouldn't let me fucking switch?
No, well, I'm switching right. Well, you see right here. Like, look, like I'm right here. Let's go over here. Click this. Click this.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Yeah, I just.
It wouldn't fucking let me.
I think it might be user error.
Bro, say 1 minute lobby search user error. I'll fucking kill you. Okay, so it took him roughly about a minute and
Wait. Are you
seconds.
telling me? Are you telling me because it takes a minute for the game to be searched, the game is dead? Holy shit!
Okay, so it took Mangler roughly a minute and 20 seconds. Also, Dark Lord, I will respond to your questions. It took him like a minute and 20 seconds to find a match. Confirm Infinite is dead.
The general estimated wait is 30 seconds. I generally find it to be consistent with that number. So, actually, that would be wrong. It would usually be 30.
How far can Adult Noctis go in the DMC verse? Technically nowhere, because DMC scales to 9D right now, and even if it didn't, it would still have like higher scaling than him, even Dissidia wise. I could probably argue for some resistance.
Oh my god, the fucking grenades.
But
Bro, we got debunked on live map. No, I didn't. I literally said it would take me a fucking minute.
Almost 3 times what Mangler said. Okay, so Mangler said, so if we're going off to 30 seconds, it took 3 times. If we're going off the 5-second time Mangler said during the Darksiders stream, it took roughly, Mangler, what's 5
When
times?
I say 5 seconds,
12?
I'm referring to the fact that it doesn't take a long time. You realize, you want me to jump into Reach and see how long it takes?
What are you going to do if Reach is faster?
Reach is not faster.
What are you going to do
Fuck
if
here.
it is?
Also, I would just say that Reach in general is simply not loading anywhere near as many assets.
No,
We're dealing with much
so
shit.
I want to be clear here. We're not talking about loading into the match. We're specifically talking searching for a game. Because in Reach, you get into a lobby before you start loading the map. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It technically depends because, well, you technically have to still deal with some stuff on the network, so it might be more than just loading the thing, because that's technically the case with all the Halo
Yeah,
games.
but you'll be in a lobby by the time you start loading the map. Like you'll have your team split up and everything when you start loading in. So like
What
loading's
does my
not
teammates do?
it, Mangler. It takes from 31 minutes to 1 minute of live search, so that means the game is alive. Okay, so to be fair, I mean, it was funny because he set an unreal expectation at 5 seconds, so he kind of deserved this. But a minute and 30 is not the worst loading time I've seen for a game,
Okay, so
personally.
give me. I would say a bad
Hang on.
loading time generally
Okay.
is like somewhere around 4 to 5 minutes.
Anyone versus DMC version? Yeah, so corruption is such a bullshit thing in DMC. Now, granted, I'm gonna be honest here. Corruption is a thing you have to factor, but there are normal humans in DMC who can like interact with demonic energy and survive. So while you can't give that a necessarily a benefit to another verse, because technically that's not fair. It just
Oh
does
my
feel a
god.
little silly saying that like someone like Kratos, for example, will technically just be corrupted
So
outright.
alive that you have to wait. No, 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 no. I'm saying 4 minutes would be a long time. You do not have to wait 4 minutes to
Okay.
play any game mode.
Also, so Noctis would probably not make it far because of corruption, but although I think you can argue he might resist the corruption of DMC because I think I could
Also,
argue
I
versus
would like to point out that
Darksiders
generally
without doing
most of
so.
Halo Infinite's sorry, but I was just saying most of Halo Infinite's like seasons kind of dictate how much of the population it has. It has varying degrees of populations depending on what content it is in the game. Because like you have jumps and rises in season 3 with Forge. The winter update had like a lot of people playing with like the social game modes,
Uh,
especially when they started adding
yes,
stuff like Kong Slayer.
that is true. That is true. Counterpoint. That would be less audience retention and more just like life when new shit gets added to games, people usually come back. Like I'm gonna go back
No,
to play
but
Elden Ring
that
when
but
DLC
that
comes.
see the problem that you don't understand is that during those periods of times
All
you
right, let
still
me see.
have peaks.
Let me see Dark Lord's other
So
question. Dark Lord. Armstrong versus DMC versus with equal stats. That's going to be in favor of. I heard bad loading times, and I came here to say Sonic 06 speaks loud and clear. Hello, poster. Good to see you. Anyways,
Sonic 06, what in the
counterpoint.
world?
Left 4 Dead 2 has more players. Lamal.
What does Left 4 Dead 2 have
Miso
to do with
says hello,
anything?
Mangler. Okay, so hang on,
You
going
mean
back.
on the Xbox 360?
Okay, so assuming Armstrong can't be corrupted, Armstrong with equal stats against DMC, he'd be fine against most enemies except for like the more obscure demon bosses and shit. But he'd be like fine against like your generic bosses and shit.
I mean, he doesn't really have a resistance to his soul getting ripped out or anything.
Yeah, but if it's equalized, most demons like don't like hit a soul, and also he
Whoa, whoa,
might. Well,
what are
when
you
I say they don't,
talking
when
about?
I say they don't hit a soul, I mean that like they have to like break your body in order to hit your soul. Fear hacks.
No, their weapons and their demonic energy can attack your soul. They typically attack your body because they want you to feel pain and
You also
suffering, but
technically
like
have to prove that they need their soul to function effectively in order for that to be a viable win con, I think, to some extent.
what so what has Metal Gear Rising demonstrated in terms, well, not even Metal Gear Rising, I guess just Metal Gear Solid in general.
Wait,
What has Metal Gear Solid
are you
demonstrated in
joking?
terms of like its actual like
Are you
soul-based physiology?
are you are you joking?
No, no, I'm genuinely asking a question because that seems like the kind of verse that doesn't.
MGS3 confirms that people have souls. There's an afterlife and shit, and I don't think it's ever stated they need their souls to function. Also, technically, souls can possess people's bodies and like come and go at times. Although that did
Is
get
that
retconned.
an assumption or because like
So MGS3 confirms souls exist because you literally go to the afterlife to fight the sorrow.
also I just loaded up a game in like what 15 seconds? Well, actually no, I just searched a game and I'm loading it now. But again, load times, as I said, take a bit of time because the game has assets that it
Mangler
has to
fights him in
render.
Uno. I'd kick Mangler's ass in Uno.
I don't know. I feel like Uno's one of those games where you wouldn't be able to consistently say who'd win. I feel like I'd probably lose a lot of games that could be like either mine, or I'd win a lot of games that probably would go to Zim in other circumstances.
Also, how far did Hunk get in the John Wick world? He get pretty far. Also, regarding fear hacks, fear hacks is a little weird because yes, they do have fear hacks where they'll intentionally make people scared. But the problem is that like there are normal humans who can fight demons, especially with
Yeah,
POC confirming that.
we would just give them we would just generally give them resistance to those fear hacks then because we actually see most of what the normal humans that fight them are. And even with one's novel, we established that the humans that are fighting demons that have never seen demons before are like career mercenaries and hitman. These are not like these are people who again, according to statements in the novel, have like no fear of death and like are surrounding themselves with
The
the
problem is
killing
that
and murder of other
then you
people every
then you
day.
have DMC5 come along and normal fucking army people can stand near demons without pissing their pants, you know?
The crew cut literally shits himself
Because his friends
after
are
his
dying around him. That's not because the demons are fear hacking him. It's just because his friends are dying.
you can still argue that they're fucking
The
terrified. The
the
guys in the bar, the guys in the bar
if
literally still fought for their lives and died immediately afterwards, but they were
okay,
terrified the entire time.
then the fear hacks doesn't matter then. If you can be afraid the entire time and still have enough like if you can still have enough guts to
Well,
fight back,
you
then the
have
fear
to
hacks
you
doesn't
have to have
matter.
something that directly like breaks you out of it.
No, because the fucking soldiers are still shooting regardless.
Okay, but the
And also,
overwhelming preponderance of
I
evidence in the series refutes that, though. We have
n-
so many different examples, and with just one, like I would argue that that's like a fucking outlier.
no, I think we have more than one example to be fair, because technically, like most of the time, people are afraid of demons is usually in DMC when they're like can't defend
Yeah,
themselves at
but we have
all.
direct descriptions of them fear hacking. I don't think it's very genuine to
I
just
don't.
say like,
Also, the fear hacks might not even be passive because remember that in DMC4, the Angelos themselves, who are demonic power, don't passively fear hacks their subjects.
the fear hacks is something that they have to like do on other people. The Angelos are not programmed to harm them.
No, but just
You have to
okay.
understand.
So is the fear hacks passive or not then in this particular situation?
Well, I'm saying it is, but it doesn't like
Okay, well the Angelos
we're
don't have a
talking
will.
about the Angelos.
Yeah, but the Angelos don't have a will of their own though, so they wouldn't like be
Yeah,
like
but they're programmed specifically to kill demons, not humans.
yes, but we're talking passive fear hacks. So the humans in DMC4 does Dante even have fear hacks? He should in DT.
He has fear hacks in base as well, as shown in the novel.
And raise the spirits of those Snake is killed. That is true. Anyways,
No,
yeah, no.
no,
So
he's
the
in an
problem.
iframe.
Also, the problem too is that like most fucking do you say he's in an iframe?
He was in an iframe. I killed the guy, and then he activated the dog tag of his friend and brought him back. So I had to. Yeah, when he came back, he was in an invincibility frame.
Yeah,
Anyway,
no.
continue.
So
Sorry.
yeah, he was going on. So like, the problem is that like I'm pretty sure most people you put in the versus matchup against DMC would be able to fucking fight through that level of fear hacks.
I would probably disagree.
Oh, okay. So the fuck.
Respectfully, we just have
So
more
like
information.
okay. So then we have a bunch of mercenaries who are still willing to fight for their lives despite being afraid. So you're telling me if I put like
So,
Solid Snake there, he's not
do
gonna
you
fight
want me to
back?
read you the chapter to show you like what happens? Because
Disagree.
I think you're
Novel.
missing a little bit of content.
Okay. So Hasai, you have the novel open. Mangler, you keep playing, motherfucker. Hasai, answer the question. So he said the mercenaries are afraid, but that fucking they still fought back. That's all I need to know.
Well, they fought back after they were broken out of it. So
Okay, what broke them
it
out of
point
it?
someone had to like fire off a shot directly after they were like petrified in like fear, and then afterwards they were just killed by demons immediately. So let me explain this in the chapter.
So what
Well,
you're
not in
telling
that
me is
chapter.
that
Earlier
Armstrong
on,
would survive because his nanomachines would protect him, and that would knock him out of it.
you have to prove the nanomachines would do that.
The nanomachines literally work with that like unconsciously. He doesn't react to half the shit that hits him.
You
He he literally says the
nanomachines have proof that they can break people out of like insatiable amounts of fear.
No. You said a gunshot got these people out of fear. So if Armstrong gets hit and his nanomachines activate, that should knock him out of it because that's a sudden shift.
Um, I mean,
Solid Snake
I was gonna
literally
say the
has
same thing happened to
transcendent willpower. Hang on.
Denver's. The same
Solid
thing happened to
Snake
Denver's, and he wasn't broken out of it.
Solid Snake
So,
literally has transcendent willpower as it's described in verse. It's the reason he can get around Psycho Mantis taking over the controller port.
what about madness? What about corruption? What about stamina? Also, in the case of Gru,
And
it's
why do you
actually
forget
shown that
evil
how the
character
fear.
rides out due to sheer fear and insanity of Demon's aura? Source.
Well, so how the fear hacks works in the novel is that after they end up killing the people on that one mission when they're going to guard, I think it's this guy that's wanted by some mafia. I can't remember what his exact name is. And Dante and Gru are supposed to escort him out of town, and then they get stopped. I want to say near the border of the town, and there's like a long gunfight that ensues. They basically flee to the edge of like the battle, and then they're just like, okay, we're gonna leave now because basically he's dead. Visions of Eve. He does use the Visions of Eve, but he does it like when he's like doing a small DT.
Look, forgive me for thinking that like a character from a different fucking series who's actually fucking shown some gusto is a little bit better than fucking
No,
mercenaries,
no, no.
but
I'm not. I don't have a problem
no,
with
no,
like
I'm talking to the side. I'm
Armstrong.
talking to the side here.
Oh,
No, and the problem
so
too is
so
like again, I respect these. I respect these hacks exist in DMC. I will argue for them, and I'll argue that like people, I guess, resist it to some extent. But like if we're talking like passive fear hacks, we're really gonna argue that random people have passive fear hacks in DMC when demons literally shit on all of them, basically.
well,
Was
I would say in general, like the series when it talks about them goes out of their way to show that they're terrified, and it is not a consistent thing that people resist them.
literally
So the
DMC
people who
five's
do would not
entire
be.
intros and anti feats is just like passively fear hacking though, because
Is it though?
the demon
Because
tree
like
is right
everybody is
there.
fucking running for their
No,
lives.
no, they're not. They run for their lives when the demon tree goes on the attack. But the demon tree's right there, which also means the portal to hell is open by that point, technically. And they're just like, what the fuck's going on?
Well, as we kind of already established, like,
Like,
well,
doesn't
actually,
specifically
we don't
say
even
he
see
is
any
fear.
demonic energy or anything in the air around
No,
them.
but it would have to be there because the demon world's already open because the tree's through. In order for the tree to grow, the portal has to be open.
So let me just get the novel thing because I don't think you're understanding what I'm referring
Isn't
to.
it crazy that Beelzebub won the fight against Tesla? It is. But I'm happy Tesla died because fuck Tesla. He should never have been in the fucking series. Go on,
What's
Mangler.
a Tesla?
In
Oh
Volume
no,
1,
I'm
remember
gonna
fear
play
hacks
Big Team
since.
Battle.
Yes, no, I'm not saying DMC doesn't have fear hacks. It has fear hacks. My question, especially with DMC 2, because DMC 2 just confirms like the beast heads alone, like literally make inanimate objects terrified. My question is more specifically along the lines of like, we clearly have all these examples of fear hacks not applying in the main games. So can't I just argue that it's not passive?
Hang on, let me
Also, I know
find it.
about the novel two stain, but wouldn't that just be a play on words? It literally says the walls were shaking in fear. It literally says that.
Yeah, no, it's not really like a.
Also, earlier it literally says that the waves stopped making a sound because reality was afraid to anger the beast heads.
Yeah, it says something like the waves are not moving because like it's as if fear itself, it's as if nature itself feared provoking the beast heads.
Can a normal weapon or gun kill a demon in DMC?
No,
Yes and no.
no,
No. So this
no.
is where it gets a little
It's
complicated because the reason demons don't normally die to normal weapons is because they have a shield around them that protects them. The reason Nero's
what?
pistol fires two bullets is to break the barrier, the aura around them, and then shoot through them.
So that's not correct. That information is given to the demons that Nero has been fighting his life.
That would be
But
you would give that a general thing to demons unless you can prove these demons are specifically using.
Yeah, but the problem is the statement in regards to that has like been reiterated again in POC, and POC just establishes that humans have been endangering themselves fighting them because no weapon in the human world is
Nico
capable of
burning a
killing
demon
demons.
with a cigarette. Yeah.
All right, let me find the Gru statement.
No. Again, like, so the problem is that, like, I already played Golden in a hot minute. Izanagi, you mean Adachi?
Also, I'm going to leave this game so I can hear
Also,
this. So,
so someone asked Demi Fiend versus fucking, so someone asked for Demi Fiend versus, you. Basically, according to Hasai, all the fucking Persona characters would just upskill against most of SMT's cast. So, yeah. Are
all
people.
right, so basically, Gru is looking at one of the corpses from the job that I mentioned where they were trying to escort that one of the guy, and then it says that the corpse rose up. It was definitely a corpse. Its head was burst open like a pomegranate. Its left arm was missing entirely. And then Gru basically says he had seen too much in his years as a mercenary to be fazed by horrors he encountered on his missions, but now he was quivering, barely able to mouth his friend. And then he also basically confirms later that he's unable to move. Hang on, let me see if I can. After It's a little bit later down. Tony's like basically killing it, and it says Gru says he's been realized that he had been frozen in shock the entire time. And then after he is able to talk and yell, but he can't like physically move. And he's still confirmed to be frozen in place while Tony's like fighting the rest of the demons. And then after there's like a paragraph break and Tony kills them, it says a familiar voice poured Gru out of his stupor, and he says, "Gru, it's all over. How much time has passed? I wasn't sure if you were still alive." Sensation washed over Gru. His sight and hearing returned back to normal. His muscles felt stiff as stones. So basically, what it does is it essentially just immobilizes you completely. Now, if you want to say that Armstrong's nanomachines can affect control over his muscles, I think that'd be a stronger argument. I don't know if they would stop the sensation of fear, though.
Well, they don't need to though. Like the problem is that like these mercenaries are still afraid while fighting. All Armstrong needs to do is be able to keep fighting while like, well, even while afraid. People can
So
fight while afraid. That's not like.
no, they can fight while afraid. I'm just
Let
saying
me
it
show
didn't
you. Let
really
me show you the
matter.
Dark Knight Rises. Would you say? Hang on. Would you say Nico Fee is an outlier? It should be technically yes. By all accounts, it would be an outlier, especially because like.
Well, the so yes and no. Like the feat that
You
she's doing,
go back
technically
to
anything
playing.
in.
Play.
I had well, we were streaming Darksiders. You were just talking some
No,
mad shit, so I had to go
I
explain that.
know. Start the fucking game.
I'm trying it, but I have to do two
Per
things. I have to tap this.
MGS4, the nanomachines block the perception of fear and hunger. That's true. So,
Well, if they just block fear, then yeah, then it would be fine. Well, actually, technically, depending on the demon, that might not matter because they can give fear to things that don't have fear or can't feel fear.
yeah. So like,
There are demons they can literally give
the
fear to other
top tier,
demons.
yeah, the top tiers. So that well,
No, not even the top tiers. Like just the Hell Vanguard can literally give it to other
it's sort of fooling your
demons.
brains with chemicals. It is normal DMC human versus a shadow from P4. Mangler's just upset because nanomachine son. But yeah, no, Yamato having one anti is stupid for saying why Sephiroth's sword can't be cut. Although I don't think I think Sephiroth's sword's cut in the main game too. I think it gets cut in fucking Final Fantasy VII at one point.
Yeah, let me find the guy. Where is it?
What's up, y'all?
Oh,
Logan. I think I've seen you before.
hang on.
You. Why are you not playing?
I'm just looking up a word. There we go. All right, yeah. So in the scene when Gilver kills the mercenaries, or I guess causes their deaths, if you want to be more specific. Hang on, what the fuck?
Oh.
There we go.
Why
Okay.
are you not playing?
Sorry, guys. I just have to find the statement. You ask questions, and I'm answering.
Right now.
I'm just trying to provide the assistance that I can.
Get back.
So basically, it says when Gilver opened the portal, it says cracks raced along the walls and the ceilings, bleeding in unearthly light. The mercenaries glanced around in wonder and confused. Demons poured out of the cracks and immediately threw themselves onto the crowd. It only took a moment for instinct to run or kick in. Run, don't come any closer. No. In ordinary circumstances, the men would have fought to the death, but each was overrun with a primordial fear that quickly gave way to blind panic. The warriors found themselves rooted to the spot just as Gru had been twice before. Those who still had eyes noticed something unusual about Gilver, and then they point out that, like, obviously the demons are avoiding Gilver. And then it says a gunshot rang out. It was all the impetus the mercenaries needed to break free of their fear. The surviving men whipped out their funge and converged on Gilver. The effort was fruitless. The demons renewed their attack, dining on the survivors.
So what you're telling
and
me
then basically,
is that this fear axe is so minuscule that loud sound.
I don't want to say it's very like minuscule. That's a little bit like
is a loud sound will set me free. Listen. Can't affect me when I'm already disappointed in myself.
No. Well, like we kind of have to consider that technically, like even then, like I would still argue like those. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. You were saying.
I thought you said how would the demons survive the railgun? And I'm like,
no.
I don't know. They would probably just walk it off.
It's because Prince Demon said, well, if Nemesis mutated from the railgun, Nemesis survived the railgun, so he would have probably come back. A lot of looking, having to find it. That's okay, Rock Analysis. If you can't find it, it's okay. It's not that expensive. Zim, a DMC human versus a shadow, but the human has an Impusa as a pet. Go. Impusa wins. Just argue fear in DMC affects minds and souls, which is evidence for that. Source.
I mean, what I'm simply saying is that in the case of the gunshot, like, what's it fucking called? It's already confirmed they're still fucking terrified out of their lives. So I would argue, like, even if Armstrong could break out of it, he'd still be less combat effective.
Oh, yeah, Armstrong will be less combat effective when his combat fighting style is already
I mean, what
basic
does
as
he even
fuck.
have to offer to beat like a demon? Like his combat style consists of punching and just having armor.
That's all you need.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess if he has to fight Malthus, he'll probably do okay.
He beats most demons in like straightforward fights. Assuming like even with the fear hacks potentially, he still beats most demons. Most demons' fighting styles are fucking trash. The only argument you can make is if their hacks
Well,
abilities would have
so
a
when you say
factor, but
equalized, are you just referring to stats? Because they should have really high conceptual hacks. I don't
well,
think he would have, like,
no.
unless we're just giving him
What
resistances.
what conceptual hacks will a normal demon have to like go? Okay, let's say
Being able to affect the soul in any capacity is
that's not
considered a conceptual interaction.
that's not a conceptual interaction. That's a soul-based interaction. Hang on. The entire
Have
building
we?
creaked amid the fury, exhibiting a quality and amount of
Well,
objects.
hold.
Hang on.
I will.
Hang on. The entire building creaked amid the fury, exhibiting a quality inanimate objects we're not supposed to possess. Absolute fear. That doesn't seem like fear hacks. It just sounds like they're talking about the building creak. Nello, what the
Um,
fuck? Did you not read the sentence I
the
read?
building is creaking because of the energy producing the fear.
Hang on. Exhibiting a quality inanimate objects we're not supposed to possess. Period. Absolute fear. It could not be more clear that
Wait, let
the
me go down there
building
and
is
grab that.
afraid. It literally says the building is exhibiting something it shouldn't have. Fucking fear.
Hang on, let me put that one in there
I,
and boop.
I, God, and this is the thing is like
So
they will ask you to be, they will ask an author to be more specific. The author.
so
Souls are conceptual and
POC's
DMC's them.
statements have technically already
Source.
confirmed that names are concepts and that names are formed as part of the. Oh wait, fuck! I can't move it over there.
Hang on.
There's like a divide on the ground.
Original Nemesis Verifiti. The second form original Nemesis versus second form remake Nemesis. Original Nemesis should take that, but remake Nemesis will put up a good fight. Solid Snake wouldn't care or notice the fear? Probably not. But the
Also,
snakes are
like
weird.
the names, and the souls. Well, not the names, the souls. The souls are formed as, the names are sold. The names are made as part of the soul. The souls technically also predate the demon world and also would have conceptual properties of POC, like the statements that we've seen like 50 times.
Source.
So yeah, I don't think Armstrong would be able to resist that
Test
unless he.
versus Dexter is a very cursed matchup.
Oh wait! I shouldn't have done that.
Nice job.
I shouldn't have done that.
It's a cursed matchup because Johnny Test loses because he's not smart. His sisters are smart.
Wait, Johnny Test?
Yeah.
Not the guy that's. Actually, wait, I don't remember that. Hang on.
Johnny Test isn't smart. His sisters are, so that's not for matchup.
Oh wait, well I'll just go over here. Yeah, I got it. All right, guys, we have a solution.
Between his sisters and Dexter, I think Dexter should have better fucking inventions and feats. I could be wrong on that though. It's something me and a master discussed. He doesn't seem to believe it's fear hacks. How the fuck do you not believe that's fear hacks? It literally says so. It doesn't say like or anything. That is literally a clear as cut definition. Exhibiting a quality inanimate objects we're not supposed to possess. Absolute fear. There's no other way to interpret that. The guy's literally saying the building is fucking afraid. What the fuck did you guys fucking have to argue here?
Let me just point that under. There we go. Okay. Now
fucking
we just put this.
Hell, man. Yu-Gi-Oh players can't read for shit.
I was gonna say your reading skills are not really shining here.
When I talk
also, sorry about the yelling earlier. I just get angry when I hear so much continuous bullshit.
Fuck you.
I just kind of snap after a while.
Anyways. Fuck you.
No, they weren't. Fuck you.
Hey, this is a play on word? What's the word play? Where?
There's no real wordplay. It's a direct statement referring to a specific object with specific attributes.
Listen. If you want wordplay, you say the building was quaking in fear or something. This is so blatant.
So what would it need to be feared? Does it literally need to say the building is filled with the idea of fear, or is filled with a sensation of fear?
It says that.
Hang on, let me read this.
Scroll up, and look at read Sparta's description. Read Sparta's exact quote, and tell me that's not what it says.
The entire building creaked amid the fear, exhibiting a quality inanimate objects were not about to possess absolute fear. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Did you not know how to read the English language?
Quaking in fear.
If you don't, I understand. But if you do, this is stupid.
No. Let me explain. When I say quaking in fear, the reason I say that's wordplay is because that's not as blatant as the statement Sparta has. That I can kind of understand. It would still work, but that's a better argument. It was the master? Well, you know what? If I ever VC with the master, I'll be glad to have a conversation with him about it.
Is this a conversation you're having as an English major or as a DMC power scaler?
Both. Fuck out of here. This is ridiculous. That's so blatant. Also, you should have on the list. Also, Zim food porn. What the fuck? I don't know.
Quaking in fear. Maybe. Hey. Hang on. I got the best take here. Right. It says quaking in fear, right? Right. Okay. Maybe the beast heads is just an earthbender. Ever thought about that?
Halo 3 is peak plus Gears 3 Horde is better plus DMC 4 best game. Only one of those statements was wrong.
Samaj, you never even played Gears 4.
Ratio plus
your fucking mouth
equals for food porn. What the fuck? Listen.
Wait, how am I supposed to get up there?
Listen, as an English major, I'd be fine, but you don't need to be an English dude. I actually have to finish my fucking classes before the 15th of next month. I actually gotta get on that shit.
Wait, how am I getting up there?
Dude. Nah, man. Fuck out of here. The fact that someone could argue that at all is just fucking ridiculous.
Wait. There's no portal on the... Oh, yeah, now I remember. Never mind. All right.
If you want, you could VC with him in the scan server. Well, I don't want to fucking have a VC with somebody because I fucking disagree with them, because I feel like that's going to be fucking, like, super awkward to be like, hey, I heard you fucking got a terrible fucking opinion. That's too aggressive.
That wouldn't even just be a terrible opinion. That's just like, you don't understand how the English language is used. That's genuinely false.
See, I should have paid for the yearly fucking subscription, the fucking the fucking dictionary. I knew I should have fucking paid for it. I knew it would have come in handy.
Like that's just, it literally says the building attributes a thing that inanimate objects are not able to attribute. Absolute fear.
No. Well, I mean, the guy works with Clyde, but I wouldn't be talking to Clyde. I'd be talking to somebody else. Like
you just be talking to Master directly.
Yeah, and this also isn't really an issue of like fucking like word scale. This is just me explaining how to read the fucking English language, apparently.
I mean, I understand you Master's read like a lot of DMC stuff, but like there's probably a few things he doesn't know about, and I think he may not have like considered that this stuff works. Like, is it just an English thing, or is it just that he's having like an issue comprehending that would be possible? Because because I feel like it's not really too difficult to reconcile the beast heads being able to affect, or demonic energy in general being able to affect inanimate objects. That's not really like a pill to swallow. That's too difficult.
That actually reminds me. The author for Fist of Northstar came out, and apparently they're doing questions on Twitter, and the guy in our server was like the guy who I disagree with on a scaling chain. He's literally like, if any of you guys ask for any power scaling information, I will ban you from the server. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like someone who's confident in their position, all right.
Sorry, what was this? What was it listening? My bad.
No, so I'm just saying in general. So like the author of Fist of Northstar, apparently the system devices can literally change the genetics. Yeah, Phineas and Ferb has stupid fucking like ability, like
I
stupid
have
items.
Raw's Mangler, Word of God. For what exactly?
Except for DMC.
Sorry, I'm currently trying to play Darksiders and stab this man that is not allowing himself to be stabbed.
All right, so I got the first design for Tom Mold Order done. So if this looks bad, I'll have to redesign it later, but that's okay. That's what concepts are for. Very nice.
All right, I got the little beam thing.
The Fist on North Star author doesn't know about power scaling. However, I guarantee fucking to you, if I asked him who's the strongest Hokuto Shinken successor, he'd say Kenshiro, and that would piss off the guy. That's I think that's the main reason why he doesn't want people to ask. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't feel like asking, and that's fine. But I know damn well the reason he doesn't want people to ask is not because of fucking any sort of like don't bother the author. It's more so because I know damn well that if the author fucking, answered this question, it'd probably screw over my scaling chain.
Oh wait, let me just.
Because he argues for the fact that Kasumi Kenshiro is stronger than Kenshiro. And the problem is that, like, so, okay, I mean, I ask you this question. How would you take the situation? So, if there was a character who stated to be the strongest character, and then there's another character who gets that same statement all the time, would you take it as the most recent character who has the statement, or would you take it the one who has the most consistent amount of the time saying it?
Obviously, whoever has the most consistent statements, because we go with what demonstrates the highest preponderance of evidence, not necessarily what's the most recent. Because like recency, the newest canon over oldest canon, the only purpose that higher canon that like newer canon over older canon serves is if you have one statement versus another statement from older continuity, because like then you basically get into this position where you have to argue like all continuity gets retconned because like a single piece of information gets introduced, which is like fucking not only like you can't reconcile that position, but you also can't convince an author of that either, because the authors usually don't believe that shit. Because they'll usually, if they have a problem with source material that they presented, they'll usually present multiple pieces of evidence of it. Like if they're just like, oh, this was not the character's motivation at this point in time, they'll then produce more examples of that to show why that is the case, or more context to show why that is the case.
Also, I'm currently kicking people off the server.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I'm just letting you know I'm currently kicking people off the server.
Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that there was a. I asked you when you were doing the purge, I think, because occasionally you do them because you have to check inactivity.
Well, I have to do it by hand because if I do it by inactivity, some other people might get kicked who like don't get kicked. My balls are quickly.
Well, no, when I say inactivity, people who have just not been talking for like a year or two, or like an obscenely long length of time.
Poster, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna leave some.
Poster, what you doing?
Now. Okay, because like I'm not gonna keep
okay, so
inactive because I'm not too familiar with some of these.
This puzzle is a little.
Yeah, no. So the reason I was asking is because like I'm trying to decide how I want to commit to this. Although to be fair, I don't even need to argue for that. Wait, who did I just kick?
That's a great question. I'm gonna have some trouble with this puzzle because I have to lower the platforms to make like a proper redirect. Now let's get that in there.
Zim, it's good. It's fear hacks. That's next level. Yeah, no. So the thing I was pointing out was So yeah, actually, we actually have a more recent statement because the author literally has a an art exhibit that, if you translate it, literally says art from the strongest warriors in history. And the guy's like, no, we're not going to accept that because of the fact that like it's going to have other characters who are not like Kenshiro there.
For the real fact, Mangler, beast-head supremacy. Well, like what word of God would you be referring to? I don't think we have any word of God on the beast heads in particular. Unless you found some obscure interview on the internet. By obscure, I mean just like something that isn't found in like any sort of material because there are plenty of those, especially for DMC4. DMC4 has a lot of interviews that were just like never cataloged. They're very helpful for understanding what they were trying to attempt
Sure.
with that game, marketing wise.
Let me try. Let me Google Translate this real quickly.
Also lore wise, because technically they state some stuff about the characters' ages, but some of that might only be relevant to when the game was initially released, which is like,
The exhibition of our
you
paintings
know,
depict the lives and deaths of the strongest Han in history will begin. Yeah.
okay, where do we go?
So we literally have a statement technically for the most recent statement of being the strongest, having Kenshiro artwork, but the guy doesn't want to accept it because it's going to probably include other fighters who aren't Kenshiro.
Mm, okay, I would have to put this in there to drop that platform because this beam would have to redirect off of that panel.
I'll leave Cobalt J there
Wait,
for now. Don't know. DP Man, I'll leave these guys here. Excalibur, Explosive, Giga, GL Double M. We can kick this guy. He doesn't come out anymore. Gogito, don't even remember this guy. Great King 34, don't remember him. Grim Reaper 9942, kick. Gucci, kick.
this is about a DMC debate. There's
I'll take a
nothing
save.
currently.
Heartless Angel. This
My
guy's
balls are quaking so fear so badly that this room is leaking from me instead of becoming a stain. DMC best game, DMC3 worst game. Sabaj, haven't you only played DMC3 like a couple times and you sped run it one of those? Oh yeah, by the way, Sabaj, how did you enjoy Mission 18?
we leave Cody there. La Flame. I don't remember this guy at all. So
I beat
kick.
DMC3 DMD without items except for Arkham.
Liquid
Yeah,
Jester.
but how many times did you die?
Lowly Mizir. Kick.
Chessboard is a gimmick. I don't know what you're complaining about. So the complaint is that I shouldn't have to fight an enemy. So if you literally focus just the king, the problem is that while you can kill him with less health, yes, you have to kill him before any DTs or any stuff activates. While you have 20 other units on the chessboard as well as the rooks. Quicksilver plus focus king gimmick. Well, that's actually not how people typically break the chessboard. Most people actually just kill the rooks at the beginning with a DT explosion and
Rooks
then
with
kill the
the.
queen and then take out the rooks. Or no, they kill the pawns at the beginning from spawning new units. Then they target the queen. Then they target the rooks for spawning units, and then they systematically murder everyone else on the board. It takes longer, but it's actually a much safer example. That's where Quicksilver comes in. You can do Quicksilver with the same thing. DT Explosion is actually a little bit safer. It's just that if you time it correctly, you can DT explode the full board of what's it called? Oh wait, I think I have an idea of how this is going to
Also, Match
work.
Day, New Lore's great and Old Lore for DMC. Night, guys. Alright, Devil. Night. Also, Source.
Yeah, I was gonna say source because keep in mind, I've said this before. Like new lore over old lore only matters in the context of you having like one statement that contradicts one statement. If I have like 5 to 10 statements in the novels of how an ability works, and then only the game comes along with a single statement and example, I can't accept that if it's a direct contradiction
And just
because we're
one
talking
more
about a
mission.
massive preponderance of evidence being refuted by
And
a
gotta go.
single statement.
Okay, so I pruned the server down, so we kicked around 50 people. I'm gonna do something soon this year. What are you gonna do? So
Oh,
I
you
did
you, you pruned? Are you into that botanism?
I did kick
The
Jev
botany?
because he doesn't talk, and everyone left is people I remember, so I'm just gonna leave there in case. But like I could probably kick a few more people, but for now I'm not going to, just in case.
I think I can see the portal. Let me. Oh, this is probably gonna hurt me.
Pim Demon, you are not kicked. Why would I kick you from the server? Actually, hang on. I can kick this guy. There we go. That's better. No,
Oh
I'm
wait,
just
this
kicking.
is.
So I was just kicking people from the server who don't really use it all that often. I'm evil. Yeah, but I'm not kicking. I'm not kicking people because they're evil. I'm kicking people because they don't use the server for anything.
There we go. There we go.
You said Control versus Dante. That's
Mangler is in the scan server. Just look up Matt. It's in the same interview. It says, no. I'm aware. I'm aware. But it just wouldn't matter if you have a statement that has like 10 examples versus one that has one. Because usually in DMC, most lore is pretty consistent with itself. There's very few examples of something that is like an outright consistency with like 10 other pieces of information. Most lore just builds on other lore. Though I would say this is actually the case for most series in general. Like most series generally don't have an example of like, well, an author thought this 5 or 6 times, but then thought this 3 or 4 times. Like they don't have. There's usually not comparable levels of evidence from multiple different interpretations, regardless of how the author chooses to write things. They're usually pretty consistent with their view, regardless of how people feel about it. Because the point is that the author obviously has to believe something. Wait. Let
I'm
me
checking a
see if I
file
can.
for R01456 and other canon games and put them in the Resident Evil chat so we have them. That's gonna be a lot of work.
All right, all right. Let me just throw these in here. Okay, so this is where the portal parts
Gang
start
controls are
becoming
no,
easier.
no. Okay, so to be clear, the Dante vs. Kinshiro Equalizer is gonna be in favor of Dante, and this is partially
That does
because
matter. It does. It doesn't. Well, okay. It matters in the sense that
Devil,
it's cool that you have
go
a statement
to
for it.
sleep.
It's cool that you have a statement for it. I'm just saying like that's irrelevant to the standard that I'm referring to.
Yeah, no. The
Also,
thing
yes,
is,
go to sleep.
the healing factor with Neg Kenshiro, because the way Hokuto Shinken works is it works based on damaging your pressure points. So if you can heal back the damage, theoretically Hokuto Shinken doesn't work.
Did I just go back to the same place? I did just go back to the same place.
It's the most recent producer, which is what I stated. He stated whatever they add replaces older stuff if contradicted or adds to old lore.
Also, the problem is that that's technically already wrong in the context of the actual source material. They claim that Dante and Virgil's brotherhood was defined by hatred and grudging respect, but they walked that the fuck back in like Visions of V. So that's not actually wrong, or it's not actually correct.
I'm ignoring any of the three
They
and two
walked
as
it.
well. As well, the remakes in canon, the original ones aren't on PlayStation 5 or 6. Wow.
Like I understand what they're saying. Like obviously, new canon takes precedent over old canon, but it takes precedent over it because new canon is asserting information about the current and consistent interpretation. People have never wondered why that is. They've always just assumed that like new source material is like the current existing interpretation. But have you ever wondered why that is? There's a reason for that.
Pretty sure Leon beats John Wick, but so yeah, there's literally a character in Fist of the North Star who you could argue would probably be able to beat Kenshiro, but they never fight strictly because he has a healing factor.
I'm ignoring any of the 3 and 2 as well as the remakes ain't canon and the original ones aren't on PlayStation 5 or Xbox One. I'm assuming he's referring to Resident Evil.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing Resident Evil 3 with a mod that lets you play as Nemesis again. Down to copy Kenshiro's techniques.
That that just sounds kind of goofy. I haven't played Resident. Well, I have played. I think I told you this before. I have played Resident Evil 2's remakes demo for like 30 minutes, just wandering around in the lobby, being lost. And I played a mobile version of Resident Evil 4, and that was my only experience with the games. Wait, hello?
Yes, I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm genuinely surprised I haven't disconnected from this call already.
Newer stuff, VOC. Yeah, I could have
Newer
sworn there
stuff
was
in
a
VOC.
mod that literally lets you play as
What is
Nemesis.
VOC? Oh, you mean POC? If they walk it back or retcon it with new stuff, Devil, that statement in 5 still would have been wrong.
Yeah, stage play
You
mechanics.
you have to genuinely argue. You have to genuinely sit here and argue to me that Dante and Virgil's brotherhood is defined by hatred, when literally their best and most iconic moments in the entire series and most of their actions are done because of love. When they've also made it clear that the series themes is love. Like that is a contradiction.
Oh, so there's actually something weird I found out when I was just showing out minding my own business. I guess YouTube recommended this to me, but apparently, Resident Evil 4 has jiggle physics. They're just not present in the base game. So what you apparently, if you look at the model viewer, they have jiggle physics for some fucking reason.
Whoa, wait, are you telling me that they're in the cutscenes?
No. So from what I understand, in Resident Evil, there's not really jiggle physics in the game, like in the normal game. But if you look in the model viewer and you move the model around, they have jiggle physics.
That is so weird. I've never heard of something like that.
Yeah. So
Maybe
because
they just had more fun with that.
in Resident Evil 4, there's a ballista. His name is not wholesome. I am wholesome. Ask anybody. Even my slightly spicy comic is wholesome. It's only slightly
Slightly
spicy.
spicy comic.
Only slightly spicy.
Oh no! Oh no!
Why
Oh
do
no! Oh no!
why do you say it like that?
Visions of V and 5 would take precedence. I'm not wrong. Word of God is rated the north. I I understand that, but you understand the point of canon is the point of canon in
I'll
general,
have to look
including
at
Word
this.
of God, is
I'll
to
have to
maintain a
look.
consistent
I'll
interpretation.
have to look at the statement later because if that's true, that would definitely cause some issues with the scaling chain. But at least that would rectify
That
that.
would cause issues with like general lore, not even just power scaling.
Have you seen the Fat Ashley mod for RE4 remake? I have not.
Like that devil, I've had to explain this again. Like the entire purpose
Asking who would
of
win.
canon is to make a consistent interpretation.
Asking who would win between John Wick and Leon. I was like asking who would win between a normal T-virus person and an Iron Maiden.
Hey, he fell off a lot of buildings in that one movie, so it's fine. I haven't played any of the Resident Evil games, so I don't
haven't.
know, honestly.
I've been thinking if they go on sale again, I'll download one of the Resident Evil games and just mod it out to play it.
Let me go over here. Their brotherhood is kind of defined by hatred, but from outside source. No, it's not defined by hatred. That's objectively wrong. They have great dislike for each other, but they literally love each other more than like they hate each other. Virgil spends his entire life going for the Force Edge and then gives it up to tell his brother to go back to the mortal realm because he didn't want him to be in he didn't want him to be in the demon world. What the fuck do you call that if not love?
No, I think House is fucking. I think House can fall into Birkin's tier.
Dante named his shop Devil Never Cry because he was crying since he thought he left Virgil to die in the demon world.
Actually, he
what the
wasn't
fuck?
crying. If you look at the name, it says he wasn't crying.
Man, it doesn't really cause issues. We see in Visions of V that they do love each other. Mangler, what do you mean? Maybe need sleep too. I definitely don't need sleep because I actually overslept today.
You do.
I woke up at 9:30.
Because you're taking forever with these fucking puzzles.
I know. I'm sorry. Like I thought I would use the crossblade, but then the crossblade was like, no, I'm not gonna be reliable. And then I'm like, fuck you. I'm gonna die now.
Oh, so I was gonna ask, would you guys watch me play Roller Coaster Tycoon or no?
I would do it. I would do it.
Because apparently,
don't ask questions.
Which, ironically enough, right after we were done talking to Kyle about it, Mangler, do you want a hug? Mangler asking, "Do you want a hug?"
Okay, so Devil, I'm trying to explain that if their brotherhood is defined by hatred, okay, and that statement is made in 5, we now have to find sources of information that support that position. The problem is that the DMC source material prior to 5 completely disagrees with that position.
Because
it does not disagree with the idea that they dislike each other, but the idea that they hate each other or that their brotherhood is defined by hatred is objectively wrong.
Because Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, the complete edition, is on sale for $7. I can afford that.
The wrong part of it as well. No, so I'm not saying that Visions of V didn't retcon it. What I'm saying is that that statement was so incorrect and had such an overwhelming preponderance of evidence, it wouldn't even be a retcon. It couldn't even be put into place because all the information in the source material created by the developers disagrees with that position. It's not one statement versus one statement. It's not like we've had like one game where it's like, well, Dante and Virgil had a single conversation and we didn't know anything about them and they thought they were being nice to each other. And then we got a single statement later that said, well, their brotherhood is defined by hatred. Okay, but if we had like no evidence that suggested otherwise, sure, but we have like 5 games. We have like several novels. We have all these guidebooks. Like we're not in a position to
Zim,
say that a single statement
do you
can
think
do all this.
Ichigo versus Ilkiora fight in Hellverse movie only canon to main series? Okay,
Which
so this is something I learned over time is that apparently Devil, go to fucking sleep. You guys can argue this later. Mangler can barely think about the fucking
Devil.
puzzle.
No. I can think about the puzzle. My problem is getting
February
timing.
15th? Good. I'll
Which
just
they
be right back.
retconned. Yeah, I agreed that they retconned it, but it was never put into practice. It was never applied because it was wrong. It was objectively wrong, and you couldn't defend that position. If you tried to argue that in the discussion or prove that with evidence, you would be wrong. And it's not canon. It wasn't applied. I've mentioned this before. In order to apply a statement or something in source material, it needs to be consistent with the overall evidence presented in the certain source material, unless there's more evidence for that interpretation. That's the entire point of new canon versus old canon, is that you produce new information that supports the interpretation. That's the entire purpose of having higher canon over lower canon. That's the entire reason we make all these rules about hierarchies between different levels of source material. It's to provide a consistent interpretation. That's the only reason. I'm saying that fixed their state. No. I don't disagree, Devil. I don't disagree. They did fix their mistake. I agree with you. I'm just saying I'm just saying that was still wrong and it wouldn't have been applied when it was a thing. Like if it is 2019 right now and DMC5 is the most recent game and there was nothing else, that statement would still be false. It wouldn't be applicable. Like you wouldn't be able to be like, well, Dante and Virgil actually hate each other. Like
Authors can be wrong, just saying. Authors can be wrong, but that depends on the context for when the author's being wrong.
it also depends on where they're presenting the information, as I said, because it could be the case that they're presenting a piece of information that you didn't know about that isn't covered in any information and doesn't conflict with something. So it
Yeah.
really depends on what they're saying.
Authors can be wrong, but you only disregard an author's statement if they are objectively wrong. A great example of this is in the book which I bought, where the author of JoJo goes out of his way to tell you how to write an award-winning manga, which is kind of silly, but all right, fun.
That sounds so funny.
He says that Jonathan is Joseph's father, which is objectively wrong.
Yeah, no, that's literally wrong. Like Jonathan is his grandfather.
Yeah, so he just forgot about George Joestar. Unless Jonathan's not as noble as we thought. Another
Oh
fucking
God.
Jotaro case.
No, don't say that.
Here's an example of not to being wrong. Zim says Rin is wholesome when in actual. None of you
I would
have
like
read
to
the
claim
book.
death of the author.
Oh, bro.
I'm just kidding.
Who the hell is Joe Joestar? Yeah, exactly. George Joestar. No one remembers him. So canonically, Joseph's dad was a army guy who gets killed by a vampire.
Devil, go to sleep, you fool. You need sleep. You cannot survive on Monster.
And Jonathan fucked his adopted daughter after he had already died. You're gonna find out Dio showed up in the middle of the night and banged her.
And no, drinking monsters is not the answer, or toughing it out is not the answer. Sleep, you fool. Okay, can we please get up there?
Yeah, no.
Oh, I think I know how to get through this after dying like 5 times.
Dang it, I don't keep a death counter for you guys.
Wait, can't I just? There we go.
Just give us 2
I
lives in? Good.
literally turned on my brain.
I still have not had breakfast yet, and I've been awake since like 9:30. It's currently 1 p.m. I should probably have
Sounds like a
breakfast.
skill issue.
Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to find a time to just fucking leave you alone during these streams. Normally, when I leave you alone on Sunday, it's because I have to go watch Mass. But, I don't have to do that
Uh,
today.
What
God,
if I
I am
throw
I am
that
thinking about
there?
calling into work tomorrow because it's food stamp day and it's gonna be a bunch of rowdy customers. But I need money. Why is life pain?
There we go. Okay, got it.
I think the author was supposed to say Jonathan is Joseph's grandfather, but forgot to put the grand. Yep. Good work tomorrow, Zim. Fuck you. Question: Weren't you
Where's
surprised
the?
that say Dante and Virgil hate each other?
It says it in mission 20 in the loading screen.
If you're looking
It says
for art
hatred.
books, you can find some like Bayo and E hentai. Link.
Wait, where is?
Source.
Can't I just hold up a minute?
I just got
I thought
done
I.
paying my friend back $50 for fucking cards. So I found out that in order to, if you want to make custom like trading card games, fucking, it's only $15 for a 60 card deck. So that's fucked. They really overcharge for that shit. Of course, then wants a link to a hentai site, a fucking course. Guys, I'm not there for the hentai. I'm there for the fucking guidebooks, guys. Come on now. Come on, context.
That just happened to be only on the hentai websites. Yes, of course, of course, of course.
Hey, I'm not the one who fucking set that shit up. You got a problem
I
with
I I
me?
know, I know. It's the stupidest thing. Somebody well, this was actually before I found out that this wasn't the case. But some of the scans from Trinity of Fates, the art diagram for Trinity of Fates that shows Arius being connected to all the bosses, that was sourced to me on a hentai website, and I'm like, I'm not comfortable with reading that. is this is this what I need to give up the source information? Zim, on the other hand, was like, well, I am the most wholesome. I am so wholesome that I can look at things that are unwholesome and make them wholesome. So it is perfectly fine for me to read this hentai website.
That is perfectly true. Everything I touch becomes wholesome. Did I
What
know
are
it's been
you,
like
just like
months or years at this point, but have you
the
ever saw that Udon comic interview link I gave you? The answer to that question is no. And I'm sorry I keep forgetting about that. No, I have no excuse there. I will just apologize. I'll make time for it
Oh,
eventually. Listen,
wait.
for sure when I talk about Street Fighter when in a video, I'll go look at that video. 100%.
Um,
Dude, Virgil Special Edition literally was being an asshole Dante in the Special Edition, even Tim agrees. Yeah, he was being an asshole for no reason in the underworld.
yeah, but that's not the case across the entire
Have you
series.
seen the Uno? Have you guys seen the Uno video where Dante and Virgil are playing Uno?
Yes. Also, that wouldn't really, him being rude to his brother wouldn't be an example of him being like their brotherhood being defined by like hatred, because that's referring to the entire series, like the entire length of time that they've known each other. Their brotherhood is defined by hatred, which is kind of debunked by
All right.
like all the source material in the entire series.
All right, fellas. I'll be back like in like 15 minutes. I'm gonna have breakfast, so I will just turn on the gameplay audio.
Virgil's just being Virgil. He does not hate Dante. Well, so you can say they
No, he
dislike
doesn't
each
actually.
other. Manga, yeah, I'll watch them. The manga definitely, Three's manga does go out of its way to point out that like Dante's been stubborn. They've never really seen eye to eye. It is true that they've had problems with each other. I don't disagree with that. I think the series makes it very clear that they have issues. But saying that they hate each other is like you're denoting like a specific action that they have with each other at all times, like a specific attitude, and that's just not true. Because some of their most important moments and the things that they remember themselves as characters are moments where they're trying to save each other or help each other, and it's like, how can you say that they're defined by hatred if like their best moments are literally just them caring for one another? It doesn't make sense. Also, wait, I think hang on. I think I have a solution. Oh, wait. No, if I redirected this, that wouldn't work. Oh, wait. I know what I'm doing. Okay, I completely failed. All right, so this one goes over here. Then we'll just use the. I need to stop using those stupid things because they're not what I need. Those stupid collapsing walkways. We take this, we use these two portals, one here, and then one at the corner of the room. That will redirect the beam to this little globe thing, but then we'll also have to hit the power switches here, which will then rise them up into the air. And I'm going to have to redirect it within like a certain time, but I should have enough time to hit those switches if I just throw it at the correct moment. So one right there, and then one right here. But I'm gonna also have to wait for... Oh, I gotta go now. No! Okay, well, I suck. I failed, and now I'm gonna have to wait for them to go all the way around again. It's probably gonna take like a good 20 seconds. Unfortunate. Oh, look, it is the Balrog. Virgil dislikes Dante's behavior. Yes, hate, no. Who is brother? Dante. Who is better? Who's brother? Who's better brother? Dean Winchester or Sam Winchester? I would have to look through the entire series to determine that, because they do a lot of good things for each other. I'd say if we're talking through most of the series, probably Sam, because Dean does make it kind of a point. It is a theme of the series that Dean essentially doesn't want to die alone and doesn't want to be left behind. But like, you know, Dean basically, I think Sam basically points out that when Dean is dead or when he dies and goes to hell, he basically lets him have peace, or goes to purgatory. He lets him have peace after looking for him, because he realizes that, like, if Dean is gone, he needs to let him go. So I would say that it kind of depends on who you're asking in the series, because Dean seems to be under the impression that you always go to save your family no matter what the circumstance, even if they're in the afterlife. And Sam doesn't necessarily agree with that, but Sam has also attempted to save Dean from the afterlife multiple times. So it depends on what season we're talking about, because Sam has different positions on what he believes, depending on what year he's doing the things in. Oh. Would you fuck Mangler, Ruby, or Rowena? Well, I'm not interested in people practicing witchcraft, and I'm generally not interested in, you know, demons. So, probably neither. Loading screen is complete bullshit. It's like what V says, more where they simply disagree with the very existence, aka Dante would disagreeing with Virgil's whole power shit. Disagreeing with Virgil, I missed. Kyle's here? Kyle is here. He is just embodying what his label on his name says, which is being a wallflower. He's hiding.
I am letting you finish your sentence.
I'm sorry. How are you doing, Kyle?
I'm doing well. You must redirect the beams.
We are not at that point, but fuck you.
Are you ready for Asriel just to say that over and over, even though you get it?
Oh my god, guys. No. So there's a section where you get to a point in the Black Tower, and Azrael, once the beams spawn in the room where Azrael is, he'll just say, "The beams. Redirect the beams." But then he won't stop saying it. He gets put on repeat, so you'll just hear the sound of him saying, "The beams. Redirect the beams," for like 40 minutes until you're done with the puzzle. Alright, now I just have to... Whoa, hold up. Okay. In whatnot? What is this time of morning? What in the... I don't know what you're saying. Does not compute with my English. Whoa. Let me get over there. Okay, okay. There we go. All right, finally. It was not that hard of a puzzle, and if you just use the abyssal chains, it takes like 5 seconds. Unfortunately, I deactivated parts of my brain, so clearly we didn't get through it quickly enough. Life is so much easier when I can just focus on the game. Let me just... Wow, I probably lost more health falling from this position than I have, like, just fighting in actual combat. For shame. There we go. Okay. Now we are off to the position. I'm just glad I'll be done with the Black Throne. It's already tomorrow for Kyle. It's 4:20. Dean Winchester sells his old soul to Dean. Saved Sam, but Sam didn't save Dean at all. So this is actually incorrect. Sam does try to save Dean after the events of Season 3. He tries to get him back from hell, but he's unable to. And then Castiel saves him. He gives up after several attempts because he says they tried everything.
And
and then they had a burial for him. So, go ahead.
Doesn't he make it a point to say that he tried going after several crossroad demons, but none of them would make a deal with him?
He actually literally went after the crossroad demons. We see him talk to the red-eyed demon who gave Dean the deal. And then when the red-eyed demon doesn't give Sam what he wants, he just kills her. So, like, Sam was very much about the position of... the beams, redirect the beams. Sam was very much about the position of saving Dean's soul. It's just that you understand that in order to save a person's soul, if you don't have like specific artifacts, you usually have to do a deal with a demon, because you have to get them to if they're in hell, you have to get access to hell, and the only way to go there is via the demons if you don't have your own inherent power. And for the Winchesters, they're mostly human. So, I say mostly, but... Oh wow, the textures in this game are... Oh my god, Kyle, do you see this? The textures are just falling off my... They're disappearing. I noticed that this is happening with my dash. Like, the textures are disappearing from my dash and my Shadow Glide wings. The game is just not equipped to handle my stuff. Now, granted, it's no Darksiders 2. It's not crashing, but it's definitely not. Oh wait, hang on. Why don't I? Gonna go get the explosive shadow bombs. Wait. That's a locked door. Oh yes, I will redirect the beams, because that totally wasn't what I was doing before. Thank you, Azrael. You've reminded me of my purpose in life. Yes, I will redirect the beams. Thank you for reminding me yet again. Where the hell is that? Oh. Now see, guys, when I said he was going to repeat it over and over again, I wasn't exaggerating. I think he is scripted to repeat the line, "The beams redirect the beams," every like 20 seconds. I'm not sure why they felt the need to do that.
I don't know if they just ran out of money to give the voice actor like more lines. So just like, we've got this line.
Like, that works. Now that was fine. I'm just saying, like, they probably could have had a longer interval, like maybe every 40 seconds instead of every 15 or 20 seconds.
maybe if, every time you enter the room.
Yeah.
Instead of
Fine.
just being in the room.
I don't know if you know this, Kyle, but we have to redirect the beams.
You don't say.
You might not have been aware of it, but now you are. And knowledge is half the battle. Yeah, those textures are just disappearing. Oh, hang on. My legs hurt. I just need to take a second. Hey guys, I'm a Devil May Cry fan now. No more Bayo? Why no more Bayo? What happened? Bayo just got repetitive, plus I think I was lying to myself about my love for DMC. It's edgy, and I used to realize that it's an excuse to be invested in it, but I realized I just love edgy shit, and I gotta deal with it. So yeah, I like DMC, but Bayo, or I like Bayo, but DMC my honeymoon.
Why can't
that's
you
fine.
guys be interesting? What happened
I
to
mean,
my 12 viewers?
What do you mean, what happened to your 12 views? It's so easy.
Why can't you guys keep audience retention rates?
Azrael is driving them all away. He keeps repeating the line, the beams, redirect the beam.
Oh no. Kyle, didn't you tell him what to do? I thought I heard you say something.
I did. I told him to redirect the beams.
I know how to redirect beams. I just have to wait for this to come around.
Then why aren't they redirected?
Oh wait, I need to go up higher. Yeah, that's right. I have to go up higher.
Anyways, Kyle, back
There we go.
up. Kyle, confirm I am wholesome.
To where are my textures?
So you want me to lie?
Kyle.
Well, now that you're past Lint, we can find out how wholesome you really are.
But I don't.
I have plumbed it. I have plumed the deep depths of the internet, but unfortunately, I have failed to use them. I could not find the book. Thank you, Rock and Alice, for checking, because I appreciate that. I didn't expect to get any art book at all, but that's interesting. That's fine. I'll just purchase the guidebook myself after I'm done paying the voice actress. Well, no, I shouldn't, because I have so many projects in front of like Ozra's Rad. Because after I'm done with this, it's 15. And then after 15, it's going to be either Cyberpunk or Nier Automata, which I don't know if for Nier I'm going to include the mobile game and shit, or just stick with what's in Automata.
There's a mobile game for Nier?
There is, and it does cross over with Nier Automata and shit. I may ask Neo to help me with the Nier video for sure though, because he knows about Dragon Guard.
Because everyone loves you jogging, they do.
Play Replicant
The beams, Mangler, what do they mean? I don't know. I still haven't figured it out.
I already own Replicant, so I can just play Replicant whenever I want. Hang on, I need to check the thing.
You guys remember the Riddle of Sorrows? That thing that the Charred Council talk about at the beginning of Darksiders 3, where they're just like, if sin is part of creation, is sin not then by definition divine? You see, the Riddle of Sorrows is difficult to figure out, but it's still nothing compared to the beams. Universe is sick. See, guys, they were just trying to improve the healthcare system of the Darksiders universe by killing all the demons.
Yeah, so I'll play Replicant first. But yeah, no, those are the four. There's a Cyberpunk guy I know. Oh no, it's fucking it's Jay Anarch. Did I kick him? No. Okay, Chungus should still be in the Discord server. Yeah, Chungus has access to the original board game. I think I'll have to talk to him about it.
So again, let's go over this. Azrael's plan is to basically summon the entire armies of hell and just fight them only with the Hellguard under the impression that he will be able to kill all the Chosen in a small period of time just before the rest of Hell's armies appear.
To be fair, it's not Azrael's plan. It was
Abaddon's. No, I meant to say Abaddon's.
I don't think Abaddon realized he was going to goof up.
I mean, even if War hadn't showed up, he was no closer to killing any of the Chosen, and Straga killed him in like 5 seconds. So,
on top of which,
Well, that's because they were ready, though.
no.
That wasn't necessarily because, like, in normal circumstances.
no, like he just wasn't strong enough to actually fight the Chosen.
Also, Zim, this is also like another case of the Lords of Hell didn't show up on Earth, and arguably the strongest angel on Earth, was barely able to hold his own.
That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Why exactly? Tell me your concerns.
Because why is Heaven so weak in comparison?
It was just the Hellguard, though. It was not like all of Heaven's forces. Because keep in mind, this was not a sanctioned action by Heaven. He did not have he did not have like.
Shouldn't the Hellguard be stronger?
There are people. There are other archangels in Heaven aside from Abaddon that are considered some of the strongest angels. So no, that's not necessarily true.
So the Hellguard isn't the entirety of Heaven's army. It's just a Vanguard unit.
Yeah, but your Vanguard is usually your stronger unit. That's why they go in first.
It's
you
still
would think
just,
so.
It's still just a singular unit.
Wait. So
I'm saying if they brought all the archangels, it might have been different.
Archangel or no?
It'd be the equivalent of America basically sending a single platoon to another country for war.
So is Azrael stronger than some of the fucking demons, or is he also weak as shit?
No, he's stronger than a good chunk of demons. It's just like the problem is that each one of the Chosen bare minimum is comparable to the archangels.
No, DMC fan wants to educate me. What are you asking to be educated on?
And he's convinced.
If you want DMC lore, just watch my channel, bro.
Time to promote.
Time to promote myself on my own channel.
Yeah, I didn't say it was wrong. I just said it's time to promote.
I mean, like, it also doesn't help that, like, none of the Lords of Hell showed up, and it was just the Chosen.
It wasn't even all the Chosen. It was just Straga. Now, to be fair, Straga is the strongest of the Chosen, so it's not necessarily bad that he was killed by the strongest fighter that they had, but he was killed in a single hit. So, you know.
How is John Wick not number 1?
Well, I don't know if you know this is.
No.
This is John Wick Chapter 4.
There's a YouTube channel that apparently is, I guess, trying to rank the fighters from weakest to strongest. And unless the thumbnail is clickbait, he has John Wick at 3.
What?
I'm assuming.
I'm sorry.
I'm assuming the thumbnail is clickbait.
Who was number 2?
Minato, I know you're just taking the piss here. You've literally heard us talking enough times. If not, you can watch some videos on the channel. I assure you, you'll be educated quickly.
Wait. Where's the door?
No, I guess it was clickbait.
Had to be clickbait. There's no way. Like, we clearly didn't watch the same movies. Okay, I think there's another floor above this one.
Wait. Someone said Kane would lose to Zero. The guy said Kane would lose to Zero.
Who's Zero?
The main antagonist of John Wick 3. The bald guy.
Oh yeah. No. Like.
Yeah, the bald ninja guy in John 3 versus.
If I recall correctly, Zero fought John and died. Kane fought John and lived. I mean, that's maybe an oversimplification, but it's still true.
I know. I'm just being.
I mean,
And
that-
Kane's also blind, so
At the same time, Zero's main ability is the fact that he's super silent. That's literally what his school's all about.
and
So
he's
you're
also
saying he's the
playing
perfect
in an
counter to
environment
Kane.
that gives him the advantage. So
That literally doesn't help when you have somebody who relies on every other sense but their sight.
I'm just saying Kane technically had to fight him in areas where that would have technically been disadvantageous for him. And Zero fights in an area that's specifically specialized for someone like him, and he still loses. So it's not that Zero's a bad fighter, not
Well,
at all.
damn,
It's just like
when you put it like that, well, fuck.
I'm sorry. I thought this. Maybe I should have.
Is
Oh
that
wait, hang
bingo?
on.
I'm not sure.
Let me go over here. Do.
Yeah, so once Mangler gets through here, I think he fights Straga, and then it's basically just like a straight run to the end of the game.
I just have to
Well-
gather the Armageddon blade pieces and then gather like 4 things because I'm just gonna get some of the powers of like the horsemen and kill Wicked K, and that's it. But that literally requires me to just run to use the serpent holes, teleport to locations, and then walk in, and then I'll be done in like probably an hour.
About to.
Well, you literally have to fight yourself as well.
Oh yeah, I also have to go to Eden. Actually, no, I'm going to Eden first, technically.
About to play DMC3, aka best DMC game, if you say so, mate.
I don't know. Is Samaj in the call? He might have a word. Might have words. All right.
Is John Wick Neo from the Matrix? He is not. DMC3 is the worst game. Mangler, can you answer my question? Lords of Shadow Dracula versus Yuha is apparently his question.
That would require me to go back through Lords of Shadow. But as far as what I'm just giving you like a surface level answer of what I have now and what I've seen in Lords of Shadow. I would probably say Lords of Shadow Dracula has enough resistances to enter the fight with Yuha, but Yuha's abilities overall would be pretty drastically superior to him. Plus, I'm pretty sure he has better speed feats. Granted, Lords of Shadow does scale somewhere in the 2C category, so he could be comparable to Yuha in terms of AP, but like arsenal-wise, a lot of the things in his arsenal are things that you can argue Yuha resists. Or Yuha could just neg with the Miracle, the Visionary, or the Almighty. Or Death Dealing. Death Dealing, I don't think Gabriel has anything that can deal with Death Dealing. Death Dealing is really, really annoying. Is there not Oh well, at least he changed his lines. It's no longer the beams redirect the beams. It's one final beam and I will be free.
So where's the beam?
That is the question. Oh wait, I have to go up there.
I just got back to my True Love DMC and I'm already disgusted. Why did you go to Bayonetta?
Bro, DMC3 DMD is trash. Gimmick simulator for half the bosses.
Too true.
Don't you play? Yeah, but you play DMC4 though. The game that's like fucking not only half unfinished, but has the glass boss fight, the savior, enemies like Sanctus.
Italian scale to Sauron. Kyle, go!
What's Italian? Oh, we already went this way. Yeah, we have to get out of here.
Kyle. Is he not fucking here?
No. You want Neg Immortality Type 9 and High Godly Regeneration? Castlevania Lords of Shadow Dracula does not have Type 9 Immortality and High Godly Regeneration. So Maybe someone might not told you this because VSB actually fucked this up, and this was factually like not correct. But basically, VSB cross-scaled Dracula, main timeline Dracula, to Lords of Shadow Dracula, because they have similar item descriptions on a lot of their weapons. So they just assume, therefore, they're basically the same weapon in a different universe. That is not true. They are all of the different like timelines in Dracula's multiverse are different. Yeah, they take place in the same multiverse. This is true, but you do not cross scale them equivocally. You have to find information in Lords of Shadow's like actual source material that confirms he can do those things, and there is no evidence of him having Type 9 or high godly regen.
DMC3 grades save your window fine, but Sanctious is a skill issue, Mangler.
Sanctious is not a skill issue. Sanctious shouldn't be like. Sanctious is like a terribly designed boss.
Talion is the main character from Idol. Wait, Kyle, are you back?
Yes, I am back. And Sanctious is a boss that's not particularly well designed for Nero.
No. No one cares about that. Someone asked a question if Talion could scale to Sauron.
Yes.
Okay, there's your answer. Good job. Someone was asking earlier if Alex Mercer could infect Armstrong because, like what Armstrong's now machines protect him.
Yep. Very good.
All right. That person's already gone, but probably, but yeah. Anyway, main timeline Dracula versus Yuha. Now go on, Kyle.
Main timeline Dracula, from what I understand, has more abilities. But I would not be able to talk about the fight in depth because I have not scaled everything from main timeline Dracula. I just know that they cross-scaled everything from main timeline Dracula into Lord Shadow Dracula, which is objectively wrong. He does not have access to the same powers and abilities. He has a lot of the same descriptions, and I will say it is true that Lords of Shadow Dracula overlaps like a lot of its information in its descriptions, but the reason for that is Lords of Shadow Dracula is intended to be a reboot. He's a rebooted. He's reboot Dracula. That's why a lot of his descriptions are the same, because they're technically better. They're more explicitly like mainstreamed or mainlined, like streamlined versions of the same descriptions and abilities. Like if you were to play 3 Castlevania like Lords of Shadow games and play 3 Castlevania games, you would walk away assuming, scaling wise, that Castlevania Lords of Shadow Dracula is vastly superior to the main timeline. Because you have to basically play like 20 different Castlevania games in a mobile game and every single like guidebook under the fucking sun to come to the same interpretation. Oh, here we go. I found it.
Did Sauron get weaker in his fight with Talion? Or fight with Talion? What the fuck?
No. No, not necessarily.
Let's go over here. Is this the right way? Yes. I don't know why I did that when there was no purpose in it. Okay. Get rid of this.
To be fair, scaling Dragon Castlevania Judgment alone would still be enough AP to be Gabriel. Look, man, I don't care about Castlevania.
You don't need again, even if we're talking about the reboot Castlevania or Lords of Shadow Dracula is not a character that you can just AP stomp. You need to be able to interact with his immortality and his regeneration and like a lot of his other abilities and his passives. So like he is the weaker version of Dracula in terms of like versus scaling. This is true. But like I think people don't seem to understand that a reboot of Castlevania is still Castlevania. You're not you're dealing with a verse that is known for being like haxy. Let's go over there. Like you can't just beat the characters, well, at least not the Draculas. You can't just beat them by AP stomping them. Unless you're like a dimension above them.
Wait, did we watch my movie? I have not. Is Castlevania Fighting Game canon? Not sure. Zim played Doom. I think Doom Eternal sucks, so that's why I have not played it.
But will you play it if they pay you?
Yeah.
Wait, am I in the right? Oh, I should have gotten rid of that portal. Well, whatever. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. These puzzles are at least easy.
How
know it's-
embarrassing.
I know it's mostly a reference to AP, but Lords of Shadow Dracula is still a pain in the ass to deal with, even if you're a multi-plus character. That's how Castlevania wins most of its matchups on PSP. That's how Castlevania would win most of its matchups in general. Yeah, it's not a verse that you want to walk in there with a hammer to slam and a sickle to grind per se. You better have some really good abilities. Where's the abyssal? Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh.
Apparently, the God of War update added some items or something. Did it?
Yeah. Well, I grabbed that a little too soon.
All the new free items in God of War Ragnarok update. Let's take a look.
Wait a minute. Does that not stop?
Okay, cool.
No, it was stopping. I don't understand what happened there. That was just weird.
Okay, so they added a new armor set. Ares armor.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see this. What's the description for the Ares armor set? Maybe we'll make Devil go back and play New Game Plus.
No. Don't make him do that.
Oh wow, that's actually kind of cool. They added his
Well, they
armor
give him.
from the end of God of War 1 where he becomes the God of War.
Oh, the one at the beginning of 2?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a
Wonder
little
what it looks
off.
like.
Armor forged in the raging fashion of the Greek God of War. That's his description.
Nice.
Zim, which plays superior, Rebellion or Yamato? Yamato.
Is that a question or just affirmation?
Yeah.
All right, now, while I monkey jump for this portal to come around.
Wait, you can get a shirt.
How are you guys
Wait,
doing?
can you finally get shirtless Kratos? You can.
About time.
That's weird.
What do you mean that's weird? That's literally how he rocked during the entirety of the Greek saga.
Yeah, I know. It's just weird that it's called Spartan armor. They just made canon shirtless shirtless Kratos. A shield fit for one of the most hardened warriors. There are Spartan weapons in the game now. Well, I was kind of hoping to have an actual description. Endgame Zeus armor. Let me see this. I guess we got new Zeus armor.
Am I not gonna get the?
Imagine if it says armor of the strongest god, please.
Maybe that would stop people from pestering the developers on Twitter for a question about Zeus versus Odin.
No, it wouldn't. It would literally just enrage them to ask even further.
Okay, so the final armor, this is the description. Armor forged in the fashion of the king of the Greek gods, a blessing and a curse. Yeah, so alright, so no good descriptions, no new ones sadly. Also, you got new color palettes, so that's cool. You can now customize the color of your armor a little better. Cyan Bell versus Dante. Anybody else
Are you saying that they're adding new stuff to Ragnarok that should have already been in the game.
Well, I think they're adding a New Game Plus. Yeah, they're actually committing to New Game Plus.
Bro, New Game Plus should have been a stock standard thing to have in the game. I don't know how they fucked this up twice in a row. They literally had an update for New Game Plus for God of War 2018. Like, you literally had to wait for him to update that into the game. It didn't come stock standard.
I need some food.
Weakness.
But I will admit, if you get to change the color of the armor, that's a pretty spicy touch.
If I go through Castlevania, if I go through it completely, I will start answering Castlevania questions. But until I have gone through it, I will not talk on any verdicts regarding Castlevania characters and other characters.
I will never scale.
Lords of Shadow is different, though.
I will probably never scale Castlevania.
Well, there you go. The questions will remain unanswered, unless they're referring to Lords of Shadow, in which case I will answer the best of my ability. Also, some people think that a multi-plus character automatically wins against 2C character, which is wrong. It generally seems to be the case. No. So he just means like they're just winning by virtue of being like multi-plus.
No, I know that definitely depends on the character. There are like most of the matchups between a 2A and 2C character end with the 2A character winning. There's like there's not as many characters who can survive that matchup as much as like someone like Dante or probably Dracula could, since Dracula also I think just scales low 2C.
Well, it's also like I can understand if they just see like most 2A characters generally have a better arsenal than your average 2C character. I would probably agree with that. But there are instances of that not being the case for both of them, obviously. There are 2C characters that are not that hacks, and there are 2A characters that are just kind of like glorified AP hounds. They're just really strong. And that's it. I have to go get some food, but I'll be right back.
Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not playing Castlevania. I currently have like, well, outside of Fist and North Star stuff and videos I can do on my own, I currently only have 2 major hot powerful projects this year, maybe 3 if I could squeeze it in. Thor literally one shot Kratos into the grave without trying hard. Yeah. I vaguely scale Assassin's Creed. I vaguely scale it. Zen Persona 5 stream? Soon as done Persona 3. Is Kyle streaming today? Good question. Kyle?
If you want.
Are you streaming today? Because apparently you didn't stream yesterday.
I suppose if you want.
Do you guys want to watch Kyle stream today? For the people who watched Kyle stream? Not since you guys don't know. Dark Lord is saying yes. That's
Very well then.
Yes. What game is Kyle going to play? LOL. Rock and Alice also says yes, so you have 2 yeses. No, he's on his channel. He plays he's playing Shadow of War right now.
At the moment, I am. Yeah. We're nearing the end.
Who is the strongest hentai character? Why would you ask that question? Why would you assume I would know the answer to that question? That's not very wholesome. But if I had to make a guess, this is not my opinion. This is only information I've heard from Neo.
Look, all you need to know is the strongest character is whichever one in the series has the hair covering the eyes.
I was actually a while back, way a while back, I think like 2 years ago, I was thinking about actually doing how powerful for a hentai character as a fucking joke. But I thought to myself, I probably could not get away with this.
You probably could, you just couldn't show any of the scenes.
Yes, but it'd be kind of weird.
Unfortunately. Well, go ahead.
Oh, no, hang on, Mangler, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, unfortunately, I could not find my regular food, so I'm going to eat 2 Swiss rolls. That'll be my lunch for now.
Anyways.
Are you laughing?
The only thing I'll tell you about hentai characters is specifically that I guarantee you they have way more stamina than most characters in fiction. Get some butter on those rolls. Wait, hang on. You said it was a Swedish roll or whatever?
Mangler DMD, DMC3 DMD has Jester, Arkham, Lady, Gary, and Gigapede. Gary and Gigapede are not problems, as I've told you before. Gigapede you can cheese or fight regularly. Lady's boring.
Gigapede doesn't really count as a boss.
I mean, if you want to, Gigapede technically does, but
I mean, he's in the left section.
I'm saying, like, Gigapede literally has multiple counters to him. He's just, at most, he's just, like, inoffensive or maybe boring. But he's not terribly designed. Especially not for a flying enemy. You can literally, like, ride him.
Like, it is in all the actual moment you use the apple. It is pretty hacksy, yeah. This build like the one shot
One of these
Kratos.
Assassin's Creed questions.
Maybe one day we'll play Assassin's Creed games on stream. And by we, I mean Kyle. Kyle, go.
Well,
Source, why so many gimmicks? Bro, you play DMC4, which has bosses that are literally shitting gimmicks. Or just bosses that are inferior versions of bosses in other games. What do you mean?
I also got asked the question, Zim, what's my question?
Oh, you didn't ask a question. I was saying that you were going to play Assassin's Creed games one day. Not me.
Jester is literally a bullet hell simulator. Gigapede is at least annoying. Gigapede is interactable. Gigapede can be actually fun. Jester, fair. Arkham, fair. Garion, Gigapede, no.
Okay, Gigapede's
Lady,
fucking... Hang on, Gigapede's annoying as hell. What the fuck are you on about?
I've literally been able to fight that boss and redirect all of his attacks at him, and it's satisfying to do the amount of damage it does.
I never said it was hard. I said he was annoying.
No. I'm not referring to it being hard. I'm saying that's not annoying to redirect his attacks back at him. It's annoying to play the boss fight if you don't know what you're doing, but that's the case with like every boss in the series.
No. Only annoying if you fall off his back and you have to try and run back up so you don't get like cheesed by his ground assaults.
Well, no. Mangler's claiming you hit those back at him. He's not claiming to be on his back. He's claiming you hit the balls back.
No. You can play on his back as well. You can literally freeze him with the ice. You can hit him below and also do extra damage with revolver and like Agni and Ruja spams. Like you have so many different ways that you can play that boss. It's just the more ways that I can interact with the boss, the more ways that I could freely and accessibly do it, the harder time I have believing the claim that like a boss is just annoying or terrible, and just that a person is just the person playing it is just terrible at the game. I don't want to make everything seem like a skill issue, but the problem is that when we're dealing with a series like DMC, it's very clearly obvious what is considered a skill issue and what isn't.
Would you skill the issue like Hades and play Unity Zim? Do it. I'm not playing Unity. You'd have to pay for it.
Bro, I'd love to fight the Savior than Gigapede. Yeah, because the Savior isn't really a boss fight. It's just a set piece. Of course, you'd rather fight something where you're not actually fighting at all.
Wow.
Oh, also, I think I found out where I was going to go.
Yes. Well, I might have a little more money than I was expecting. Go figure.
Oh, nice. I think I found out what I was going to do.
You can literally get Unity for free? No, you can't, guys. Unity's not free. Come on, stop lying to me.
I've tried to play Unity multiple times, and it just crashes. I want to play it so badly, but it just crashes.
I was thinking about getting Far Cry 4 to play with Kyle, but you can't play fucking Far Cry 4 or fucking co-op and not do the storyline for some stupid fucking reason.
Is it crossplay at least?
What?
Well, no.
No, I have my brother's PS4 in my room. So when Kyle streams at night, I talk to him on the PS4 when it's his streams.
Oh yes.
I mean, we could go and try and take over all the fortresses.
But the probably not even that many.
Oh, there's tons of them. There's like over 20.
That's also true for Jester. Jester's a little bullet hell sim. I'm not defending Jester. I literally said Jester is a terrible boss fight. No one defends Jester as a boss fight. No one's smart anyway. Wait. I think this is for the previous one. No one defends Arkham either. I'm just saying any amount of terribleness that you could claim that exists for that boss, like I could literally argue the same shit for the fucking for the glass wall. Actually, I would argue the glass wall is worse than Arkham. Because I can at least dodge Arkham and camp him to death.
I've now gotten in trouble because I've got my heater on, even though it's cold. Because apparently I live with a fucking polar bear.
Yes.
Your dad got you in trouble?
You can't understand why I have the heater on, even though it's like 15 degrees. It's fucking freezing.
Your poor dad having to deal with your bullshit.
I don't know. The temperature is relative. I think I got it. I don't like this little backtracking section that I have to do right here. I think it would have just been better if they let me go through the next door
Well,
and then came back with the beholder key.
Well, I would never play Origins because I would not play a trash Assassin's Creed game. So, you know, there's that.
Oh. There's a seal on the door in addition to that. Great. Now I get to walk all the way back.
Oh yeah, No Man's Sky fucking got another update. Duck you, if you say so, mate.
Yes.
Oh, I guess I
The
could.
game that I know so much about.
I guess I could potentially one day play BioShock on stream. I've only played BioShock 2 and I didn't even beat it. I played BioShock 3 and it was trash.
Are you able to even stream it?
I should be able to on PC because I'd be recording my screen. I wouldn't be recording the game itself.
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do it then. If you're gonna do it, get the BioShock collection.
Let me see.
You only really need to play 1 and 2. That's all that's necessary. You can play Infinite for the giggles.
So currently, right now, the BioShock collection on Steam is $11.99, which includes BioShock 1, BioShock 2 Remastered, BioShock 2's DLC, Infinite Season Pass, whatever the fuck comes in that shit.
Burial at Sea, and I think one other thing. Yeah, basically you get all the BioShock 1, 2, and Infinite with all their DLC and expansions included, which for $9 or $10, that's a steal. That's a really good deal.
Nah, for real, if you think Origins is not a good AC game, sure, but if in terms of an RPG, it is a very good game. Yeah, it's an RPG, sure, but like, when I buy a game called Assassin's Creed, you wanna know why listen, you wanna know what I wanna fucking play when I buy a game called Assassin's Creed? Guess what I wanna play? If the answer to your question is not Assassin's Creed, then you are wrong.
Hang on a sec.
If I want to play a stealth game, I'll play a good stealth game, MGS5. You know, the best Metal Gear game.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't really play that many of the Metal Gear games. I forgot to add Doppelganger Dante to the trash list. Again, like, I just think you're probably just trash at the game. Like, you can interact with Doppelganger multiple different ways. You can either flashbang him with the glass, you can turn on the glass in every room, or you can knock his shadow orbs back at him. That is more interactable than Sanctus is.
Source?
You literally spend the entire fight chasing Sanctus and he camps himself behind a barrier and spams projectiles infinitely.
Yes, BioShock, the game that innovated porn. Okay, so to be clear here for a minute, the porn industry has done a lot of innovation over the years. Like, a lot of people do not give porn as much credit as it probably deserves. It's responsible for
that was not intentional.
Well, yes, it is actually. So the reason we did CDs instead of Laserdisc because Laserdisc was objectively
No,
superior.
so you misunderstand. I mean, the BioShock games
Oh.
themselves weren't intentionally
Oh.
designed for that. That's something that like was commissioned that then led to innovations later on.
Oh, okay. I was gonna sit down. Well, I'll still explain this very briefly.
Yeah, the CDs and later discs were.
Almost all media formats we've gotten over the years has been because of porn. Because the porn industry prefers a fucking medium, and most people are fucking perverts. So that's why the porn industry ends up like controlling the media and how we consume media going forward. Holy shit, Mangler! How long has this man been waiting for his one more beam? It's been like an hour.
I know that's what I keep saying, but this man is just like one more beam. And I'm like, okay, how many puzzles does that entail? Yes.
Yeah, cause fucking I was gonna say fucking yeah, that's why we got CD instead of Laserdisc, because it was easier to make porn on Laserdisc than it was on fucking it was easier on CD than on Laserdisc. I don't know. I don't
Every time.
know. Oh, welcome back out. I don't know if porn actually helped the 3D industry improve animation wise. I think it definitely did a lot of good for the amateur 3D animation scene. I don't think it did anything for actual animation. It
How
could
you
have.
talking about, Luke?
What was that, Kyle?
Who you want? No, out.
What?
Oh yeah. At some point, we have to organize with the boys when we're doing the crossplay zombie stream.
Oh yeah, I should probably buy
Yes.
that.
Hang on. There's
How?
one more terrible bosses in DMC3 versus DMC4. That would only be because there are more bosses in DMC3 than there are in DMC4. DMC4 is missing half a game.
Kyle.
Also, DMC4's bosses are not great.
Hang
I
on.
would say Kratos, Burial, and then maybe like the first Dante fight are solid bosses. Bale is a good one, and then Echidna's like okay. That's well,
Maybe
actually no. Agnes is also a good boss fight. Agnes is actually
I,
a
I
good
was
aerial
gonna say,
boss fight.
I was gonna say Agnes is good, but in terms of terrible bosses, and if you want to try and like argue what isn't gimmicky, most of the bosses in DMC4 are way more gimmicky than DMC3. Like you have Bale and Dagon, which are objectively not good boss fights. You have Echidna, which is also it's okay, not great. You have Sanctus, which is just you can't defend Sanctus because he doesn't work well for any character.
Well, I actually don't have a problem with Echidna's position, but more specifically, like Echidna as a flying boss does allow you to interact with him. The problem with Echidna is that she's not consistent with her archetype as a flying character. There are other characters in the game that do a better job of that, like Agnes, where you can interact with Agnes, you could fight him directly, and eventually, after enough punishes on you, you could stagger his armor and then eventually like combo him. Echidna only uses her flight to leave the area where she becomes completely uninteractable, and then just dive bombs you in the middle of the location. And then she
And
mainly just has you attack either weak spots or has herself like spam a bunch of her kids at you, and they basically contribute to the boss fight for you. And that's not terrible. I don't have a problem with enemies being spawned during a boss fight. That is not how her boss fight should be going if she's a flying enemy. She should be using that to her advantage, and instead she just dive bombs you and you're not able to
well, we
play
haven't
around
even
her.
worst boss in the game. It's not even Agnes. It's Agnes's fucking window.
If you guys weren't fucking trash, it wouldn't be so fucking bad. Anyways, hang on 1 second. Kyle, are you okay? Yes, no, or option number 3, I'm doing better than Zim.
I argue Garion is worse than Arkham. If you say Garium is worse than Arkham, then you are objectively wrong.
Anyways, so regarding how strong
I'd
Garp is,
rather fight Garion 100 times over than one Arkham.
I'm gonna be honest. Garp has I think Garp might have one of, if not the best, on-screen feat. Besides, like when Blackbeard shook the world with his devil.
What, you mean the fact that Garp casually chucks like giant cannonballs that no cannon should fire?
No, have you not seen the recent chapter of One Piece?
No, I've been waiting for my iPad to get a new battery so I can like
Here.
already of the Wano arc.
Here, allow me to provide you Garp showing up to Blackbeard's island and starting shit.
Burial is easy. We're not talking. Okay. When I say whether or not they're a good boss, I am not asking or telling you what is difficult. I am saying what is properly designed. So something having a lack of interactivity doesn't necessarily make it more or less difficult. It depends on a variety of factors. I would argue Sanctus is not actually a difficult boss fight. The problem with Sanctus is that he spends the entire fight as a flying enemy, running away from you and camping behind a barrier and infinitely spawning projectiles every time he moves. You can say, well, I can snatch his position, and then he just moves.
So,
Damn!
yeah, so basically Garp shows up on the island and like half of Blackbeard's crew is there and they all get scared when they see Garp and Garp's like, give me back my pupil and basically nukes the island. Like they're afraid of the island being destroyed. They're like, get out of here, he's gonna destroy the city. It's like, nah, like, yeah. Well, here you go, Pimp Demon. You can take a look at the final panel. Let me show you. Garp just casually showed up and did a better feat in the entirety of the fucking Paramount War. Bless you, Mangler.
Sorry, I'm dying. It's hard to play this. Watch the chat. Think.
Why'd they send Fujitora to Dressrosa just saying Garp to take care of Doflamingo?
Garp would have literally one-shot on Flamingo, dude. This shit's fucking absurd. They're all like, oh no, the city's in danger!
Oh, the Admiral of the strongest fighters in the Navy. Yeah, fuck off.
Well, the majority of teachers advantage doesn't work on Garp. So I think we're gonna find out in the next couple chapters, if they continue the fight between Blackbeard and Garp, that the Ice Admiral is not a traitor. He's just part of Sword. Because apparently there's a branch of the Navy that is like Black Ops, basically. So officially, they're not part of the Navy. Unofficially, they are. And
so basically, it's when somebody goes like deep undercover.
Yeah, like, because X-Drake is a part of Sword.
Who would have guessed that Kuzan, or whatever his name, Aokiji, was operating under the radar?
No, well, that's what we're assuming, because it could be that he actually just left because fucking Sakazuki, but I would assume otherwise.
Or
you
you find
have a
out
problem with Akainu.
Or two things happen. You find out that yes, he is secretly helping the government, but to keep his identity a secret to the last minute, he'll be the one to put the killing blood to Garp under Garp's orders.
Bro, Shufta after you're still chasing him. Samaj, you don't understand. You're still chasing him. It's not difficult. I'm not saying that it's difficult. I can do it. It's easy. That's not the problem.
The reason I say he's probably a part of Sword is because you find out Kobe's a part of Sword, and when Akijo hears that, he gets shocked for a second. So, like, that kind of, at least to, like, a lot of people, myself included, kind of implies he might be part of it. I could see that being part of the ending, opening song, where Golden Happy Voice is just, like, One Piece. Just have Garp die. Bro, if Garp had the strongest hockey counter, the Blackbeard crew, Devil Fruit. Well, I don't know. The real question is...
I guarantee you it's not going to be like a one-on-one. It'll be a one-on-one for a time, but Blackbeard's going to have, like, one of his crew, like, blindside him, because there's no way he's beating Garp.
Well, this is the thing, is that I think some of these crew members were with Blackbeard when he fought Law. So, I wonder if that means that Law is dead then.
There's no way they would do that off screen.
Let me see. Everyone's all fucking kind of like, everyone's all kind of scared that we're just gonna see Blackbeard show up and he's gonna be like, room.
Oh, but that would be so fucking raw.
Okay, no.
DMC3 and DMC4 also need remakes. I would argue DMC3 mainly just needs like a couple tweaks to the health values for DMD, or just swapping it to very hard, and then needs the style switcher. 4 just needs the content from the fucking novel and a couple tweaks to some of the bosses. Well, actually, no. Technically, Lady needs to be finished as a character. So does Nero. So does Trish. And then Dante also needs tweaks, and then needs Yeah, technically 4 would probably need a remake.
The fact that teachers could negate Whitebeard's shock to the face. What? Laws say strong hockey counters devil fruit. No. So almost all of the strongest characters in One Piece acknowledge that hockey is objectively the better like source of power than devil fruit. Because hockey has no counters as far as we know.
Swim,
What?
and you can still swim.
That is true. Like even Kaido during his fight against Luffy, when Luffy shows Gear 5, Kaido's like, that's a really good ability, but hockey will let you transcend everything, so hockey's better.
Which is why I can't fathom why anyone of the Navy would have any kind of devil fruit, because that's like counterintuitive. You're literally on a boat for 90% of your life once you join the Navy.
Yeah, but fucking devil fruit. Some devil fruit powers are fucking absurdly good. Like, look at the admirals for a minute.
I think that could just
Yeah,
mainly be
but
the fact that
unless
the
so-
devil fruits
Yeah,
are not accessible. Like
yeah, but
there's
okay, so that's bullshit. That's only been a thing since like before you get into the Grand Line. Once you get into the Grand Line, you can just like fucking find them everywhere. It's absurd.
No.
well, so what I mean is that there's not enough for every single Marine.
Well, you wouldn't want all your Marines having devil fruits because then they can't swim.
And then for as many good devil fruits as there are out there are a lot of them that are just fucking dog shit.
I gotta be like, there are some devil fruits that are trash, some that are really weird, but like the Navy's devil fruits are fucking good. Like the admirals all have fucking stupidly good devil fruits.
I'm saying like you could get caught with a devil fruit where it's like I could turn my arms into firearms, or like you can either do that or just be.
Devil fruit. If you think about
well,
it,
no. When I say firearms, I mean literal guns. Like you,
Yeah,
like,
there is
your
one
gimmick
like
is
that.
just-
There is one like that. There's a lady in Dressrosa who does that.
yeah, like they're
It's kind
like,
of trash.
well, I mean, you say it's trash, but like being able to create any weapon from your body at any time and having like infinite
No.
ammo,
I'm just saying just guns.
just feed them
Just guns
artificial
exclusively.
zones. You do not want to use smile fruits. Artificial devil fruits are not a good design. That's why most of the Navy's like advancements are technology based, even though it looks like they're getting rid of the fucking technology branch for some stupid fucking reason.
Isn't it also shown because of like because the artificial devil fruits are called smiles? Isn't it shown that they have like major setbacks?
So depending on who you are, it can either work out perfectly, or you can be stuck laughing permanently and smiling permanently for the rest of your life. Although the laughing comes and goes, but you're always gonna break out into like manic laughs at some point.
So you'll just become the Joker.
Yes, and that's it. But you still get devil fruit power from it, unless it's a really bad smile fruit, and then you don't get any powers whatsoever. But you just get the smile.
That kind of sucks.
I mean, it's an artificial devil fruit. It's the price you pay for like risking it. Although
Or you could be like Jack, who's a fish man. He eats a devil fruit, and now he just can't go into the water because he won't be able to move, but he can't fucking die.
he's a fish man.
Jack, yeah.
What a dumbass! Did he think his biology was gonna counter a devil fruit's weakness?
Well, it technically does counter part of it. It just doesn't account for the weaknesses that it doesn't.
Like Bug keeping up with Impel Down Luffy is a great. Yeah, Buggy is not weak. It's just that in comparison to most of the people around him, he is kind of weak. Also, so quick rip killer for reals. Also quick context. I would
love.
Go on.
I would love to have Buggy's devil fruit.
Buggy's devil fruit is fucking busted.
Oh, it's fucking stupid. You technically can't kill him by conventional means. Like maybe blood, but that's about it.
Yes. So quick iteration. A while back, I said that Crocodile and Mihawk had similar bounties. I was wrong on that. Mihawk's bounty is 3,567,000,000 something, and Crocodile's bounty is 1,000,000,000. I think 516,000,000. So Crocodile's bounty should be higher than the Yonko commanders, but he's not on par with Mihawk's. And also Mihawk is kind of implied to be stronger than Shanks now, because Mihawk is stated to be the greatest swordsman, and they directly state his swordsmanship is greater than red-haired Shanks. So I guess Mihawk actually is Admiral level, or not Admiral, Yonko level, which is fucking weird.
It's not weird when you still have Zoro in the story. As long as Zoro is in the story, Mihawk has to be more relevant.
No, I understand that, but the
Oh,
problem is that like Mihawks never stayed to get stronger.
Mangler says that, but then Shiryu was over there just like, I'm about to get me some hawk.
Yeah, no, because like Mihawks never stayed to get stronger. So keep in mind that people who fought Mihawk during the War of the Best or the Paramount War should still be like
You
comparable to
you would
him.
literally,
That sounds like a
literally
problem for you to figure out.
for power scaling, yeah, because you literally have to argue that he's not trying during like the War of the Best. It's the same thing with Crocodile. Crocodile doesn't get any more powerful. He's not stated to from like Alabasta, which
So-
is a
Yeah.
massive problem
So
because everyone can
that
keep up with.
that one might not be true. I was revisiting the prison arc. Blackbeard does state that he got his hockey back.
Ooh,
So
that's interesting.
I think you can argue that during the events of Alabasta, because he had stopped like caring about anything, he lost his hockey. Which, if that's the case, that solves the entire like scaling problem, at least for Crocodile and Luffy, but still doesn't like fix quite a few other situations.
I mean, not necessarily. Like it does fix like some aspects, but then it's still like durability and
Oh, never mind. His
fucking
Crocodile's bounty is 1,965 or 1,965,000,000. What is
Pretty close.
Kaido's bounty?
surely it has to be higher than that.
Okay, Kyle's bounty by himself is 4 million. It's 4 billion. What's Big Mom's?
Trash level.
Shut up, Kyle. Big Mom's bounty is also 4 million. Okay, so it looks like Yonko's are 4 million.
4 billion?
No, 4 billion, thank you, yeah. Hang on, let me check, King. Queen's bounty. Okay, yeah, so it looks like. So 1 billion are big shots for sure, but it looks like in order to be a Yonko. Oh, yeah, he has a way higher bounty than Katakuri. But what's the bounty in comparison to fucking King?
Do we have any confirmation if Moria is still alive, or did he get killed by like the Admirals and or like Blackbeard?
No,
like
I think Blackbeard killed him recently because he went to Blackbeard's island to get one of his friends back, and they ambushed him there. So he might have survived.
Oh, was that because he was trying to get back to get Absalom, even though Absalom's been dead for like the past 300 chapters?
Yeah.
Wait, I thought he was dead after Marine Ford.
No, he survives Marine Ford. He escapes.
Yeah, doesn't Absalom basically save him with his power, and then he takes him back to Doctor Hogback?
I believe so. Yes. Does anyone know what King's bounty is? Let me check the One Piece wiki. Wow, Crocodile has a way bigger bounty than any of the Yonko commanders we've seen. Hang on, let me check Marco. I think probably Ray League has a bigger bounty than him. Let me take a look. Okay, Marco's bounty is smaller than Crocodile's. What about Ray League or Dark King, whatever his name is? This should be higher, right?
Oh, wait, I figure out what I have to do. Yeah.
Wait, do we not have his bounty? Wait, do we not know what the bounty on Silver's Ray League is?
I thought we do. I thought it was shown during the Sarbali Archipelago.
His bounty's unknown.
Wow, I guess I've just affect myself into thinking we've seen it.
Yeah, no. So okay, that's a good decision.
Well,
What?
You're on the same assumption as well that we've like already seen it.
I thought we already knew his bounty, yeah, because we know Whitebeard's bounty and shit, so I thought we would have known his.
It turns out Oda just plays the big strats, and the final villain is Silver's Rayleigh going back after the One Piece.
Yeah,
All right,
so
this should be the last one.
it looks like the Emperor's combined bounties is usually somewhere in the range of close to 4 billion or at 4 billion.
I really have to ask how much money the Marines have to be able to be putting these bounties up there.
Well,
most of
these bounties are not claimed, you know, like, so I think this
It
is
was-
I know, but like I'm saying, like I feel like that'd be really funny if they had an approximate range and then someone started cashing the checks and they were like, "Oh shit."
Oh, they can probably like ask the Celestial Dragons to fucking pay for it. But like, these bounties are that it's not even worth anyone's time going after it. It's basically one of those things where it's like, if you have a bounty big enough, it's basically advertising that you're not worth the effort to go after.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm just saying, God forbid, nightmare scenario, they have to pay that kind of money.
No, yeah, but so real talk for a minute, that would unironically mean that Mihawk is Yonko level because his bounty is in the same range it would be to get a Yonko status.
Oh yes, the easiest construct fight.
And then you have Crocodile. Crocodile really jumped up in the world. That motherfucker went from 81,000 as a bounty to fucking 1,900,000,000. Crocodile's going places.
I like as a warlord, he was essentially weaker than most of the supernovas in terms of bounty.
Okay, so this where it gets interesting. So let me look at what was Crocodile's bounty. Let me take a look. No, fuck, hang on. Control. Zam, quick league question. No, control. Aatrox should be the strongest Darkin in his prime, right? Yes, but there is some debate about that with the new edition of the fucking with the new information. That's why Croc is my favorite. He probably would one shot. Okay, so Crocodile's bounty was 80,000? Hang on, let me take a look at this. No, yeah, it was 81 no, it was 81 million. So Crocodile.
What are you guys putting down there?
Crocodiles. Then Mihawk can fight Shanks, the strongest swordsman. Of course, his bounty is gonna be Uncle level. What news says say we get weaker?
I didn't realize we were in Florida.
No. So there's a new Darkin chick named what the fuck is her name? I can't remember for life of me right now what her name is right off the bat. But she's pretty strong. She's able to take over the aspect of justice, Kale's mom's body, and she's able to fight a bloodlusted battlefield Aatrox, which should be at the height of his power, if not greater. Granted, that entire artwork's a little weird because Kale's able to fight both of them at the same time. She's able to hurt Aatrox and fight him around. And that's before Kale's mother gets taken over. And that's probably before Rise just nukes the fucking area with the World Rune. So, the reason Crocodile... Zolani, yes, thank you. The reason Crocodile has a bounty of 1,965,000,000 is because of his Logia ability, his intelligence, and his leadership skills.
Did they actually list the reason
they list
on the bounty pages?
They list the reason for him. No, so when you find out about his new bounty, you hear the Marines specifically talking about why they're giving these new bounties. Because you have to understand, Crocodile went from 81 million to practically 2 billion. No. It's fucking 8. It's 8 numbers. That's billion.
Is Mr. One?
That's million. Fuck.
Zim?
Yes. Could you repeat your question, Kyle? You cut out.
Is Mr. One still with him?
Mr. One is still with him, yes. I'm pretty sure Aatrox... Oh, go on.
I just can we just admit that they've gone from Boston subordinate to just friends?
I think they were always friends because even during the like actual prison break scene, he only talks to Mr. One and gets him out. He doesn't give a fuck about the others. And then keep in mind when he's actually fucking there, like talking after the war, when Mr. One's like, "Oh, some of us have to recover our wounds," Crocodile's like, "Oh, you're being a smartass, are you? I can go to a new world right now." I'm pretty sure Aatrox on the second card was shown to be throwing her around. What?
So Mr. Free is still alive?
Yeah. Oh, they're all with Buggy. So Mr. 3, the very first pirate girl we meet in the series, and like
Alveda.
Buggy's original crew are with Buggy. They're part of his Yonko crew, technically.
Do we still have confirmation that Mr. Two is still alive and impelled down?
Well, last we heard of Mr. 2, he was just chilling out in the cross-dressing paradise, so he's probably fine. Yeah, so we don't know how she took over the aspect of justice, but the fact that she did. So a lot of people argue if that's a what if or not, but I don't think it's a what if. I think that's what happened, and then Rise is like, all right, time to nuke. I might if you, well, I might talk about the lore of that later on. Whatever happened to Arlong, he's an impel down, or in some prison. He's not dead though. He's in some prison somewhere.
Arlong's trash.
The fish guy.
A lot of people
from like
are
the second arc.
A lot of people are kind of wondering if we're ever going to see Don Krieg again because he technically they did go into into fucking the Grand Line. So a lot of people are kind of wondering if we'll ever see Don Krieg again.
Why would we see Don Krieg? He was a nobody fucking fodder enemy that.
Imagine Don Krieg comes back with like a massive ass hockey boost. Kyle, Oda don't kill except family members. That's true.
The only
for reals, Rise got that tactical nuke.
I saw one of the dumbest fights that people were arguing about. I think I saw it on Reddit. It was who would win between Haughty Jones and Arlong. It's like even though Haughty Jones looks up to Arlong, Haughty Jones even without the drugs should fucking snap him like a twig.
For reals. So whatever happened to Art? Yeah, no. Is how powerful is Bon Clay? He scales to Luffy during the prison arc, but beyond that,
he was 1-to-1 with Luffy during that, and he hasn't done any training except like torture the other inmates to dance with him forever in the heat.
That dancing is the training, Kyle.
Oh, I see what I have to do here. No. God, I hate this.
You'll be fine. You're trash.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I saw you fuck up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no. So I'm just glad Crocodile's getting respect. However, I just want them to reveal the actual fucking truth that Crocodile's actually a woman the entire time who got turned into a man.
It turns out Oda shows you what he used to look like, and he's just fucking smoking.
I don't think we've ever seen Oda in the past, or I don't think we've ever seen Crocodile in the past. What? Okay, so this is a popular One Piece theory. It actually makes sense in context. So during the prison break,
Yeah, I think we have.
What?
We have seen child.
We have
during the end credits of movie Z because it shows the children.
Is he? It shows the children.
Yeah.
Let me see. Good. Well, actually, if it's in the movie, it might not be canon.
I mean, it would have to have been like sketched by Oda, like the lines.
Let me see here. Now, so just to be clear, the theory gets pretty complicated. It's not complicated, but some people take this to a massive extreme. Because there's the standard theory that Crocodile was a woman, and then there's the other theory where Crocodile is Luffy's mom.
That's
I
weird.
don't know where the fuck that one comes from.
The best kind of headcanon.
Why don't they just go with the other one where Crocodile slept with in Longcov when he became a woman?
Hang on. Yeah, so the only time we've ever seen Crocodile as a kid or young is just when we see him witnessing fucking Shanks' death. Or not Shanks' death, with he witnessing fucking
Roger.
Roger's death, thank you. Yeah. There's actually no other earlier portion. So we've never seen him as a kid or anything. Trivia.
This is pain.
Luffy mom is the best culture. So Crocodile is transgender. Zim, we see Crocodile during Roger's execution. We only see the back of it. We only see the back of his head. Yes. So the general theory is that so the idea is that Crocodile was a woman, and for whatever reason they wanted to be a man, probably because they didn't want to deal with the idea of being a woman in the One Piece world or some shit like that. So they go to Ivanko to become a man, and that is the secret she has over him. That is the main theory, and I think it's pretty solid because it makes sense that she'd have that's like the only thing she'd have over him, because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd like be embarrassed about anything. Hang on, Kyle, hold your thought, please. I'll be right back.
Why is this not working?
Have you redirected the beams?
Oh my god. Is there something missing?
War just screams down, why isn't it working? Azrael looks up, did you redirect the beams?
What, to redirect your life? God damn it. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this one puzzle. Wait, hold up. Hold up a minute. Oh, well, I feel dumb now. That was a chronomancer in the corner right over here. That was my mistake. Got it. There we go. Get all the horsemen's enchantments for the Chaos Eater. I'm going to get the other horseman enchantments after I do Eden. There's only 4 of them, and I know where Furies is already, so I just have to find the other 3.
So, can I trust you guys alone with the stream for like 30 minutes? Because I gotta go pick up my mom.
No, I am not mature. Of course you can.
Discussions are not meant for children or adults who don't.
Hang on, before I go, Pimp Demon, that could be a young girl. That's not necessarily a young boy unless it's stated otherwise. All right, so I gotta go pick her up. I'll be back like 30 minutes. You guys have fun. Crazy
The
kid.
beans, what do they mean? We're not talking about beans, we're talking about beams. Completely different.
What are you sending to me? Very nice. All right, you crazy kid. Go pick up your mother.
All right, we should be done here shortly. Cool. Finally. If only they had confirmed that Straga could come back as long as the tower existed. That would have been a nice statement. Instead, they're like, you know what? Tower dies when Straga dies. Also, why are you still on the seal? Bro, I freed you. Get out of there. Also, I have 10,000 souls. This is a lot of money. Can Dean West Winchester in human form beat Demon Sam? No. Well, yes and no. Assuming he were to sneak up on him and Demon Sam wasn't aware, if he stabbed him in the chest or like a lethal wound with the angel blade or something like that, yeah, he could kill him. Because like Demon Sam's main shtick is that you can't use like the powers of a demon to kill. Well, actually, yes and no, because technically the strongest we've seen Demon Sam is that he's able to fight. And I know people argue this gets retconned in season 15, but it actually doesn't. He's able to literally pull the souls of demons out of a horseman's belly and like crush them, thus killing like what's it called? Pest or not pestilence. What is
Famine?
Famine. Yeah, he's able to kill famine pretty easily, and they are all served by normal demons. Like they're generally above like lesser like the basic lesser demons in Supernatural. But also when he gets after that, he basically gets the power, enough blood, enough like demon blood that he's drinking to fight Lilith. Now Lilith claims in season 15 that she let him kill him, but that's more so referring to the fact that Lilith was intentionally like there at the place where Lucifer was supposed to be because Lilith knew she was the final seal. That wouldn't be referring to her power because Lilith was directly trying to release Lucifer. She knew, fully aware that she was the final seal. Oh, let me get that in there. And that's also technically not referring to what he did when he met Lucifer in season 5, which before he became the perfect vessel for Lucifer, he had to juice up and he drank 4 full gallons of demon blood, which was the highest amount of demon blood he's ever drank. So not only should he be way stronger than the Sam from the end of season 4 that killed Lilith in like a couple seconds, he was so strong that he didn't even need to raise his hands anymore. He literally just blinked and he would just crush demon souls. Like he was unironically like stronger than most angels. Um and he specifically had to get that level of power to become like worthy enough for Lucifer to be his vessel. Because they realized they had no choice ultimately. So that kind of implies that he's near the level of an archangel. Because he had to prepare his body specifically to be like a host for Lucifer. That's probably the strongest we'll ever see Sam. Well, I mean, we're probably not going to see Sam again. I don't think the main series is going to continue. They'll just do like spin-offs and whatnot. But that's probably the strongest that we've ever seen Sam overall. Oh no. All right, come on. And type 8 immortality and type 2 immortality just lost like that. Yeah. Well, technically, you can argue that the some of the demons in darksiders do have type 2 immortality, but they don't have regeneration as far as we know. They can just withstand attacks that, depending on the situation, could that a normal person could survive. There's many beings in what's it called? Fucking darksiders that definitely would qualify for type 2. And there's plenty of enemies that definitely qualify for like type 7 because there's so many undead enemies. Kyle, I was actually going to ask you this because I kind of wanted your opinion. If someone is able to kill a person that has undead immortality, do you therefore assume they're able to negate that immortality? Hello? We lost Kyle. Kyle been lost to us. Oh no. And it's a good thing I'm wearing the abyssal armor, or that might have actually hurt me. Oh, he did it from the right. No. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. But nice to give the horseman a negation of those immortalities, though. So I generally don't consider that the horsemen are negating any sort of immortality. I just argue that like killing them just means that they destroy their bodies and they just get sent back to the Well of Souls. Because technically being dead by virtue of having immortality number 7. Oh, also I was gonna say he can technically this cutscene showcases that War does not actually need the portal pads. Because there isn't a portal inside Straga's mouth. So what you see in gameplay is not actually lore accurate to what the what is it called? The thing. I'll have to read what that ability is called so I can reiterate it here.
I'll be back a little bit later. I'm just going to let my phone charge.
Technically, some parts of this statement are actually retconned later on because they reveal in Genesis that Eden isn't destroyed; it's just been kind of ruined. But I guess if I wanted to interpret the statement in a non-contradictory way, I guess the basic way that you could do so is that because Azrael says the first ones laid waste to it, which I'm assuming is referring to the Nephilim. If not, then that would mean there was another group of people that laid waste to Eden after it would already been mostly destroyed. But obviously, Eden's landmass, most of the properties of the stuff there are still intact, as revealed by both Genesis and by the Abomination Vault. So technically, Eden is still a thing. You can still go there. There's just not much to be found there of value or worth. What is it called? Blah blah blah. The Void Walker. Yeah, so the Void Walker, along with the I guess the Abyss Walker, are basically like the Croto Walker from Darksiders 1 and 2. They do not require portal pads. Did both deaths let Dean kill them? The first death let Dean kill him. You're out of your type 8 souls, well souls they exist. You can argue that's a type 8, but that would just be like contingent on something in their verse. But keep in mind, like, how the Well of Souls is described is a bit different from how I would describe like type 8 immortality, because I would assume type 8 immortality allows you to exist under the conventional standards of your existence. That is to say, the same type of body, mind, concept, etc. The Well of Souls does not allow you to exist as the same person. Well, okay. Actually, for angels and demons, technically it does. So yeah, angels and demons it would. For average people, no. Because when you die and you go to the Well of Souls, the Well of Souls basically it basically sends you're essentially purified of body, mind, spirits, and like every aspect of your soul and essence, and like reconstructed from the ground up. So technically you can argue the Well of Souls is technically a mid-godly regeneration feat as well as creation, because it has to bring you back and reconstitute every aspect of your existence. But it doesn't do it the same way for angels and demons that it does for other beings, because other angels and demons, or other beings unlike angels and demons, are not stated to be able to resurrect indefinitely, because angels and demons are specifically stated to be able to like live forever and resurrect indefinitely. Your mom has 3 billion souls. Got him. Sam and Dean actors have said they would like to continue the story. They felt unsatisfied with how it went. I can understand that, but I don't think they're going to continue the story from Sam and Dean's perspective. Sam and Dean might show up in the world. I think the reason they said they would like to continue it was mainly because of how it was, the specific ending, how the ending was enacted was unsatisfying. And that was mainly in regards to how Chuck was beaten, how Michael and Lucifer were used, etc. But the show ending with Chuck being beaten was something that should be a satisfying ending. If they wanted to explore more of the supernatural multiverse, I understand that. But Sam and Dean's stories, as far as we know, they're over. They technically could have been over multiple times at this point. They could have been over at the end of season 8. They could have been over at the end of season 5. They could have been over at some points near season 13 or stuff like that. Mark Kane, Dean versus 2 gallons of blood. Sam still loses. Because even the Archangels are nothing compared to the First Blade. Metatron was convinced. Keep in mind, Metatron, who went into heaven and basically got the angel tablet and essentially became God, like had the strongest tools and powers in that thing to the point where Sephirin couldn't affect him. So like not even the archangels would be able to mess with Metatron. Metatron looked at Dean with the first blade and he's like, "Where did you get that weapon?" Like he was genuinely terrified of Dean. And the only reason he's able to beat him is because Dean just kind of like willfully lets himself get pushed across the room with telekinesis. Also, because Dean had not died with the first blade at that point, so when he finally did kill Dean, um, Dean just resurrected because the first blade just forces you to resurrect. Yes, if if an undead is killed and stay dead, then it's safe to assume they can negate type 7. Well, the reason I ask that is because typically, if an undead, if a person who's undead is alive, like they're made like alive through undead necromancy, I don't have any reason to assume that necromancy will keep them alive for multiple lives unless stated otherwise. Because the necromancy is just intended to reanimate them. But like keep in mind, they still have a will to live. So if you crush them and break that will, there's no reason for me to assume that they'd still stay alive. Like I would, for me, I would need like statements that indicate that. Especially since in some cases, regardless of whether a person's dead or alive, sometimes there's a verse where they just go to another location, like the Well of Souls. Or I think an example that I use is in God of War, the underworld in the Greece pantheon is applicable to all things that have died, that are dead or alive. Like if you're an undead legionnaire and you are killed or you fall in battle, you will go to the underworld, regardless of whether you're undead or not. Like I don't think I would say that you know, someone is negating the immortality if they can take that. Oh yes. Time to fight my shadow. Time for the best fight in the game. Oh crap, I'm not blocking. There we go. Also, technically, this proves that War can obviously interact with shadows, because he can fight and kill his own shadow. And also, he technically has some forms of interdimensional range, though they're kind of limited, because it's only in regards to realms like the Realm of Shadow, or akin to the Realm of Shadow. So he wouldn't just be able to jump into any universe, but he can at least jump into something similar to the Realm of Shadow. Oh. Seems Mark Hamill has decided to restrict my ability to be the protagonist. What's the point of darksiders? Um, that's a question. Let me answer this question. Mangler versus Sam. I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Dante versus Ward. Dante would probably win. Dean and Sam tank Chuck's attack, even if you say Chuck hold back, but Chuck's stronger than both Sam and Dean. Chuck wouldn't be trying to kill them in that way. He just was beating them to death with his bare fists. Oh yes, Shadow Dante, but good. It is a better boss fight than Doppelganger. I'll agree, but Doppelganger is not a bad boss fight. You just kind of suck at the game. Like I've already told you multiple different ways that you could interact with that boss fight. You could literally combo on him after you've broken him to death. Would you only consider it negation if the person who is killed has statements of not going anywhere? Just add, I didn't hear you. So my position is that I'd rather have confirmations of the thing that makes them immortal being negated or getting affected. So the thing, the station or the object in question, the function that keeps them undead is being interfered with. Not necessarily just saying, well, they're undead, they got killed, therefore their immortality was negated. That seems like an oversimplistically way of going it. It is a boring boss fight. It's not a boring boss fight. You've clearly never redirected the shadow ball back at him. Or flashbanged him in the face when he comes at you. Like you can also shut on all the lights immediately because you can prep them before. Like you could literally hit the lights one at a time, but then not turn them on and then just flip them one at another and just keep forcing him to spam shadow balls. That is a genuinely interesting fight. We haven't had a single fight in the series that's like that at all. I understand if you don't like it, that's fine. But don't come over here telling me that's a terribly designed boss when they literally give you ways to interact with him in the fight. Many of which is like pretty one-sided on your part. Well, I say pretty one-sided. Technically, he can break out of the flash if you don't hold it correctly, or you can technically fuck up the shadow and he'll just knock it back at you. I do think that it probably could have been done a little bit better by giving you access to the Beowulf thing, but then again, I'm pretty sure the reason they didn't give Dante a Beowulf interaction is because they always intended for Virgil to have Beowulf, since Virgil technically falls off the cutscene with it in game, and if Beowulf had like a gameplay interaction with that, that would make it sound like that was something that he would have been capable of doing with the weapon that he had at the time, which is just not true. All right, let's. I'm asking if you can beat Sam Winchester. That depends. Which Sam are we talking about? Do I get to fight the one that went to Harvard? I'll probably be able to beat that one. I don't know what you're on. It's boring. I mean, aren't you the same person that defended Sanctius? And like Bale? Actually, you know what? For Bale, I'll agree that Bale isn't that bad, but Bale, as far as a boss fight is concerned, literally spends most of his boss arena having you fight enemies that don't fight back and are armored with almost a significant amount of super armor, being his little buds. And he literally leaves the boss battle for most of the boss battle. So actually, if we're talking like levels of interaction and attacking people, like generally speaking, the Doppelganger is a more interactive boss fight than Bale or Echidna is, because I can fight Bale or Echidna for a significantly shorter length of time than I can fight Doppelganger. Also, for anyone who's wondering in this cutscene who's being talked about, this is I believe this is Lilith. She's not shown, but her voice actor, I'm pretty sure, is exactly the same. Also, for anyone who's wondering in this cutscene who's being talked about, this is I believe this is Lilith. She's not shown, but her voice actor, I'm pretty sure, is exactly the same. Although, so this technically does concern that higher order demons can change and alter the properties of angels and their physiology. Though in that case, it is worth noting that the action and the changing only happens because Abaddon accepts the choice. Also, the council's over here sneaking. Just like killing the necromancer, like killing the necromancer who's reanimating, or killing the function that does reanimate them. By killing them, you cut off their connection to the necromancer. Did Chuck say Dean is the strongest warrior and fear him after it's slow dead? You can combo them via etc. etc. Yeah, after they've left for the entire boss fight. What a hot take. That's not a hot take. I can literally flashbang Doppelganger anytime I want. Bale literally leaves the boss fight. He leaves the boss fight and freezes the entire room. And you fight his little fucking no, what was it? Not his buds. His feeders. You fight his feeders. What frog boss? The frog boss from DMC4. We're talking about Bale and Dagon. Also, Bale and Dagon are exactly the same boss fight with no meaningful differences. They didn't even bother to give him new attacks or anything. They just colored in red. Which again, if it was just like a Virgil campaign, maybe I could understand that. But they didn't even do anything different for Burial or for Echidna. You're literally fighting the same bosses again halfway through the game. At least with Agnes, when you fought Agnes the second time around, he had actually no, Agnes's second fight gets repeated again. But at least Agnes's second fight after the glass wall was a completely different boss fight with brand new enemies and new abilities. And it was actually done really well, better than other flying enemies and bosses in the game, such as Sanctus and Echidna. Like, Agnes is a very solid boss fight. Agnes 2, I should say, like Angelo Agnes. As is Kratos. As is Dante 1. Dante 2 is... Dante 2, I think, is a solid boss fight, but technically allegedly there are glitches in his boss fight that make him unkillable. And in the event that they happen, he becomes the most uninteractable boss fight in the entire series because you cannot kill him even with items. So I feel like the fact that that exists probably lowers him to just a good boss fight for me because that's such a game-breaking glitch shouldn't exist. I've never had it happen to me. Zim has had it happen, but I've also heard about it from other places. I just didn't have any proof that it existed until until I had seen it with my own eyes. I was just genuinely surprised to see it happen. Doppelganger boss fight has more iframes than hitboxes, then you don't know how to play the boss fight. You can literally flash off his shadows with the lights around the stage, or knock his. You don't even need to turn on the shadows. You can actually you don't even need to flash him with the light. You can literally turn on the light just to throw the shadows back at him. Dagon is one of Bale's brothers. No, I can't agree with these skill issues. It's not my skill issue that Bale leaves the boss fight. You can't interact with him when he leaves the boss fight. You can't. You just objectively can't. It would be nice if you could, but you can't. I killed Shadow Dantes with 45 deaths. How did you not kill him with like 2? Doppelganger is not a difficult boss fight, and he's not a very uninteractive boss fight either. It's so easy to do so. Don't talk to me about skill issues when you don't even understand the assets of the game that you claim is the best DMC game. Or the one that you claim is like has the worst bosses. You don't understand either of these games enough. At least in terms of their boss design, you do not seem to understand them. You have some really odd takes, Thamaj. What is this loser doing? like Arkham's. Watch me fight Bale or like Arkham's Dolphins. I'm eating fuck off. Look at my bot. No. I don't have a problem with you saying Arkham is a shitty boss. That is objectively correct. Arkham is a terrible boss. But do you know why he's a terrible boss? Do you know why? Neocam by Great Force. Since Death is able to destroy the soul, would you consider him being able to negate mid-godly regen? That doesn't really negate mid-godly regen. That just means that you're destroying the thing that the regen would regen, but you're not destroying the function of regeneration itself. Because like anyone who has mid-godly regeneration, unless stated otherwise, the function of their regeneration exists outside of their existence. Or exists outside of their mind, body, and soul. It's tied to something else. You would have to negate that function of regeneration, technically. Also, I don't think Azrael actually dies at the end of Darksiders 1, so I'm assuming War is going to kill him in the game following after the end of Darksiders 1. Which is, to be fair, he probably does deserve it. You suck at combos, bro. The Dolphin. I do not suck at combos. That is objectively wrong. I literally told you how to combo in that game. I told you how to fight Garion. I literally showed you how to do it. Oh. I got the solution to Virgil, Arkham Virgil. Virgil is the solution to Arkham, but he's a solution that only one character has, and his solution is I have higher damage, which doesn't really help the problem. Not the way that it should, at least. Bro, I JC more than you? Would you like to bet? You JC Agni and Rudra more than me, but that's because you use JC, Agni and Rudra. If I actually sit down and practice, I'd probably be able to JC more than you do. I used to do the same things you did years ago. I've played DMC3 way longer than you have, Samaj. Like, come on, man. Let's not be disingenuous. Let's not be silly here. I mean, you just very recently started playing through DMC 1 through DMC 3. And you're acting as if you've been playing DMC 3 for like years. You've just done a couple playthroughs of it. One of was just your fucking first impressions. And like your entire playthrough, again, this is totally up to your choice, but your entire playthrough was just you playing with Trickster. You refused to use any styles except when you absolutely needed to. You refused to use any other devil arms other than the ones you absolutely wanted to. Do not talk to me about levels of interactivity when you are forcibly restricting yourself to play the game a certain way. That seems a little silly. Where am I? Let's go on a game that takes skill. I mean, I'm not claiming that DMC3 takes skill, or at least not when it comes to JCing. Unless you're doing like Hammer, but Hammer, that's me because Hammer is like fucking timing on Hammer is just pretty bad. And you want to try those crazy combos, that also depends on which one you're talking about, because some of the crazy combos are easy. Like Cerberus's crazy combo has a pretty reasonable input, though it is still fast on turbo mode. But then like Beowulf crazy combos are really insane in terms of their timing. Agni and Rudra's are actually physically impossible if you're on turbo mode with high enough FPS on the most recent HD collection. Well, I say physically impossible as in like you would have to like probably get your hands in good shape. Like you would not be able to play that under normal circumstances because of how fast that input is. But I would not argue that's a skill issue. I would argue that's literally like your body cannot physically push it fast enough. That's not a reasonable limitation on a game. Something that I also wish was tinkered with DMC3. Because the crazy combos in that game need to have an update to their input times. They're a little bit, at least most of them in regards to, what are these losers doing? They're going to kill me? What do they think they're doing? Wait, hold up. How do I only have this many enhancements? Wow, I'm not using all the enhancements apparently. That's kind of bad. Seems we have lost the Balrog. Wrathcore? No, I don't want a Wrathcore. Wrathcore is not good. Where is the thing? Let me equip this. All right, we've got immolation now. I look forward to playing Genesis when I finally get around to it. All right, I'm reading the chat. Let's go on DMC4. Let's go a game that takes skill. Oh, you claim DMC4 takes skill. When it comes to Dante, yeah, probably. Takes a little bit of skill. Virgil, probably not. Nero, not really. Lady, it depends on some setups, but like her general game plan doesn't. And Trish is pretty simple. I'm getting through DMD, aren't I? Bro, all you need to do is JC DMC3. That ain't that hard. I mean, if that were true, then you'd be able to beat the Enigmas, the Fallen, the Blood Goyles, and like over half the enemy roster with just JC. If you just said for the sins, I could believe you in regards to everything that wasn't like Wrath. But there are objectively enemies in the game that you cannot JC. Like you can't JC the Fallen, at least not reasonably. I think you technically can jump on them, but you need an attack that lands within their range, which is mainly just Virgil's Aerial Rave. Because Dante's Aerial Rave doesn't do nearly enough damage. You can't JC the Dualahans. You can't JC the you can't really JC the Rooks. You can try to JC the Blood Goyles, which is possible if they're already petrified, but if they're flying at you, they're inside of a hitbox, so that's not really possible. You can JC the Enigmas, but good luck catching the Enigmas without Spiral. I JC Fallen with the Aerial Rave easily. You shouldn't be able to JC them though. Oh wait, unless you're using. Oh yeah, if you're using Trickster, fucking yeah, if you're using Trickster, the style that literally teleports you to the fucking enemy. No, I JC'd them all. Yeah, because you just used Trickster. You just played the entire game the same way with one thing. You're like, man, DMC3 is so easy because I just used the highest damaging attack and just spammed it over and over again with the fastest mobile style. Like, I mean, I guess. Wait. We're gonna talk about a game that takes skill. Why don't we talk about the fact that like DMC4 literally has like fucking gives you like iframes galore on Nero's DT. Why don't we talk about the fact that like the exceed timings, especially for like max hack and stuff on Nero, is like insanely easy? Why don't we talk about the fact that like Dante can literally distort his DT to give it like I want to say double the amount of frame. Well, not double the frames. A DT attack for every single frame of an attack. And you can do this on any attack that he has. So the more hitboxes it has, the worse it is. Or I guess the better it is, the worse it is for game balance decisions. These angels are pissing me off. Got him. I need to get that car ready. Oh, deleted. Oh my goodness. This enemy is pissing me off. There we go. My baseball strikes with fucking the power strike are definitely the baseball strats with the power strike are definitely working.
Back. See. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So after
Kyle
performing,
left.
that fucker left.
Yes. Just kind of silently. He just kind of snuck out of here.
Lol.
What the hell?
And as soon as
I
I
will read the
message
chat
him,
in a
he
moment.
disappears again. It was a great boss
Hang on,
bulwark. Too true. Yeah, so I was gonna send Kyle the new Razor design. Well, I guess
These
I'll talk to him
enemies
later
just
about
fucking
it.
die.
In the meantime, I gotta send you in the next character. Wow, Mangler, see, I charge his phone and walk his dog. That's not what you told me.
Sorry, what?
He said he had to charge his phone and walk his dog.
Well, I just said he left.
No,
So
Dante would not absorb the Amato. He would just be split in two.
what do you absorb his problems though?
No.
I'm just gonna pick up this giant golden thing. I'm not spamming Beowulf like a whore, but you're spamming Agni and Rudra like a whore. Well, you're spamming a higher damaging weapon. And you're using Trickster, which just teleports you to the enemy's location and allows you to JC immediately. And you just repeated that entire strat for like every enemy in the game. And then says, whoa, DMC3 is easy. And I'm like, yeah, because you chose to play it in a linear style fashion. Or it's just going to seem fucking easy. You have way more noob ways to deal damage via DT Explosion. No, you do not. DT Explosion requires you to give up all your Devil Trigger to activate it. And DT Explosion does not work on every single enemy in the game. It's also not effective on bosses. Distortion allows you to literally delete bosses on DMD. Whereas try DT Explosion Virgil or Beowulf or like Gigapede, Arkham, Jester, Lady, literally anybody, and show me how much damage that does. I guarantee you it's less than 10% of their health bar. On lower difficulties, it does do damage. on normal mode, I think it's pretty strong, but on DMD, it's the damage is just not as strong because their health has just been increased so much. Whereas Distortion in DMC4 kills like any boss immediately if you distort real impact them. Like one move, just enemy's gone. The entire boss fight's like over.
Your nostalgia isn't gonna save DMC3's gimmicks. Get him, Mangler.
But it's not my nostalgia, dude.
Get him.
What do you mean nostalgia for DMD? Who the fuck has nostalgia for DMD?
Are you serious?
No, he's sitting over here thinking that I'm just like yeah, I'm talking about all the good times. I'm explaining ways to play the game optimally. Keep in mind, I don't think like DMC4 or DMC3's DMD is a DMD that I like at its worst that I particularly enjoy. At their best, I somewhat enjoy them, but really only for specific bosses. Most of the enemies are pretty heavy and tanky. Like I'm really only enjoying like certain combo setups and like certain boss interactions. You make it sound like this just like I'm being blinded by rose-tinted goggles. I played DMC3 regularly on like a not just a yearly basis, on a fucking like monthly basis. I play like every other month on DMD. Don't talk to me about me having nostalgia.
The Yamato would not have the food's powers.
Love it as what?
The Yamato would not have the powers.
The powers of
the fruit.
Oh no, Virgil would have those powers, technically, not Yamato. Now, if Virgil wanted to maybe perhaps put them inside of Yamato, I suppose he could, but I don't know why he would do that when he just has the powers. Kind of just unless maybe he wanted like an extreme makeover or something. No, I don't agree. You can real impact in 3. Yeah, and it doesn't do anywhere near the fucking damage that it does in 4 when you distort. Bro, distort breaks the entire game. It's literally a giant graphical glitch that you can do with a press of a button. TT explosion is an intended mechanic that gets nerfed by high health pools. These two things are not comparable. One of this is in a whole new level of broken. One of them is intended for higher difficulties. The other is not intended at all. And just breaks the game. And keep in mind, the only character that's had damage that high, or the only functions or things that have had damage that high, are usually super moves that require like huge amounts of resource buildup. So mainly just like
way to deal damage. Ha. Ha.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
You say that distortion is a noob's way to deal damage, okay, but like every single fucking person who plays DMC in DMC4, or plays DMD in DMC4 uses this strat. Wait, you literally just admitted that you JC Agni and Rudrid people and Trickster to their position to JC spam them to death, but you're claiming that using distortion is fucking noobish? Bro, check yourself. What is this hypocrisy? You're literally spamming one tactic over and over and over again.
The hacks of the apple, Deus being the main ones, would you consider those at uni-level resistances? You have to prove it can affect a universal character, but like technically, AP doesn't usually define resistance, technically. If that makes sense.
What is he asking?
He's asking if the apple scales to uni, would it have universal level resistances if they can resist it? But that's not how resistances work unless it's an AP resistance.
DT isn't a noob way to deal damage. All right, yeah. Let me see this. Hang on. Samaj, this guy is just JCing. He's not even using DT explosion.
Zane,
He's
Virgil
using
avoid
Royal
Granado.
Release. You
You think
stupid
Virgil could
fuck.
cross up the air, make portals? No, you can already do
What?
that. Like, Rails if Virgil wanted to, he could do
What?
that. I mean, Moonus can already open portals, but it's just cutting things. Watch the whole
Also,
video.
Navan to deal summon swords.
He said
Watch the
watch
whole video, you retard.
How does that not get blocked? How does Red Dust get, like, shadow banned, but that doesn't get you shadow banned?
I'm watching the whole video. I'm 40 minutes through the 110. He's killed 60% of his fucking health. Look at the DT bar. Yes, Samaj, the DT bar doesn't do that much damage. What is causing the damage is the Royal Release. It's the Royal Release. He's using Royal Guard after JCing. Yeah, the Devil Trigger contributes to it, but the reason it's doing so much fucking damage is because he DTs right before he Royal Releases. The actual Devil Trigger explosion is not doing that much damage.
I mean,
It's the modifier of damage on Devil Trigger.
I mean, if those hacks operate on a uni level, would those characters who resist the apple's hacks have a uni level resistance? Okay, so if your hacks affects a uni level, that's just a range feat. It doesn't quite prove how quantitatively strong your hacks is. It's definitely impressive, but that'd be more range, not so much strength, if that makes sense. Zim, I'm sleepy. Tell me a bedtime story, lol. Alexander banged his.
What? Okay, what happened to this wholesomeness?
I am wholesome.
Yeah, no. Get out of here.
You can't revoke my wholesomeness. Please, it's all I have left.
50 seconds with a fully charged DT. With Royal Guard. He's using Royal Guard and Royal Release after JC spamming the entire fucking fight. If I remove JC spam, he literally wouldn't be able to do that kind of damage.
I feel like
if I
should
remove
share
Royal Guard, he
one
wouldn't be able to do that
page
kind of damage.
of the comic just because we keep talking about it so much, just so you guys can understand what's going on.
Oh my god.
But
I
no,
know.
because that would make me unwholesome, and I'm not unwholesome.
Whoa, you can actually jump over that? You were contributing this? You were under the impression that DT Explosion is doing this much damage, but if you literally check... Okay, if you were to turn on DMC3 right now, charge up your DT and walk up to Virgil and do DT Explosion, it would not do that much damage. Also, that's just fucking Virgil. Try that on literally every boss in the game. It won't even do that much damage on Virgil on DMD. But try that on every boss in the game and try and tell me that that has the same results. I can distort any boss in the game and it will do exponentially higher damage. Especially if I'm doing real impact. These two things are not the same thing. That DT Explosion was used at 50 seconds. Yes, it was used at 50 seconds on a Royal Release. So he Royal Releases him. Royal Release in DMC3 is like the strongest Royal Release in the entire series. Even DMC4's Royal Release doesn't compare to the damage in 3's. Because 3 has to fight like the highest damaging enemies, some of the highest damaging enemies in the series outside of like, or highest health enemies in the series outside of like certain enemies in DMC1's DMD and enemies in DMC5's. But that's only because enemies in DMC5 have so much health that on Son of Sparta, they have almost double the health of DMDs of previous games. So the fact that Royal Release can even do that much damage means that Royal Release is just that strong when fully charged. And yes, if you throw a DT modifier on it, it does that kind of damage because DT modifies your damage by a fractional proportionate depending on what you have for the Devil Arm equipped. The DT explosion is doing damage. I don't disagree with you, and it's probably doing added damage on top of like the standard Devil Trigger Royal Release. What I'm saying is that most of the damage from that is coming from the Royal Release being buffed by DT. If you so go look up an example of Beowulf being Royal Guarded, or most of the world records for Beowulf, and you'll notice that they're all from Royal Guard players who, when they do DT Explosion, it's after they Royal Guard released him. But even if you removed the Devil Trigger Explosion, it would still take out, like, I want to say 25 to 30% of his health. DT Explosion, at best, maybe contributes to, like, 2 to 5%.
What you say? Okay,
I'd say half. It's not half. It's not half.
Said was the wholesomeness is real.
Hang on. You know what? I need to clarify this because you apparently can't use your eyeballs. Holy shit. So you're claiming that DT can cause the boss fight to go like to 50 seconds. Can be done in like 50 seconds with this. I'm just going to show you with a super costume how much damage Devil Trigger Explosion does by itself. Because I don't think you seem to understand what you're referring to. No JCs. I'm just going to walk up to him and Devil Trigger. Though I'm going to do Royal Guard so I can show you obviously the major difference between these. Oh, I had Cerberus equipped. What was I doing over there?
Are you playing on stream DMC3?
Yeah.
Did you give up on your puzzles that fast?
Oh, well. Okay. So I want you to look at the amount of health that is done right there. How much of his health bar is still remaining, Samaj? That's like 90 to 95% of his health bar. That was a full DT activation.
That's a significant chunk. That's like almost 10%.
No, that shit is trash. Compare that to DMC4. I can kill the guy in one hit. I would have to charge up the whole DT gauge. I would have to taunt to get the whole thing over the course of the fight and spam it repeatedly. What's causing that damage is Royal Guard. Hang on. Hang on. It's been a while since I've used Royal Guard. Jesus Christ, Virgil.
All right, sorry, I have sent to design a new hin. So let me see here. All right, you done being trash? No.
Hang on.
No, he still can't Royal Guard.
I gotta wait for the right moment.
What are you waiting for?
So the Royal Guard, even with like two orbs done, even 2 orbs released, does more damage than that full DT, full Devil Trigger activation. And that's without the DT being like released at the exact and precise moment. That's off of a basic hit in the combo, not a Helm Breaker. Which, depending on which attack that you're blocking, it will give a modifier to that.
New Hindra's Razor are really fucking big. Also.
Okay, let me go back. There we go.
Yeah, the armor's looking a little sus. I'll admit to that one. It's looking a little sus, but overall, I'm liking the overall basic design. I can
I'm not saying it's more damage than DMC4's distortion, but it's a new way to deal damage. Samaj, you're basically saying that a person who is JC spamming an enemy and has to perfectly Royal Guard every attack and then perfectly DTs after charging the button at a specific precise moment is doing a noob damage. You would have been better off arguing JC spam is new. JC spamming is a noob tactic, which I would say that it is because it's a quick, efficient, like DT, spammable tactic.
Bruh, hold DT then release.
Hold DT then. That's just a mechanic in the game. Like What do you mean? What do you mean it's a noob tactic? It's just a mechanic in the game that you can use.
Okay, to be fair, that doesn't mean it's not a noob. Just because the mechanic in the game does not mean it's not a noob tactic. To be fair.
I'm just saying like he says just like high. Do you just assume everything that does high damage is considered a noob tactic?
A baby can do that.
A baby can distort.
Source. Show me the baby.
You press one button,
Show me the baby.
and you also don't have to have a full DT bar to distort.
Show
I'm
me.
just saying your definition for a noob tactic is a little silly, or your conditions are a little silly. Like, if we're just gonna be very general with it, then I guess it would be a noob tactic. But then, like, so many abilities in the game fall under noob tactics. Then, like, any super based ability, anything that uses like even mild resource management to dish out huge damage. Like, I now have to argue disaster meter in DMC4 is a noob tactic. Which, to be fair, you can get a lot of DT or disaster meter buildup off of DT, but you at least have to devil trigger and then spam like minigun. Though it is pretty easy to do so. But you probably wouldn't say that's a noob tactic because it's in DMC4. I wouldn't say it because I'm not disingenuous. But I like to believe that you're not disingenuous, Samaj. I like to believe you genuinely have good intentions, and I think you do. I'm just saying this seems like a silly condition to quantify something off of. Especially when you were using Royal Guard as your argument. One of the most skill-based mechanics in the DMC series that literally requires you to perfectly time and block an attack at the right moment and then release, and you have to do it consecutively. It's also DMC3's Royal Guard, which is the hardest one to use.
Can Chuck or Jack just give themselves powers? Probably.
I just find that to be a little bit silly.
It's just like the Halo Infinite argument, only this time Mangler is right.
I was right before. I literally proved it wrong on stream. They literally have a listed waiting time listed next to the game.
You said 5 seconds and you were wrong! But hang on. Yeah, no.
5 seconds is a term of expression, you dumb fuck. Also, he's burning. Hang on.
You're telling me, the English major, what a term of expression is?
I can't wait.
Prepare
I don't
to
need the
die!
disaster rates. I can't wait to uninstall DMC3. Hey, listen, if you didn't have a great time with it, uninstall it at your freedom. I understand it. I'm just saying, if this is the reason you're doing it, that's kind of sus. Considering you could technically uninstall DMC4 for the same reasons.
Hang on a minute, Kyle. You walk your dog? So who walks your dog when you guys are both working? Or does your dad walk your dog when you're working?
Are you asking who walks in when I'm at work?
Yeah.
He does. He doesn't go to work till 1 o'clock.
Right, because you go to work normally like at 6 a.m., okay?
Huh. No. I'm out of the house by 5.
Yeah, but you start your work at 6, right?
I used to. Now it's 7. That's why I get home later, and it gives me the shits.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. My brother had a bunny. It was white and fluffy. Good for you, Pimp Demon.
Shit-ass game, lol. DMC4, you have style. DMC3, you have gimmicks. I literally explained to you why half the bosses in the game are gimmick-based.
Your mama does them? Nah. Nah, see,
you're just being butthurt right now.
Listen, I am wholesome.
I know you like DMC4, and I can respect your passion for the game, but this is being a little bit ridiculous.
Listen, I am wholesome, therefore I am impervious to these yo mama jokes. I have proven I am wholesome time and time again.
So you would never make a yo mama joke, right?
No,
is that what I'm understanding?
I would. I'm just saying it don't work on me because I am wholesome. You guys aren't, so it works on you guys just fine.
So what does that mean? Just like if I just say the yo mama joke because you're wholesome, like the yo mama joke just like fades out of existence before it reaches my ears or something?
It's just invalidated. Like the joke just ceases.
Oh, okay. Like it just doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome. Premise trap him, Mangler.
Wait. Hang on a minute. What if the yo mama joke is true though?
It's still invalidated. My mom's lost
because you're wholesome.
My mom's lost half her character traits because I'm wholesome, and it just keeps getting erased from existence.
Can we ask your mother or your brother if you're wholesome?
yeah, yeah. Can we have some
uh,
eyewitness reports on this
I
wholesomeness?
am wholesome. You guys
Some
have no counter evidence. This is the problem. There's no evidence against my wholesome
What if
claim.
we ask your brother?
My brother would say I am perfectly wholesome, but he wouldn't talk to you
Are
guys
you
because he
are you
hates you guys.
are you willing to bet that? Are you willing to bet that?
He would not talk to you
that's
guys.
okay. We hate him too. It's mutual hatred.
Now, granted, his hatred for Mangler started a long time ago, but that was because Mangler had one of the worst opinions known to mankind.
I mean,
That's
your
okay.
brother's got not exactly got the best opinions.
He does not, but you said Scourge beats Rom, and that's just unforgivable.
To be fair, I was using Marcus's information where Marcus literally said he made
And
Rom look like a
Marcus
fucking
is
pussy.
no, what he specifically says he made Rom look like a pushover. And I hear you, I hear you. Counterpoint, Rom Shadow. Shouldn't War one shot that enemy? Probably. Actually, so that might be one of the first matchups I'll finally do this year. I'll sit down and finally do Scourge versus Rom so these people can go to bed. Realizing their mistakes. Their
Are you gonna have to
failures.
go back and play Rom Shadow? Is that what you're saying?
I will have to go back and play Rom Shadow. Would you like to be a Theron on guard in the corner, Mangler?
Is that what I have to do?
So if you're playing Rom Shadow, if you have 4 players, you can pick. But if you only have 2 players, you get stuck being the Theron guard while the main person gets Rom.
Would I even have access to Rom Shadow if I got it on Game Pass, or would I have to buy
Sure.
that?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure.
That sounds like that'd be fun.
Yeah, no, fucking. I don't know what the fuck. I have no idea what the fuck Marcus is smoking. Scourge comes out here looking like a fucking crack dealer. And all of a sudden, dude, Zam.
I think he was mainly referring to the fact that he cut a tank in half in like 5 seconds.
You already got enough stuff like Gamey Vegas. Okay, so I'm gonna put the casting call like out in a few hours for the other side thing because apparently I put it in the wrong slot the first time. Apparently it goes into a different area, so I have to retool that again, and then I'll see where it goes from there. But that should be done within.
I too like Saint Seiya mixed with dressing like a lesbian.
That's you consider dressing like a lesbian?
What in the?
You can't unsee it now, can you?
I cannot unsee it. I cannot unsee it. I hate you,
I'll be back. I'm just gonna go wash my plate.
motherfucker.
DMC3? What about DMC3?
Yeah. Also, the Fall New Vegas video, I'm just gonna need footage for that. I've already played Fall New Vegas' house run, but I might need more footage or specific footage. But I'm pretty sure they'll DLC on stream. DMC2 is greater than DMC3? Damn right it is. I remember when Samaj was saying how good DMC3 is compared to 5, and I told him to play the game first, and he won't be saying that, and I was right.
That's because 5 generally has better enemies than most things in the series. But he was also playing it on DMD, which a lot of people get kind of blindsided by their hatred of DMD, which I can understand that at times. Like certain bosses are extremely frustrating, many of which are poorly designed. But the bosses that they're talking about aren't just Arkham or Jester. You're like Garion or fucking Gigapede or trash, and I'm like, really? Like the bosses that have counterplay designed into their fucking kit that take like 2 seconds to fight and are extremely satisfying to beat.
No, like I already had the footage. Like if that's what you're worried about, like I already had the footage for the game. I just may or may not need the Brotherhood of Steel. Well, no, I'm pretty sure the house is run.
Also, wait, Samaj, did you even play DMC2 DMD? Did you ever get around to that, or did you just like you were just like I don't know if I want to do it? I think I told you not to do it because you might not have had. Well, actually, DMC2s I told you to play. I think DMC1s I told you to avoid, unless you really want to be in for like a lot of pain, especially considering how unfortunate your DMC3 run was. I don't think you're gonna like DMC1s because you seem to be allergic to enemies with high health pools and damage. In which case, you will probably not like DMC. Well, actually, you might, but it depends on if you're able to kill them fast enough. Because Devil Trigger mechanics work differently in DMC1s. They're kind of like you have to kill the enemy before the timer shows up. And if you kill other enemies, it doesn't prematurely activate the timers. 2's is the same, except for some reason they give super armor to the enemies, which is a little weird because they only give partial armor to the rest of them. I will with infinite Majin form. Samaj, what are you doing? Stop hacking the game.
I still gotta play fucking DMC2 with the style switching and shit like that. Or not style switching, but with the character switching.
Yes. Every time you say character switching, I think you're literally pressing a button in the game and switching to Lucia, and I'm like, that sounds phenomenal.
I know.
Where is
That'd be
the
nice.
button?
Infinite Majin is the only way to enjoy DMC2. Lies. Okay, I'm gonna go. It's almost 1 a.m. Alright, Pimp Demon, thanks for time. Bye, mate.
Wait. How do I get up there? Oh, wait.
What the fuck? There are hentai cards? What the fuck? Japanese are weird.
You don't say.
Weird.
I didn't notice.
I know you didn't.
Just, because I was over here being truly wholesome.
I am the wholesomest. I'm the wholesomest there ever was.
Just to be clear here, we're mainly referring to wholesomeness in the context of like sexually related content, right? But does that include your ability to like, I don't know, have like good moral standing, or is that just like what you would personally allow?
we talking-
I think more good moral standing, because if it was just sexual things, I don't think people would agree with me on the wholesome thing. Granted, you guys don't agree with me to begin with, despite the fact that I am wholesome.
That depends
Also-
on the subject. We agree on quite a few things.
You don't have good moral standing.
I have a great moral standing.
Prove it.
Oh my god.
I didn't hit someone with my car while driving today.
And
That's a great moral standing. I didn't kill somebody. I'm in a great moral position.
and if that's the criteria, I'm the most wholesome out of all of you.
Bro, what are you
Hang on a
talking
minute.
about?
I
But
actually
if I-
drive
but if-
myself, and not my mother to drive me.
I literally just drove to pick up my mother, Kyle.
Actually, that'd be wrong, because if I'm not driving, then I have 0% chance to run over anybody with a car.
Yes, but that makes
Whereas you
sense.
have some possibility.
This one fucking crazy person started fucking talking to themselves and walked through the middle of the fucking street when I was driving, so I almost hit them. And I was like, "What the fuck? Get out! Be gone!"
Oh wait, I have this horse.
Did you get through the Dark Tower yet?
Yep. I already went through Eden. Now we're just gathering stuff.
Also,
I
fuck
think
you,
it's
dress-
time
dress like a
to-
lesbian motherfucker.
Wait, hang on.
Good lord. Designing designing shit with you people is just never easy.
Well, at least he doesn't look like another character from another series.
I'll take it. That's an improvement. I'll take
There
what
we go.
I can get.
There's that there Wicked K.
Who the fuck is that guy?
That is Wicked K.
And what is he? Like, what does he do?
He is I'm assuming an undead person, because he seems to look like a corpse. And he basically is the master of the Crucible. He goes around and challenges people to fights, mainly just the horsemen.
So is he
And
one of the
yeah, he has a universe of chaos inside of his hat.
So is he like one of the strongest characters in the series?
I mean-
He gives good scaling, but I don't. Maybe, probably, like he probably has some of the better statements, but he's kind of obscure.
I mean, he's capable of taking on all of the horsemen, and I think in Genesis, you can fight him with both War and Strife at the same time.
You do fight him with War and Strife at the same time.
Wait, while they're on the mission from the council?
Yes.
So what you're telling me is he's just one of the fucking he's one of the strongest characters in the series then.
He's just built different. Yes.
He's also very dapper. He's a gentleman.
He's also the only British man in the entire Darksiders universe, apparently,
Of course he is.
that we know of.
Guys, listen. I am wholesome in every respect.
Make a question: if you can, how would you make a Sparta game? I would give him a completely unique set of abilities. And how I would make it is that I would start the premise specifically prior to the 2,000-year time skip where he first meets Mundus, and basically make a journey and a couple missions of them essentially gaining power and getting strong enough to go get the Clifoth fruit. And then after that, I would cover a war with Pluto. And then eventually I would probably have the last parts of the game basically cover either a war with Argosax or something like that, and then end it off with Sparta basically stopping the invasion of the human world. Then, if possible, there could be DLC expansions of Sparta in the human world doing other things. And there'd just be like tons of lore descriptions for like demon stuff. I would make sure that Sparta as a playable character is designed completely different from Dante and Virgil, because given that lore-wise they have a lot of his abilities, I would not want him to mirror their movesets, because that would kind of devalue them as playable characters, since most of what they have just comes from him. I'd rather him have like his own stuff. Of course, you could make statements and stuff in the game that says like obviously like demons have like the powers of their ancestors and stuff like that's fine, but his actual gameplay should be completely different from theirs. I would not want it to be the same or very similar. He'd probably be like a magic-based swordsman, most likely. But you could also give him, if you wanted to, you could give him mechanics of like every archetype of a fighter to make him completely unique and show his knowledge and mastery.
Yes.
That is how I would do it. Sorry.
Whatever the fuck he said.
Source?
Look, I don't understand. You guys have no counter evidence against me. You know, you guys accusing me of being unwholesome need to provide evidence to my unwholesomeness. That's how this works.
It said that Zim lives under the delusion of that he is wholesome.
Look, listen, a
I see.
claim made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, so I can dismiss your guys' claims. Ren,
But
you
we
haven't read the book!
I have.
Shut up,
I
Kyle.
kind of want to read this. I kind of want to read this book now. Like, I want to find out exactly how wholesome you really are.
Don't do that. It might not be for the best. Don't. It might not be for the best. Let's ask Kyle.
Hey, what was that?
How about let's not?
I was actually going to
Kyle.
ask, what was that one thing from? What was that one ninja tool from Naruto and the Great War that could suck people up for using like their favorite word or something like that?
I know what one you're talking about. You're talking about the god. I can't think of what its actual name is.
Yeah, the six paths Gordo. I was gonna say, if Zim, how does it work exactly? Like, you have to say your favorite word, or is it like, does it just suck you up whenever you say your favorite word? Because I feel like if that was activated in this very room, it would just suck Zim up for saying he's wholesome. Because that seems to be the most common word, the most commonly said word on this channel.
It's because it's my
At
brand.
least from Zim.
It's my brand, bro.
Oh, yeah. You gotta let everybody know what you're about. That being your wholesomeness, of course.
Yes, because I'm totally wholesome. You guys have no counter evidence.
You're as wholesome as much as Red Bull gives you wings.
You know they actually sued over that.
Yes, I know.
That was the
because
stupidest
somebody jumped off and sued them because they didn't get wings. Yeah. Which is why now at the end of every advertisement they have to have like words somewhere or directly say it doesn't actually give you wings.
That's fucking hilarious.
That was one of the smartest.
It was smart. Whoever thought to do that That was fucking clever.
There has to be an absurd clause at some point.
No, because you'd fall under false advertising.
To cover all, you'd have to completely
It would not matter
restructure.
if you. It would not matter if you argue that. Oh, of course, it doesn't give you wings. That'd be silly. It's just like, but that's what you advertise, regardless.
I also advertised it gave you brain cells, and clearly that one didn't work either.
I mean that one's a little bit more believable because it's technically, well, it's less believable, but it's more so like this is a drink, like a consumable item. So if a company is telling you you're gaining some substance from it, even if that something like that is brain cells, you can legitimately be like, hey, that's not actually
Yeah, no,
true.
that's literally how the guy sued him for fucking the fucking wings, which is fucking stupid.
Is that why I haven't seen a Red Bull commercial in like ages?
No, they're still there. It's just that's probably hey, just got off work, finally got to experience the joy of having the weekend off like an average American does after he has worked the entire working week. That's great, Red Dust. Happy for you. See? That's wholesome. Because I'm a wholesome person.
Of course. To cover all that, you would have to restructure the DMC campaigns, right? Or make it a part 3 games. Um Only the actual game that would be released for Sparta. Because, like, well, you could make an entire game about, like, Sparta with Mundus's Rise to Power. You could cover a lot of it in DLC because it'd just be super, super big. But you could also make the game, like, very much a time skip game where it just jumps from, like a couple missions in the sequence and then, like, years later or this period of time later, it covers this section. So you could do that probably like 20, 25 missions and then a little bit more content in the human world with DLC. And that would be it. You wouldn't have to tinker with the current DMC campaigns in the main games, just obviously only that game. Because keep in mind, most of that is just prior to the 2,000-year time skip, because all of those events involving like Pluto dying or getting attacked, like losing the Mundus, the war with Argosax, Mundus getting the fruit, all of that happens prior to Mundus's invasion of the 2,000 years. Like when they mentioned the 2,000 years ago, all of that happened prior to 2,000 years ago. So it wouldn't interfere with the timeline at all because we only have vague details on that. So they'd basically be able to fill it in with little to no inconsistencies. The main problem is that Capcom would never make a game like that because Sparta is one, supposed to be shrouded in like mystery and legend, and two, I don't think they have a template for how they would want to design him like combat wise because he'd have to be completely unique from Dante and Virgil in order to encompass all their fucking weapons, and they would also want to make him legendary. So whatever you interpret Dante and Virgil to be, Sparta from a gameplay standpoint would have to be better, which is like absurd to imagine that.
Lies. Fake news.
Fake news. What you said?
Yes.
Where is
and that's
the?
the truth because I am wholesome.
I was a bit out of pocket to add to Mangler earlier, as with no problem. I was just confused why you were using those examples, but it's all good. It's all good.
Don't apologize to Mangler. He thinks Halo Infinite's peak Halo.
Okay, shut your mouth. I literally said peak gameplay. I wasn't referring to content.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, but you're gonna say Halo 5 then, aren't you?
No.
Oh,
Because like I would argue like 5 wasn't launched with all of its content at least. 3 did. If you want to say over time it had more, probably. Because it had more playlists and more shit.
I'll have
But
to kill you.
it still lacks a story, and ultimately the community was being like a bunch of fucking babies about it, so they didn't want to touch it.
Yes. Anyways, Kyle, how's your research for Colmograph going?
Doing good.
Someone
Just
asked
playing for
earlier, your Cole versus Alex, but obviously I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know Cole scaling.
Um, I'll basically be doing my thoughts and opinions on that in a separate video after I get this how powerful out.
Oh, there we go.
Good stuff.
There's the thing. No, I can't get up there. Hang on.
Why are you like this?
Listen, I thought I could make the jump,
So what exactly?
and then I didn't.
What exactly are you doing now? Like,
I'm grabbing the pieces of the Armageddon blade,
why don't
and
you
I'm
just?
killing Wicked K
Why don't you? Why are you killing Wicked K?
because he's content in the game. I'm just fighting him because I can get souls and stuff, and it powers me up. It's, like, why does anyone really want free money?
I don't understand. Like,
I want money.
No. See, you don't understand, Balrog. We don't really know what the value of money is, so we can't go get it. According to Zim.
yes. Whatever the fuck he said.
Because if we are not wholesome, we cannot discover what the value of money is.
That is true. My wholesome journey has shown me a lot about the value of money and what money can buy me, and I've been very impressed with the journey.
Wait, where is the is there not a shadow bomb here?
I was just looking at Tom Ward Order 2 and I saw there was an incomplete sentence where it just cuts off halfway, and I'm like, good god, when I do editing for this next one, I gotta I'm gonna put that shit in Grammarly at bare minimum so I don't get that shit.
DMC3, DMD is truly hell. Sorry you feel that way. It is hell at sometimes. I just think it's not that bad. People make it out to be.
Use your shuriken. What is one way Dante can stop an invasion of a country, a modern society, without killing anyone if you want to? Just tell them don't. Maybe stand in front of them. It's like you have to. Dante could just be like, if you want to get to them, you'll have to kill me first, and then he just stands there.
Dante also doesn't have to kill people. He can just probably show up and then knock you unconscious. Keep in mind, Dante convinced like the entire criminal underworld in his town to stop being criminals. He was like, hey, why don't you just stop being an asshole? And they're like, all right. Like, and he did that while he was Tony, when he was missing his name, which is the concept of his existence and powers. And that was the weakest Dante in the timeline. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he could probably handle a little bit of social influencing. I mean, it'd be cheesy as fuck for him to be like, guys, stop fighting. Fighting is bad. We don't want to do fighting. As he says, while he has like two giant like handguns at his like at the back of his body with this broadsword the size of a 6-foot man.
Guys, fighting is bad. You're not going to win against me.
And the fire of the red crystal. Well, the red fire doesn't do anything to the crystal. You have to have a bomb to set the fire off. Like, you have to have a dark shadow bomb that's unvolatile, and you have to bring the fire to it, because otherwise, if you just do it, then this is what happens. Also, the shuriken will not lock onto the crystal. You would have to free aim it unless there is a target that activates the lock on, which in this case would have to be the bombs. That would be nice if I could, but the fire isn't what's causing the red crystal to go. It's the explosion.
Source?
But that looks promising. Oh no. Oh.
What about the mask? What mask?
Actually that might work. That's right.
Oh yeah,
the mask might have something in the realm of shadows.
Seems Multiverses is falling off a cliff right now. I keep forgetting that game exists.
Ah. See? That could definitely work.
There are plenty of other shards, Cole. You don't need to brutalize these people.
Oh wow, look at that. Kyle's brutalizing people and he claims to be wholesome.
Oh, is
I'm-
that
I passed,
is
so I
that
can't.
cool? Is that what's her name? What's the F? Is it the FBI agents? What is CIA agents?
The NSA.
NSA, yes.
The NSA agent
What's
who's
the
always
difference?
listening in.
I was gonna say she's isn't she the good karma opportunity in the game? And she just tells you, hey, you don't need to steal blast spheres from people or blast shards.
Yeah, you don't have to be a dick and basically rob civilians.
You're just like, that's a good point. Counterpoint.
Spar says you're welcome.
What if I did it anyway?
That's not very nice. Or you could just take away the country's entire military ordinance down to the last bullet in less than a second with the speed. Yeah, but then they never stop. Like then they get upset.
Humans are kind of sensitive about their stuff.
Especially their weapons.
You're welcome. Thank you, Nello. I was not thinking about the Mask of Shadows. Oh yeah, Sparta sacrificed the sacrificial maiden to make the Timothy seal. That can't be Eva. No, he definitely didn't sacrifice Ava. Ava's, as far as we know, Ava's not alive during the events of the 2,000-year time skip.
That would also be semi-weird. It would basically make Lady like a distant descendant. Like a very removed cousin.
That also wouldn't make sense because Ava's alive after Sparta's dead 2,000 years later. So how did Sparta sacrifice her, but she's still alive?
Was it Nico's mom? No, it was just
Because keep in mind, like based on what Arkham says, Arkham doesn't just say that he sacrificed the blood of a mortal priestess. He said he sacrificed his own blood and a mortal priestess, which means he didn't just take the blood from the priestess. He used the priestess as the sacrifice. So Lady's ancestor is dead. He killed her when he performed that seal, or at least he gave up her life in
I'm
exchange
sure it
to
was-
stop the tyrant.
I'm sure it was consensual.
yes.
Probably was,
He-
but like
listen,
I'm saying he killed her for sure. And she's dead.
He sacrificed her and accepted the sacrifice on her behalf.
Did he perform what was worthy of a wholesome Zim action?
No, because a wholesome Zim wouldn't have done that. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Just gotta make sure.
Shut
He would.
up.
It
Shut
something wrong with-
up. Shut it. Zip it. Okay. Good. Alright. I actually have Uno on PC, go figure. I guess I got it one day for cheap. Anyone got Uno on PC? I'll beat you in Uno.
Why can this horse not jump?
How to ruin. I love how the first guide you get is how to ruin friendships with Uno.
Yes.
I mean, is that
accurate.
not what famous for? Either that or Monopoly.
No.
Monopoly is like how to wait out your friendships with attrition.
It's basically, are you prepared to basically have your friend buy you out and basically make you homeless and moneyless,
You guys want to
and then you're stuck in this spiral of debt?
You guys want to play Monopoly sometime?
I think Monopoly would be kind of fun.
No, it was a Zim action. Sparta would R-word her. Ain't that right, Kyle? According to Ren. You guys haven't even read the book.
What are these books? These sacred texts?
They're super easy reads. They're not even that long.
Was it a random maiden that he sacrificed, lol? Was it Nico's mom? Nico's mom was not alive 2,000 years ago. So, Mom, what are you talking about?
Listen. If we play Monopoly, I just want you guys to know, as a cold-blooded capitalist, I respect you guys' decision. But if you guys start sharing your wealth, I'm gonna murder both of you.
Share your wealth? How the fuck do you share your wealth in Monopoly?
You clearly have not.
The only thing you can do.
A lot of people.
The only thing that you can do in Monopoly to share your wealth is like co-conspire to like screw over other players
I have literally
by
played
contributing well to a joint decision.
I have literally played Monopoly on occasion where my friends would buy like the expensive areas from me by both pitching in the money. I'm just like, fuck you guys. Do
So
not.
you were involved in a mass conspiracy buyout. There you go.
Nah, I didn't like it.
Yeah, I imagine most people would not like that.
Yeah, but I got Uno, so if you guys got Steam and Uno, I can beat you guys at Uno. Or
I have
no, I
Steam,
have.
but I do not have Uno.
Wait, that's weird. Yeah. Wait, I need an Ubisoft account to play fucking Uno?
I don't know. Have you really registered with Ubisoft? Because if not, I don't think you're qualified to really handle something like Uno, even though you can buy the physical cards for like $5.
Or you could just, download it on the phone for free.
Or probably find like some PDF set up somewhere online for free.
You can play Monopoly on some random Flash website for free, but like the actual Monopoly is like super fucking bad apparently.
Well, it also depends on which version of Monopoly, because there's multiple versions of Monopoly at this point. There's like Monopoly Empire, there's like Monopoly Junior, there's I think a couple versions, like more advanced versions of Monopoly that add like rules. Classic Monopoly, I would personally say is probably my favorite. Monopoly Empire is a faster version of it, though it does rely less on the properties and more on like the towers.
Yeah, because like I'm looking right here, the only Monopoly on Steam is Monopoly Plus, which
Oh yeah,
apparently
there's also Plus.
nobody likes.
I mean, as far as I understand, the most of the classic Monopolies are just like upscaled, like 3D model resolutions of the Monopoly board with your stuff, which is great. But that's pretty much what you're mainly going for.
Wait,
Oh wait,
let me get this straight. Monopoly is expensive and costs money, but Risk is free and cross-platform.
that sounds like false advertising. How can Risk be free? Impossible.
There's not a communist version of Monopoly, sadly. And sadly, if I were to play Monopoly with these guys, it looks like there's not an actual good version online to play, unless like we just go to like a random website, which does a pretty solid job.
What kind of priestess was it? So it's referred to as a mortal priestess, and the instruction manual, as well as the guide, kind of implies that she was a virgin. And that's more or less like what would have allowed that illusion to happen, which is not quite out of line with what DMC3 source material
Holy shit!
provides.
Faster! Get these shards faster!
I'm swimming. DMC3's manga basically indicates that purity is something that has like huge value to a demon, and it has like it's a factor in determining like the power that like a person gets, as that's actually the reason that they transform Alice into a demon, is because even though she's weak, she's not strong, nor is she like beautiful, but she is pure,
Look.
and demons have a value for things that are pure.
Okay, so also just for quick context, what is Risk? Risk is a board game where you play as a general and you have to conquer the world against other players. The games take a while, but they're pretty fun if you have the right team or if you have the right people playing with. Is Uno cross-platform?
Where's my horse? There it is.
Uno is not cross-platform. For shame.
How do I get up there?
So it is like Stratego, except there are multiple factions. I've never played Stratego, but I would assume yes.
Stratego is
Did Kyle leave?
very
No?
interesting game.
Kyle's here. He just likes being quiet and taking his time. What co-op games do you guys play? I'd be down to play more co-op games. The only fucking problem is that we don't really have like the same type of games.
We mainly just that, and we have platform issues because Devil and Balrog are on PlayStation and Zim and I are on Xbox.
Now,
So
Devil has been suggesting for the longest time
the Cold War.
to Cold War.
Guys, would you be a fan of us starting a Cold War? One that may or may not involve zombies.
You just clip that and just have that be the You know how channels have trailers?
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
And unfortunately, it's back to full price because I could not afford it when it came out. For shame.
Yes, I got it on sale. I probably should have told you.
I vote
It
for
goes
Hog.
on sale all the time,
No.
though.
I'll wait for it to go on sale again.
Would you like me to front you the money?
No, I currently have money because apparently well I have money. It's just like I don't like spendy money. I had this. I think I was talking. Well, you were here when I was getting my whole rambling. No, you were not here for the Far Cry
No.
stream.
Well, I vote for Hot War. There is no Hot War.
I mean, like, cause like I can like buy a game on PlayStation
yet.
and play with Kyle and Devil. It's just that I can't fucking like. Then we can't get Mangler involved because Mangler has a PlayStation once every blue moon when the stars have aligned and like a virgin's been sacrificed.
Yes. All those conditions, exactly.
Most versus channels say Naruto no dips Luffy. I would have to scale Naruto, but on a personal opinion from what I know, there's a much better case. Prior to Boruto, there was a much better argument for Luffy being way
I would
faster than
say
Naruto.
you'd have a better chance if you used before the war. Because you still have to bridge that massive AP gap.
Yeah, but speed-wise, Luffy is...
Oh, speed-wise is not a question. It now comes down to, like, somebody who's significantly less stronger, but is way faster.
So, if you want, you could argue for the new version of Hockey, which technically ignores durability, because it destroys you from the inside out. But then I feel like people would probably argue something. I mean, I'll be honest, if you equalize it, Luffy shit stomping Naruto. No diff. Hockey is fucking busted, even in an equalized matchup. Being able to see into the future is just absurd. And keep in mind, Naruto can't really handle someone predicting his moves, because that's how Sasuke is able to keep up with him, because the Sharingan, if I recall correctly, lets you basically read your opponent's muscles.
It does give you precog, but Naruto does adapt to it rather quickly.
Does it give you
I would also say
precog,
that
or does it like okay? Because what do you mean by precog? Like, does it let you see into the future, or does it just let you read your opponent's
Yeah,
attacks?
it lets him see and predict future actions.
Based on your movements, though, isn't it? It's based on like your muscles. It's not based on like he doesn't just see into the future.
no,
He kinda
doesn't
does.
see into the future. No, he technically doesn't open he doesn't open his third eye and see into the future. He like the example that people use is in the what's it called?
Valley.
The final the Valley of the End, when he's fighting Naruto at the very end of part 1, and Naruto is running up the side like they're using chakra to stay on the side of the wall, and Naruto is running at him, and he sees him move left to the right and sees like slow shadowy like after images of where Naruto's arms are going to be, which indicates where he's going to strike. But he's not like he's within close range of Naruto, and Naruto's about to use like his attack. So it's kind of like I would say he's predicting his moves, but it's only in response to like his body and things that his body is producing. Like he's not seeing all phenomena that is happening in the future with the eyes, just what his opponent is doing.
Yeah, no, Luffy's
Oh,
Luffy's
I went to an
better.
actual fucking mission level. I didn't want a mission level. Fuck.
Naruto's durability is garbage, especially since he lost the ability to grow back his lung.
Did he?
Yes, whatever that is. A lot of people says Luffy has no way to kill Naruto. AP wise, you might have an argument there. If we're talking equalize, no, Luffy has like plenty of ways to kill Naruto. Fuck, I mean, you can really argue that the new version of Arm at Hockey literally beats that. How come there's no sound? I like thinking. I like hearing myself think. And whenever there's like music or whenever there's like the game sound in the background, it usually distracts me. But here, there you go.
Is the Armageddon blade piece?
It's very low, but there you
Hang
go.
on. Let's go to the crossroads. Oh yeah, it's at that one location.
It's funny because, like, from a thematical standpoint, I don't particularly like Naruto versus Luffy, but it's kind of one of those legacy matches, even though Naruto literally has many better fights. It's funny, for as generic as Luffy is, he try and find me an actual, like, thematical fight for Luffy.
So Naruto wants to become the Hokage, Luffy wants to become the Pirate King. I see a theme.
Well, I want to become like. Actually, hang on. The Pirate King isn't even like the same kind of thing that like. What the?
No,
the
it's not. It's not a political thing.
Well, I don't know. If you become the Pirate King, you have a lot of political power.
Yeah, because of just raw fucking power
Yeah.
and shit.
Same way,
That's
public-
all you- What?
Yeah, political.
Yeah, I don't really know too much matchups for Luffy either, because like you could be super basic and be like, oh, Mr. Fantastic, because they both stretch, but then it's all like,
I feel like you'd have to find a pirate-based person that has like similar dreams of being at the top of the world and a free spirit, and that could probably be the best option for like a matchup you're getting with Luffy,
does the
and then
Ragnarok
destroying supernatural powers.
does the Ragnarok downgrade put Kratos in terrible position against all of his legacy matchups? He didn't really have all that many legacy matchups to begin with, if we're being honest. His only real legacy matchup was
He only
Dante.
had Dante. He had Dante, Ashura, and that's about it.
And to be clear, he lost at least like fucking one of those, even without the downgrades.
I would say no, because he was already losing those without Ragnarok.
If you argue for a unique Kratos back then versus Azura, well, actually no, Azura's healing factor is pretty silly. Actually, did they ever mention if it could be taxed?
And no, they never acknowledged what would happen with the with his healing factor, because they bring up how silly Ashura's healing factor is, but then they just try and wash over that and say that Kratos would AP stomp him to death. It's just like you're not acknowledging the reactive evolution on top of the healing factor.
What about Thor?
Also, we never really talked about what would happen if Kratos were to actually attempt to kill Azura if we gave him the benefit of the doubt and assumed he had uni scaling. But it wouldn't matter even if he managed to kill Azura, because Azura would just come back. Like every time he resurrected in the games, the amount of time it took for him to resurrect each time was drastically decreased.
Well, let's say that they're both like they get one attempt.
But
I was just gonna say, like, let's take the fact that like he can climb out on the rocker in a couple of seconds, even though that's like a way better speed feat than anything Kratos ever produces.
Well, if we're just using that like he can just come back from the afterlife in a short period of time, then yeah, he would literally just fucking keep coming back over and over and over again.
I'm saying ignore the fact of like that they only get one attempt. They don't get to come back.
Wait, what do you mean they don't get to come back?
As in, they die. That's it.
Oh, then Azura just stomps him because, I mean, Kratos didn't even have the opportunity to come back. But yeah, his speed just completely crushes him. Because even if well, go ahead.
I was saying the worst part of the G1 blog was just that they gave him all of his shit when that's not canon anymore. It's really fucked.
Even under their own rules, he wouldn't get that shit. Because now everyone can like point to like, what about this for Dante? What's the difference?
Or other characters. There's probably several other blogs where I could say that wouldn't be fair for them to use, not just DMC. Like that's just a clear. I'd say that's less of a bias towards other verses and more so just they were willing to give Kratos the benefit of the doubt just because they wanted to do whatever it took to like, you know,
Oh,
appease.
what hurts is that I think what especially hurts is the fact of like when Cyber was talking to Zim, he was just unaware of a lot of different things, and it's just like you have like 10 to 12 people researching this. How did you all overlook this shit? I reckon it was just one person doing the research for Kratos, and then he just presented shit, and everyone else was like admin. Because there's no way if all of them went through the series that would have like flew.
Well, he said there were things that weren't supposed to be there, so it seems like there was some clear miscommunication on the part. So I'm willing to assume
you mean,
that
like,
there was
twisting?
some like I'm willing to assume there was some pretty gross negligence going on. Incompetence, negligence, same thing.
How
About Thor
for
from
light
Marvel
novels or
Comics?
something? No clue.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, what about Thor from Marvel Comics? Is that what you were gonna say?
Yeah, I was just we were answering the same questions.
Crazy. Now done.
Balrog, do you know if there are 4 Wicked K fights in this game or just 3?
What do you
4
mean?
Wicked K. Well, so you encounter Wicked K multiple different times. You encounter him in the Twilight like crossroads or in the choking grounds. You encounter him in the Twilight Cathedral, and then I think you encounter him again in like what is it? The Grounded Path.
I was only aware of the graveyard. I wasn't aware that he appeared everywhere else.
Yeah, he appears in like at least 3 different locations. I was asking if there was a 4th one.
I'm not too familiar with the alien race in Assassin's Creed, bro. I'm sorry. I failed you. So did Heimdall actually steal the moon? I don't think it's ever
You
confirmed.
stole quote unquote the moon.
The problem is that we know what that looks like because of Vanaheim,
Mangler, come on, buddy. Come on, you're so close to the end.
and because of Vanaheim, we can't really say that it's actually the moon because it could just be something that's supposed to represent something being the moon, but they're just technically
Wait,
like a tiny.
have you killed Straga yet?
Yeah, he's been dead for like 2 levels.
Motherfucker, I was gone driving!
I'm pretty sure you were. Oh wait, yeah, you did just leave right before the Straga fight, I think.
My problem is I'll play LSC and DLC, but he should share all hacks and resistance. Something is built in the physiology. Is it?
Oh, I didn't know he had that dialogue. That's actually funny.
What
So
dialogue?
when you fight the Wicked K and you go Chaos form, he says, "This is not a cricket. This is not a cricket at all."
Are you done with your Wiki K fights, Mangler?
I think that's the last one. I think.
Because it sounds like you're not going for the fucking shards. It sounds like you're being a cunt and not
I'm
going.
getting the shards and killing Wicked K. Why can't I do both?
Get the shards and end the game.
Need the shards, need the game. Guys, I hear a lot of whining. Does anyone else hear a lot of whining, or is that just me?
Wow, real mature.
All right. Well, I have to figure out where the hell that shard is. It
Also,
it
another
looks
thing,
like it's.
once the Fred said they destroyed continent.
Hades got a war versus Hades issue. I don't know what these series.
Yes, so one of the God of War novels, one of the Sisters of Fate said they have destroyed a continent or continents.
Well, the same statement is made about Gaia that when she moves continents.
I think it's just a case of
Which-
retcon.
which yeah, it's one of those things where a lot of people try and act like God of War can't just retcon itself.
Yeah. You know, because they use the statement from Bruno where he says, "Why would we retcon the other games?" It's like, but there are just things that are clearly retconned. People act like the series hasn't retconned itself. It's like that's objectively wrong. They've retconned themselves multiple times. It's okay. Like many series do it. It's yeah, just in the Greek saga alone, like this, there's nothing wrong with having a retcon every now and then. If anything, sometimes it's better for the series for you to retcon things to make your story and your interpretations more consistent, so that we have a clear understanding of the world. Okay, that was. Wait, can I do? Go over here.
Like the demons can't kill demons law in DMC. That's not a law in DMC. That's just a specific rule given to his summons. Also, I don't know what Sasuke's win loss record is. Mangler, where is the blade?
I'm looking for the blade.
How many pieces do you already have?
I have 6 or 7 out of the 8. So I literally have 1 remaining piece. What is happening here? Like that, demons can't kill demons law, rule of law, same thing. Well, I'm gonna have to quit the game now, because for some reason, the game was being really dumb. Wouldn't load into the area.
Wanna die.
Shut your mouth. You glitched. Well, I did glitch. It took me the full playthrough.
Do you really want him to move on to Genesis that badly?
I just want this game to be over because half of this stream was literally him being stuck on the fucking light puzzle.
The beams. Redirect the beam.
This man is so close to being... We would have already been done if he was slightly more competent at fucking puzzles.
Be fair, the puzzles at the beginning of the game weren't hard at all. This one, I sort of forgot some of that stuff, but it was also trying to explain something to someone, and I lost my patience and my focus.
No excuse. The boss thinks over to Neo the Matrix. Neo has more ability to warp a digital world than the boss does.
And
So-
if you want to scale, depending on if you want to take that Neo scale to the Architect, you could get him like vastly higher in AP, because he would technically be reaching those multiversal levels. Or would you disagree with that?
Hang on, I'm trying to word this casting call appropriately.
Yes.
You're wording a casting call.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead. Make it dirty. Come on, go ahead, do it.
He
Do
wouldn't
it.
do that. He's wholesome.
Kyle, of all people, should know how wholesome my work is and my commissions are, and yet he still makes these lies. Is Neil the weakest? What? Seriously?
I don't lie. I got nothing to gain.
Who the fuck are you lying to? You have the satisfaction of lying.
I don't lie.
Would you guys consider doing the things people get wrong about Dante video? I wouldn't know enough to know to like do that video.
Where do we start?
I would definitely consider that.
Well, how about you guys?
There's
start
enough to do
getting
one
your-
on
That's
Virgil's.
one of those videos where it's like, where do you start?
But you want wholesome? Come on, you got no proof. All my commissions are perfectly wholesome. Everything
I
I
have
do.
conversations with people every now and then where, like, honestly, the same thing happens, but with Virgil. They're just like, man, I just wish Virgil could get like redeemed, and I'm like, what?
He already has. He's done it twice.
Fact number 1: Dante is not a virgin. Source.
Oh yeah, the dry road. I have to go over here because I have to fight Uriel.
Get to the end of the fucking game.
The shard is over there. I'm going.
Hang
Uriel's part
on.
of the story.
I'm gonna go grab a fucking muffin. I'll be right back.
He seems a bit nettled.
This is no ambush, horseman. I come alone.
Also, she can summon her weapon.
I, Uriel of the Hellguard, champion of the White City, call you, horseman, to Nex Sacramentum. I lay claim to your life before the Creator. Will you dishonor this law as well?
Why?
Because Abaddon said you understood honor, and because he was the best of us.
The death oath cannot be broken until one falls by.
Maybe it's just me, but I really didn't notice how, like, scratched up War's face is. He's got, like, cuts and bruises all over his chin.
The poor boy has had a rough time.
I need to go back and check the prologue to see if that was on his model, because if that wasn't, then that means he got those from the council.
Don't you dare walk away from me! The next sacramentum is mine. I decide when the angel dies, not you.
You swore an oath to me.
Abaddon is the destroyer.
Liar!
To protect you, he kept you from the truth. You pledged to follow your lord into hell, never knowing what awaited you, or what he would become.
Abaddon.
He was betrayed and became the enemy of all creation. I've been to the tree. Its gift was truth, and I share it with you now. Remember the death oath. Soon it must be fulfilled.
Cursed blade. Now, get back to Ulthane and finish this business. What would you ask of this humble merchant?
My greatest work. Until now.
you wouldn't want to keep Abaddon waiting.
It's Abaddon. Uriel has led the Hellguard against him. It is as you foretold. The Hellguard will fall. Angel of Death, serve me one last time. She mistook me for someone else. She loved him, and I believe that he loved her long ago, before all this. Foolishly, he chose duty above all, and died for it. Will you do the same? Heaven hunts you. Hell hates you. All of creation cares not whether you live or die. Join me more. Like a great sword, I will raise you up, and our enemies will shatter against us. The spoils of 1,000 victories will be yours. Or serve the justice of a corrupt council. And the Creator abandons his most faithful. I offer you this choice, horseman. Would you serve in heaven, or rule in hell? I choose what once a coward did not. something, Abaddon. Sometimes duty must be cast aside to do what must be done. It is not for duty that I kill you now. Uriel.
Reap what you have sown, betrayer.
You had to know it was a one-way ticket.
Council.
They knew you'd never play executioner because of your precious honor. They let you take the fall. They knew you'd butcher everyone involved to clear your name. And you did.
No!
Patience, whore. I've got some for you, too. I'll take that. If it were to get broken, you might get ideas. Like not going back in your little cage. It's tragic, really. You had freedom in the palm of your hand, and you lost it. What's so damn funny? Even you wouldn't laugh at your own funeral.
I'm laughing at yours.
Next sacramentum. The death oath is complete.
Oh God, bitch! What did you do? No, no! I'm going to pull your guts out through your halo! Keep getting up. I'll just kill you again. I was just following orders, like you. What are you going to do? Fight the council? Fight everyone? You'll never get away. You hear me? Never! Don't forget who holds the leash.
I haven't forgotten.
You knew. You knew what would happen here, what I would do. That's why you spared me.
No.
Then why?
Because I would not have the last of heaven's honor die with its champion.
All debts are repaid. The duty I uphold, it may call me to raise my sword against you. And if that day comes, I won't hesitate. You will be hunted. The White City for certain. The Council, and there will be others. You would wage this war alone?
No. Not alone.